There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. Wang Lin cultivated for 2,000 years, a path fraught with danger. He relied on his cunning to defy fate and struggle against the heavens and earth. He constantly teetered between life and death, forging an unyielding will to cleave the heavens and split the moon. He even dared to fight against Shu Daozi, the grand elder of the divine sect and a third-stage expert. If it weren't for his previous pursuit by Tsen in the primordial star realm and his subsequent encounter with Lun Mengdozhen, Wang Lin would have developed an unfathomable aura towards the primordial star realm. After entering the lightning tribe, he would have undoubtedly chosen to observe and act. But everything has its limits. If anyone crossed that line, Wang Lin, with his arrogant nature, would explode. Even though he had initially planned to observe and act, he still desired to kill them. The original fighting spirit of Zanshin had deeply rooted itself in Wang Lin's mind. This Zhou Tianzi, with only the cultivation of the second stage, dared to be so arrogant in front of Wang Lin. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he looked at Zhou Tianzi, a cold smile gradually appearing on his lips. Upon seeing Wang Lin's gaze, Zhou Tianzi's heart suddenly rumbled, vaguely sensing extreme danger. But when Zhou Tianzi looked again, Wang Lin was merely a peak-level cultivator, a small peak-level cultivator who dared to act like this. This made Zhou Tianzi raise his eyebrows, his killing intent surging. No matter what, Zhou Tianzi could never have imagined someone would dare impersonate a member of the Lightning Clan to enter the Lightning Domain, let alone the Lightning Star Palace. The person before him was nothing more than an insignificant ant unable to withstand a single blow from him. In reality, he was an ancient beast, his ferocious fire now blazing fiercely. This moment was extremely tense. The 7 Thunder Clan monks in charge of this place immediately opened their eyes, their gazes instantly focusing and shifting in a very short time. One of the old men stood up, looked towards Wang Lin, and suddenly said, "Are you a Fi?" Wang Lin's eyes flashed. With his mind, he immediately guessed that the old man knew his name, probably related to the jade slip that the young man Yang Shai of the Thunder Clan had given him in the East Gate space. Wang Lin didn't say much. He flipped his right hand, and the jade slip immediately appeared. He threw the jade slip towards the old monk who was speaking to him. The old monk's eyes narrowed. After catching the jade slip and carefully assessing Wang Lin, he bowed to Zhou Tianzi and smiled, saying, "Senior Zhou Tianzi, please show us this humble favor." This person was recommended by an old friend of mine to enter the 7 million realms for cultivation. This task doesn't require just one person to be accepted. Why not let him come along too? Zhou Tianzi's expression was extremely cold as he glanced at the old man speaking to him. This cultivator in charge of the West Gate couldn't withstand a single blow from him, but he was still a person of authority in the tribe. Moreover, this man had the support of an elder from the Lightning tribe. Even though Zhou Tianzi was arrogant, he had to reconsider the situation. Killing him here would put the elders in a difficult position. Let this arrogant worm enter the 7 million realms and kill him there. That way, no one will find out. Because the 7 million realms of heaven and earth were protected by restrictions, even the patriarchs couldn't send their divine consciousness inside to explore. In reality, this was just a place to settle personal grudges among clan members, and also a place for people to trade with each other. Zhou Tianzi immediately made a decision. He didn't even bother to look at Wang Lin, but nodded slightly. In that instant, his body vanished, and he entered the 7 million realms of heaven and earth through the jade slip. As Zhou Tianzi's figure disappeared, the mission jade slip burst forth with dazzling light, which Wang Lin seized. He sent his divine consciousness inside to explore, and then his figure also dissipated, having entered the 7 million realms of heaven and earth. The cultivators in charge of the place frowned, showing their displeasure. This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. We helped him, and he doesn't even say thank you. Enough. I want to advise him not to enter the 7 million realms. The killing intent in Zhou Tianzi's eyes is invisible to him, but we can clearly see it. Once he enters, he will likely face a life or death situation. It's a pity about the entrustment of Taoist Howren. I saw in the telepathic message that Taoist Howren praised this fellow highly. This matter has nothing to do with us. Whether he lives or dies is the will of heaven. The 6 old men in the West Gate secretly communicated with each other, then ignored the matter and closed their eyes to begin meditating. Speaking of Wang Lin, the moment his figure disappeared, his vision blurred, but because his primordial spirit was so powerful, he immediately recovered. He clearly saw that this was a long, narrow path, emitting dazzling, shimmering light. Anyone illuminated by these lights instantly became transparent. Even their internal organs could be clearly seen. When Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread out to observe, he clearly sensed that this transparent path concealed an extremely terrifying resistance, a barrier preventing his divine consciousness from escaping. Furthermore, there were numerous vague, turbulent spatial currents moving about. This place is too bizarre. Because of this terrifying barrier, my divine consciousness can't escape. If I killed someone here, no one would notice. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His body shot forward, his speed erupting with a thunderous roar, charging forward with astonishing speed. As Wang Lin's speed increased, the turbulent spatial currents were also stirred up, and huge cracks appeared. But nothing could stop Wang Lin. He charged straight through, and the numerous spatial cracks instantly shattered and then dissipated. How could Wang Lin not see the killing intent in Zhou Tianzi's eyes? Wang Lin's character was always like this. If others don't attack him, he won't harm them. Those who want to kill, we must kill them. Wang Lin and Zhou Tianzi entered the 7 million heavenly realms path at almost the same time, practically only a step apart. At this moment, Zhou Tianzi was also on the path. His speed was very fast, but he still had to carefully avoid the chaotic spatial cracks, so he had to slow down from time to time. Behind Zhou Tianzi was a cloak shimmering with lightning, covering his entire body, making him look like a thundercloud. He flashed forward, his gaze sweeping into the distance with cold lightning, his expression as gloomy as water, and at the same time, arrogant. As a Nirvana realm cultivator, Zhou Tianzi naturally had the right to be arrogant. Especially after entering the 7 million heavenly realms, he became even more disdainful. The powerful cultivators of the Thunder Clan greatly favored this place. Whether secretly conducting transactions or settling personal grievances, they wouldn't be discovered by the clan elders here. The strong reigned supreme. The path wasn't too long, and it didn't take long before Zhou Tianzi approached the entrance. A look of arrogance flared on his face as he thought to himself, when I trade with Hao Kunzi, I need to be cautious. His cultivation is slightly higher than mine. If he has any intention of seizing my possessions, I'm no match for him. But this time, I've made arrangements with some close friends. We'll come together then, and Hao Kunzi will have to be more wary. Zhou Tianzi became pensive, his pace quickening. His thoughts revolved around the transaction. As for Wang Lin, he considered him nothing more than a mere ant, not worth mentioning. He will wait in the square of 7 million heavens and earth for that bastard Wu Fai to appear, and then he will kill him immediately. But as Zhou Tianzi was about to reach the exit, the moment he thought about exchanging items, the hairs on his body instantly stood on end. A wave of the most terrifying danger he had ever experienced in his life suddenly surged forth from within him. As this perilous situation enveloped him, a voice as cold as ice came from behind Zhou Tianzi. Do you want to kill me? This voice, like a chill from the depths of hell itself, roared and struck his ears, causing Zhou Tianzi's expression to change drastically. He spun around sharply, seeing Wang Lin slowly approaching from behind. Zhou Tianzi's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes blazing with disbelief. This was the first time in his life he had witnessed someone walking so calmly through the myriad paths of the universe, through endless chaotic spatial currents. Especially the turbulent spatial currents that shattered everything, and the path behind him was also broken into tiny fragments. The scene before them was as if this person had shattered heaven and earth to arrive. Wang Lin's icy voice immediately made Zhou Tianzi realize that the other party had the will to shatter heaven and earth to kill him. You're hiding your cultivation. Zhou Tianzi's face instantly turned pale, but his eyes were suddenly filled with killing intent. As a nirvana cultivator, he had cultivated for a considerable time and had naturally experienced many life and death situations. Although he was extremely shaken, he reacted very quickly. His body flashed, and he slapped his forehead without hesitation. The symbol on his forehead flew out, rumbling sounds erupted from his body, and endless lightning bolts suddenly appeared. In the narrow path, Zhou Tianzi's entire body was filled with lightning power, as if transforming into a lightning dragon. At this moment, the thunder dragon roared and opened its mouth wide, lunging towards Wang Lin to devour him. I originally intended to kill you within 7 billion realms, but since you wish to die, I will grant your wish right here. The deep voice of Zhou Tianzi emanated from within the thunder dragon, transforming into a roar that echoed through the small path. The scene was like many people shouting together, vaguely erupting with terrifying sound waves. The sound waves and lightning merged, unleashing the most powerful force of a Nirvana realm cultivator. He immediately used his full power, revealing Zhou Tianzi's fear and suspicion of Wang Lin's pursuit and appearance behind him. You don't know your own limits. All the lightning in the heavens and earth, obey my command, explode. Wang Lin's expression remained extremely calm, a mocking glint in his eyes. He simply waved his right hand forward. The thunder dragon, roaring and charging forward with earth-shattering sounds, suddenly emitted mournful and extremely terrified cries. At that moment, the thunder dragon's body began to crumble from its head, then the disintegration spread throughout its entire form. In an instant, the entire thunder dragon shattered with a deafening roar. Everything happened in a flash. After the thunder dragon disintegrated, the image of Zhou Tianzi materialized within. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale, his eyes blazing with terror and disbelief. His eyes bulged out, revealing a look of utter horror. Shattered Nirvana. This is shattered Nirvana cultivation. No, it has surpassed shattered Nirvana. This is Zhou Tianzi's scalp instantly went numb. His soul and spirit were terrified, and he frantically retreated without hesitation. At this moment, Zhou Tianzi had only one thought in his mind. Escape, escape, escape immediately. Didn't you want to kill me? The extremely cold voice still echoed along the path leading to the 7 million realms. The distance to the exit at the end of the 7 million heavens and earths was no more than 10 miles. Even with the speed of a Nirvana cultivator, although they couldn't teleport, they could cover it in an instant. However, Zhou Tianzi didn't have that fleeting moment. Just as he was about to flee like an arrow, Wang Lin's sarcastic voice echoed in his mind. At this point, he had completely lost his ability to think. His pupils contracted violently, and Wang Lin had already appeared before him. Wang Lin's cold gaze, like a series of lightning bolts, struck Zhou Tianzi's eyes, thundering and crashing. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts were furiously entering Zhou Tianzi's body through his eyes. His primordial spirit was violently shattered, creating an unimaginable storm that relentlessly tore through his body. Zhou Tianzi spat out fresh blood, mixed with shattered internal organs. His eyes were glazed over, filled with terror, almost as if they were about to burst. All the dangers Zhou Tianzi had faced in his entire life combined couldn't compare to his current predicament. Especially on the path to the 7 million realms, he cried out to heaven and earth, but neither heard him, and he was certain to die. At this moment, an overwhelming feeling of regret surged within him. If he hadn't provoked the other party in the Thunderstar Palace, he wouldn't have ended up like this. But it was too late for regret. Wang Lin's divine power, which had merged with his eyes, had transferred into Zhou Tianzi's body. Wang Lin's gaze, like a flame-carrying earth-shattering thunder, caused all the lightning within Zhou Tianzi's body, cultivated for thousands of years, to erupt and then shatter simultaneously. As the rumbling sounds echoed, all the lightning power in Zhou Tianzi's body, no longer under his control, exploded. At that moment, Zhou Tianzi didn't even have time to utter a sound before his body exploded with a loud bang, turning into blood and flesh that scattered everywhere. Then each piece of flesh shattered again, continuously spreading further. Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, Chu Tianzi's primordial spirit, enveloped by the clan seal, burst out from his body. At this moment, his primordial spirit was severely wounded, almost transparent. After escaping from his shattered body, he fled into the distance like an arrow. But in front of Wang Lin, let alone Chu Tianzi, even someone with the cultivation of the shattered Nirvana realm wouldn't have the right to escape without Wang Lin's permission. Wang Lin swung his right hand in the air, and Chu Tianzi's primordial spirit let out a resounding scream before being sucked back, immediately falling into Wang Lin's hand. Because of the vast difference in cultivation, Chu Tianzi didn't have the right to self-destruct. The moment Wang Lin captured him, Chu Tianzi immediately begged for forgiveness. Elder, spare my life. I unintentionally offended you. Please forgive me." Chu Tianzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he spoke. Because they were so close, especially standing on the path of 7 million heavens and earths, Wang Lin's body became transparent. At this moment, Zhou Tianzi saw a sealed soul within Wang Lin's body. "You are not." Before Zhou Tianzi could finish speaking, Wang Lin gently clenched his hand with an icy expression, instantly annihilating Zhou Tianzi's body and soul. A surge of lightning power erupted from his primordial spirit and was immediately absorbed by Wang Lin. Even his clan seal was taken away. From the moment Wang Lin attacked until he crushed Zhou Tianzi's primordial spirit, only an extremely short time had passed. Wang Lin killed Zhou Tianzi as easily as crushing an ant. His body flashed, shattering everything in his path with a resounding explosion, and he sped straight towards the entrance, arriving there in an instant. He advanced directly into the heartland of the Thunder Clan, the 7 million realms of heaven and earth. Since the Thunder Clan's 7 million realms of heaven and earth were established, apart from the mysterious cultivators who assisted the third ancestor of the Thunder Clan in the past, no other outsider cultivator had been able to enter this place. Wang Lin was the first to arrive after those mysterious cultivators. This was a vast and extremely bright starry sky covered in nebulae, concealing 7 million cultivation stars. These cultivation stars were not clustered together but scattered, often with great distances between them. This starry sky was so vast it seemed almost limitless, yet in Wang Lin's eyes, it appeared artificial. Its dazzling images seemed artificially embellished, as if its immense size had been exploited. Everything, even the distance between each cultivation star, appeared the same. At the center of the boundless starry sky stood a colossal continent, upon which a series of towering buildings abounded. Within each towering structure stood a colossal statue, depicting a man and a woman, their bodies enveloped in lightning. From afar, they resembled to giants gazing towards the distant horizon. This was the central square of the 7 million realms, the very place where all those who had accepted the Lightning Clan's mission were to appear. Outside the towering buildings, numerous cultivators were present, and even on this vast continent itself, tens of thousands resided. Most of these cultivators were at the nascent soul stage, with many at the peak stage, and even a few at the yin-yang void and reality stage. Everyone was hurrying about, coming and going. Outside each grand hall was a massive teleportation array, and Wang Lin's figure appeared within one of these arrays. After he appeared, he immediately looked around, his face still filled with terror despite his mental preparation. Wang Lin's expression didn't attract the attention of the teleportation array guardian. Any cultivator from the Lightning Clan visiting for the first time would react the same way. Alright, don't just stand there staring inside the teleportation array. You can look around as much as you want after you leave. You must be a first-timer here. Give me the jade slip. I want to examine it. An impatient voice interrupted Wang Lin's contemplation. It was a yin void cultivator sitting outside the array. Wang Lin took out the jade slip from Yufei's clan and threw it forward. The cultivator received the jade slip, examined it, and then returned it to Wang Lin. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and a dark light immediately shot towards Wang Lin. Take this and go to the side to examine it. Within the stream of light were 3 types of items. The first was a jade slip, the second a spiritual talisman, and the last was a bolt of lightning. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He grabbed the dark light and went out of the teleportation array. Many cultivators came and went, creating a noisy atmosphere, so Wang Lin didn't attract much attention. He took the dark light to a less crowded area and examined the jade slip. This jade slip described the routes and places to be aware of within the 7 million worlds. The most important of the other two items for entering the 7 million worlds was the Spirit Talisman, as only it allowed entry. The lightning bolt, however, greatly impressed Wang Lin. While visible to the eye, it was intangible to the touch. The flashes of lightning within seemed arranged in a formation. When his divine consciousness swept over this small lightning bolt, he immediately felt its power was no less than that of a 10,000-mile-long lightning pool. What struck Wang Lin as even stranger was the inexplicable thought within the lightning bolt. This thought concealed a vibrant life force and a persistent attachment to life. Holding the lightning bolt in his hand, it felt less like a lightning bolt and more like a living being. This discovery made Wang Lin take a deep breath. Is this a stream of spiritual thought lightning? He thought. The Jade Slip had mentioned that anyone entering the 7 million realms for the first time would be given a stream of spiritual thought lightning by the Lightning Clan, to be used for collecting the lightning thought lightning within. This is just one stream of spiritual thought lightning, not a complete one. To obtain the thought lightning, one needs 1,000 streams. This is also a clan rule of the Lightning Clan, used to protect and prevent conflicts among clan members. Moreover, any member of the Lightning Clan only has one chance in their lifetime to obtain a spiritual thought lightning. If they were to miss the opportunity, they could never get one from the Lightning Clan unless they stole it or secretly exchanged it with others. But even so, in the central square of the 7 million heavens and earth, there are still a few cultivators who frequently appear to seize a stream of spiritual thought lightning from newcomers. At this moment, 3 cultivators were staring intently at a stream of spiritual thought lightning in Wang Lin's hand. This fellow Taoist? I am Zhang Jingyan. You must be a newcomer to the 7 million heavens and earth, right? As Wang Lin observed the thought lightning, a middle-aged cultivator approached from afar. A smile appeared on his face. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the questioning peak. Wang Lin raised his head, lightly flipped his right hand, and the thought lightning instantly disappeared. He glanced at the middle-aged cultivator and nodded slightly. We're all of the same clan. This is my second time coming to the 7 million heavens and earths, so I'm more familiar with things. Why don't we all become friends? My introduction would be more convenient for you, and it's also easier with more people. What do you think? The middle-aged cultivator's expression was sincere, and his voice was gentle. However, in Wang Lin's eyes, this man's demeanor revealed many flaws. After all, this middle-aged man couldn't compare to a 2,000-year-old monster like Wang Lin. Of course, in terms of mental fortitude, he couldn't possibly be his equal. A smile appeared on Wang Lin's lips. He looked at the middle-aged man with a meaningful gaze, then clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, fellow cultivator." The middle-aged cultivator, under Wang Lin's gaze, immediately became wary. He vaguely felt that someone had seen through his innermost secrets. But after the man reassessed Wang Lin once more, he found no clues, so he immediately smiled and said, "It's all right. People of the same clan should help each other. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist?" "Wu Fei." Wang Lin replied with a smile. "Wu Fei, that name sounds somewhat familiar." The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then a strange light flashed in his eyes. He clasped his hands and smiled, saying, "So it's fellow Taoist Wu Fei, who just advanced in the lightning ranking today. My apologies for the disrespect." After exchanging a few pleasantries and getting to know Wang Lin, the middle-aged man said, "Fellow Taoist Wu, this isn't the right place to talk. Besides, the formation before the 7 million heavens and earth is about to open. How about we go there together now?" After Wang Lin agreed, the middle-aged cultivator immediately led Wang Lin through the crowd towards the distance. Several cultivators saw this scene and secretly shook their heads. Someone else is in for bad luck. Anyone who gets taken along by that Zhang Jingyan will likely not only lose their lightning power, but also their life. This Zhang Jingyan was clearly very familiar with and feared by the cultivators here. After a while, he led Wang Lin to the outside of the giant formation, where several hundred cultivators were already waiting. All the cultivators were divided into groups, and one group of more than 10 people seemed to be visiting for the first time. In this group of 10, some had lower cultivation levels, 4 had relatively high cultivation levels, and 1 had even reached the Yin Void realm. "Gentlemen, I've brought back another person. This is Taoist Wu Fei. I'm sure you've all heard of him," Zhang Jingyan said, stepping forward and laughing heartily. Zhang Jingyan chuckled heartily, guiding Wang Lin forward and then introducing him to everyone. The cultivators who had just entered the 7 million heavenly realms all bowed to Wang Lin and exchanged a few pleasantries. As if they had already heard of his great name, Wang Lin could clearly see through their true intentions, like a bunch of children. The four cultivators, like Zhang Jingyan, glanced at Wang Lin with eyes like they were spotting a fat sheep. They responded to Wang Lin with a few words, their demeanor a mix of a saintly figure and a dagger in their mouth. The cultivators standing outside the formation wore extremely cold expressions. They clearly saw what was happening inside, but none of them cared. Such things were commonplace in the 7 million heavenly realms. Zhang Jingyan and his group stood vaguely around the outside, seemingly wary of any unexpected events. Wang Lin glanced at them, then slightly closed his eyes, not bothering to look at their expressions as they whispered to each other. Brother Zhang's actions are truly impressive. I didn't expect you could lure that newly admitted Wu Fei from the lightning ranking here. I admire you, but we must be careful. Anyone who can enter the lightning ranking must have something extraordinary about them. We just need to avoid making any mistakes. Brother Chu shouldn't be overly cautious. This person's cultivation is only at the early stage of the peak inquiry realm. Even without the four of us attacking together, one person alone would be enough to kill him. Moreover, Senior Zhao is here. Wu Fei certainly won't be able to put up any resistance. That's right, Senior Zhao's cultivation is already at the Yin Void level. Just one more step and he'll reach the Yang realm, practically a person above 10,000. With a senior like him here, of course we must treat him with utmost respect. This time, after absorbing the lightning thoughts of the newcomers, we can combine them to get a stream of spiritual lightning thoughts, which we can use to go to the Lightning Star Palace to exchange for 4 immortal-grade flying swords. Not long after, the formation with several hundred cultivators inside gradually flickered with light, vaguely showing signs of opening. The cultivators all around immediately became more spirited, and some even looked excited, clearly enjoying the feeling of transforming into the heavenly Tao. Even the Yin Void cultivator who followed Zhang Jingyan licked his lips. A moment later, the formation emitted resounding explosions, and Wang Lin opened his eyes. Gentlemen, the formation has opened. Please take out your spirit talismans. The 5 of us will do our best to protect you so that you won't be scattered after you're teleported in. At that time, entering the 7 million heavens and earths together and becoming the heavenly Tao, wouldn't that be incredibly joyful? Zhang Jingyan's face showed excitement as he smiled and said, just try the feeling of transforming into the heavenly Tao once. I guarantee you'll love it. Alright, let's not talk anymore, let's go. Seeing that Wang Lin and the others had taken out their spirit talismans, Zhang Jingyan immediately spoke. Surrounded by Zhang Jingyan and the others, they all flew straight into the formation. The moment they entered the formation, which was erupting with dazzling light, earth-shattering explosions resounded, forming a storm that seemed capable of tearing through the starry sky. This storm enveloped everyone, and they all instantly vanished into the heavens and earth formation. The heavens and earth roared with thunder, unleashing torrential rain and fierce winds upon 7 billion realms, creating endless storms that swept across the land. Thunder rumbled, and large raindrops, like peas, fell from the clouds. Beneath the surface of the earth lay a mortal city. It was nighttime, the rain pouring down, and few people were on the road. But on a distant mountain peak stood a man. His hair was snow white, his eyes like lightning, and he stood amidst the rain and wind like a blazing sun. He was tall, his body radiating the aura of a peak nascent soul cultivator. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and his green robes rustled. Vi Lubai, at 7 years old, cultivated immortality, comprehended the transformations of heaven and earth, observed the movements of the wind and clouds, reached the nascent soul stage at 372, and now, after more than 500 years of cultivation, has finally reached the peak of nascent soul. Today, I wish to break through the heavens and earth, welcome the heavenly tribulation, enter the immortal realm, and become an immortal. Vi Lubi's voice was extremely calm, as if he were talking to himself, but he tilted his head back as if shouting to the heavens. If this tribulation fails, then reincarnate and cultivate again. If you succeed, I will wait for you in the immortal realm. His eyes flashed with a bright light, and he flicked his sleeve, causing thunder to rumble through the heavens and earth. At that moment, lightning illuminated the entire area below, but thousands of cultivators kneeling at the foot of the mountain were filled with excitement. all gazing fervently at the old man standing on the mountaintop. They were all his descendants. Become an immortal. Become an immortal. Today I want to become an immortal. If the heavenly tribulation tries to stop me, I will overcome it. If immortals try to stop me, I will kill them. The old man roared softly and soared straight into the sky. At this moment, the heavens and earth suddenly erupted with a resounding roar. The wind and clouds reversed, and a series of tribulation clouds suddenly appeared, howling and covering the sky. After continuously condensing, they transformed into terrifying masses of heavenly tribulation clouds. Within the tribulation clouds, the illusory figures of 10 people could be vaguely seen. These figures were all shimmering with starlight, and a surge of immortal energy erupted from them, just like immortals. Especially, the space behind the illusory figures seemed to be torn apart, revealing a vast continent filled with buildings, enveloped in immortal energy. With many immortal cranes flying and dancing, and even an immortal palace standing majestically. The immortal realm. This is the immortal realm. This time, the ancestors' tribulation has more than 10 immortals appearing. This is an auspicious sign, an auspicious sign. Thousands of cultivators below the mountain widened their eyes, all staring up at the sky with extreme excitement. This was a scene they had never witnessed before in their lives, and their yearning to become immortals surged wildly. The moment the tribulation clouds appeared, a colossal wave of pressure descended with a thunderous roar, causing the ground to tremble. Thousands of cultivators at the foot of the mountain were instantly pushed away, driven out of a 10-mile radius. Wang Lin was one of the 10 illusory figures, and he looked down in astonishment. This feeling was very strange. Others might have been extremely excited. After all, the feeling of transforming into the heavenly day and unleashing a heavenly tribulation was enough to immerse all cultivators, making it impossible to break free or escape. But Wang Lin had personally experienced heavenly tribulations, not just once but many times. This was something almost all cultivators could not understand or comprehend. The heavenly tribulation Wang Lin experienced was almost the same as that of the old man awaiting below, but on a wider scale and with greater power. A terrifying feeling flooded Wang Lin's heart, preventing him from immersing himself in the excitement and leaving him without a trace of exhilaration. According to the rules, once the formation opens, those who enter will meet the person undergoing the tribulation. At this time, please don't snatch my share. Let me have it. Zhang Jingyan's eyes lit up with excitement as he hastily bowed to the others. All right, let's give it to you. The others laughed heartily and nodded. The excitement in Zhang Jingyan's eyes intensified. His body flashed with starlight as he stepped out of the clouds. When he appeared, he was below the tribulation clouds. At this moment, Zhang Jingyan's entire being was filled with immortal energy. Anyone who saw him would feel a surge of reverence. He raised his right hand and pointed at the old man below, his voice like thunder. Cultivator from the lower realm, undergoing the tribulation to ascend to immortality. The moment Zhang Jingyan's words rang out, the tribulation clouds above his head immediately rumbled with thunder. At that moment, a bolt of lightning as thick as a water barrel shot out from within and hurtled downwards. The old man, Wei Lubai, stared blankly at the 10 illusory figures in the sky, his scalp tingling. He hadn't expected his tribulation to attract so many immortals. But at the same time, a feeling of pride surged through Wei Lubai's entire body. He let out a low growl, his cultivation instantly erupting as he charged straight towards the heavenly lightning. Earth-shattering explosions shook the heavens and earth. Even the raindrops falling from the sky were blown back and shattered. As the lightning passed, the old man Wei Lubai's face turned pale, several of his magical artifacts instantly disintegrating. But Wei Lubai didn't despair. His eyes blazed with unwavering determination. He roared, his hands forming a series of hand seals, and after arranging many protective items, prepared to face the second bolt of lightning. Wang Lin watched everything in astonishment, his mind shaken, unable to suppress his emotions for a long time. At this moment, a newcomer standing beside Wang Lin immediately asked, "Fellow Taoists, why didn't the tribulation strike this person dead? Why did it make the lightning bolts intensify?" The moment this question was asked, a strange light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He had overcome many heavenly tribulations, and they were all like this. Usually, the first tribulation wasn't strong, but the subsequent ones became increasingly terrifying. Before entering the 7 million heavenly realms, this question hadn't crossed Wang Lin's mind. It was as if everything was supposed to be this way, and he had no reason to doubt it. But in the current situation, this question was like a bolt of lightning striking Wang Lin's head. The heavenly Tao cherishes life. Amidst countless dangers, there is also a glimmer of hope. The descent of heavenly tribulations only serves to temper cultivators. They must become stronger and stronger so that when their minds are destroyed, they can fully perceive the power of the heavenly Tao. Of course, this is just what people in the clan say. But in reality, controlling the heavenly tribulations to become stronger is only to force cultivators to struggle and possess an indomitable will, thus generating a surge of spiritual thunder power within their bodies. The cultivator surnamed Chu, who had previously communicated with Zhang Jingyan using divine sense, now slowly opened his mouth. These words, however, sounded different to Wang Lin. He closed his eyes, a terrifying wave surging through his mind, vaguely understanding something below. Loud explosions resounded, and the second, third, fourth, and fifth bolts of lightning, controlled by Zhang Jingyan, instantly flashed out from the tribulation clouds. At this moment, Zhang Jingyan's face contorted, revealing extreme excitement. He felt this sensation was 1,000 times more comfortable than dual cultivation. I am the heavenly Tao, strike down the lightning. The thunder roared, and the old man undergoing the tribulation below immediately spat out fresh blood, his entire body becoming indistinct, his eyes filled with despair. At this very moment, the sixth bolt of lightning roared down. This sixth bolt of lightning was about 1 meter wide, and its appearance instantly shook the heavens and earth. Moreover, even the ground trembled violently, vaguely appearing as if it were about to shatter. A deafening roar echoed, and the old man below let out his final cry, I want to become an immortal. This sound was incredibly earth-shattering, reaching Wang Lin's ears and forcing him to open his eyes wide. Explosions filled the space, and as the sixth bolt of lightning struck, the old man's body shattered, his form and spirit utterly destroyed. The lingering echoes of the thunder still reverberated, and in the eyes of the thousands of cultivators who had been thrown far away, a look of sorrow immediately appeared. They all stared up at the sky in astonishment, speechless for a moment. The tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, but Zhang Jingyan was still unsatisfied. His body flashed, and he stepped into the tribulation clouds. What a pity! It's been so long since I became the heavenly Tao, and I can't stop myself from wiping out all these insignificant ants. It's a shame this person wasted his cultivation to the peak of the God transformation realm, but is still a useless waste, unable to generate the spiritual God thunder. Zhang Jingyan shook his head repeatedly, his face full of dejection. It's all right. There are many more opportunities in the 7 million realms, and besides, this kind of spiritual God thunder isn't easily generated. It depends on luck. Now I have to deal with these newcomers. The monk surnamed Shu's expression instantly turned cold. He raised his right hand, and the tribulation clouds immediately swirled, obscuring all vision below. Then he coldly glared at Wang Lin and his group. Not only him, but besides the Yin Void cultivator who remained oblivious to the outside world, Zhang Jingyan and his 4 companions immediately surrounded the group of more than 10 cultivators. The expressions of the newcomers to the 7 million heavenly realms changed drastically. One of them immediately cursed angrily. We have no enmity or grudges. What do you mean by this? We're all from the same clan. What do you want? Attack! The monk surnamed Shu sneered, his body flashing forward. His hands were instantly enveloped in lightning, transforming into 2 terrifying bolts of thunder. He didn't attack Wang Lin, but instead directly targeted the other 2. The other 3 also attacked simultaneously. They were all cultivators beyond the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, their attacks extremely vicious, and having coordinated with each other many times, they launched a very comprehensive assault. Screams of agony rang out. The cultivator surnamed Chu was extremely ruthless, targeting 2 cultivators who had just reached the nascent soul realm. These 2 had no power to resist and died instantly and tragically. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the air. The one who attacked Wang Lin was Zhang Jingyan, who had been very gentle before. He seemed to have not yet recovered from his transformation into the heavenly Tao. At this moment, his eyes showed contempt, yet also contained arrogance. He formed hand seals and conjured lightning like a heavenly tribulation. You lowly ants from the lower realm, unleash your lightning incantations and die. Zhang Jingyan's expression was extremely ferocious, yet filled with a sense of exhilaration as he charged straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. He raised his right hand and then subtly clenched it. Zhang Jingyan's ferocious expression instantly shattered, his face turning pale, his eyes filled with disbelief. He stood suspended in midair as if held captive by an invisible hand. Zhang Jingyan's voice trembled, his gaze at Wang Lin blazing with terror. A force that sent his soul flying instantly surged into his body, causing him to tremble, and mournful cries immediately echoed in the ears of the surrounding cultivators. You people dare to compare yourselves to the heavenly Tao, arbitrarily unleashing heavenly tribulations then today. I am your heavenly Tao. Wang Lin's cold voice concealed an indescribable feeling as he clenched his fist. With a resounding crash, Zhang Jingyan's body instantly shattered into a bloody pulp, just like the old man he had just annihilated, his flesh and blood scattering everywhere. His body and spirit utterly destroyed. This sudden turn of events immediately shocked the minds of all the cultivators around, especially the three who were Zhang Jingyan's companions. They had now obtained all the markings of the newcomers, except for Wang Lin. Zhang Jingyan's agonizing screams and Wang Lin's cold voice echoed in their ears, causing the eyes of the remaining three to blaze with terrifying horror. Zhang Jingyan had considered himself a fat sheep, but he had paid a heavy price, death. Now, the person he had brought was no longer a fat sheep, but a ferocious Wolf from the inner realm. The Yin Void cultivator's eyes widened in disbelief, his body trembling. The moment Wang Lin killed the man, the other cultivator immediately felt an overwhelming, almost suffocating, power erupting from him. Under this powerful aura, the Yin Void cultivator was powerless to resist. His scalp tingled, his mind surged with turmoil, and he instinctively recoiled, then frantically tried to flee without hesitation. But just as he was about to escape, Wang Lin's cold gaze swept over him. The man trembled, his mind reeling. Who gave you the right to escape? Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, but his words nearly shattered the Yin Void cultivator's soul. He spat out blood, now not daring to run away. At this moment, the bodies of the remaining three peak-level cultivators, including the one surnamed Xu, trembled and frantically fled backward. They all desperately wanted to leave this place, to escape this terrifying place. But Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a crimson light, and a crimson lightning bolt instantly shot out from them. Extreme Realm. Most of the Extreme Realm was within Wang Lin's original body. The primordial spirit in this possessed body was very small, but at this moment, Wang Lin could still unleash it because this Extreme Realm was the heavenly tribulation. I have clearly seen your heavenly tribulation, and I will certainly use it to annihilate all living beings. A red lightning bolt roared and shot straight towards a cultivator. At the same time, the cultivator's eyes were instantly replaced by a crimson light. He was terrified and continuously let out extremely mournful cries. But at this moment, the Extreme Realm flashed and entered his body. His form and spirit were instantly annihilated, everything shattered with a loud bang. Just like the old man who had died in the heavenly tribulation earlier. Comparing yourself to the heavenly Tao, you truly don't know your own limits. If you are the heavenly Tao, then I am the one who will destroy the heavenly tribulation. As soon as Wang Lin finished speaking, the crimson lightning bolt pierced through the blood and flesh of the first cultivator and was now heading straight towards the second cultivator. A look of utter terror flashed in the eyes of this cultivator. He frantically patted the symbol, almost taking out all his magical artifacts. His eyes showed madness as he chose to self-destruct. But even Chu Tianzi didn't have the right to self-destruct in front of Wang Lin, so there was no need to mention these peak-level cultivators. The magical artifacts the cultivator had just taken out were instantly pierced and shattered by the extreme lightning. Just as he was about to self-destruct, the lightning struck. At this moment, it was like cold water extinguishing a fire. His body trembled, blood flowed from his orifices, his body shattered, and his spirit was utterly annihilated. All of this happened in an extremely short time. Killing those people didn't cost Wang Lin any strength at all. Just peak-level cultivators daring to compare themselves to the heavenly Tao. The Lightning Clan's arrogance is the cause of their own destruction. Wang Lin spoke as he turned, looking at the Yin Void cultivator who remained standing, not daring to flee. He didn't even bother to look at the last cultivator, the one surnamed Xu, who had been struck by the crimson lightning and instantly died. Next, it's your turn. As Wang Lin's voice rang out, the crimson lightning that had killed 3 people immediately circled back, and a moment later, it shot into the body of the Yin Void cultivator. The cultivator's body trembled violently, his pupils dilated, his primordial spirit perished, and his corpse didn't shatter but fell from the sky, landing directly on the ground below. As the cultivator's body fell, Wang Lin took the clan seal. Thousands of cultivators standing below witnessed a scene they would never forget. A corpse. A celestial being's corpse emitting immortal energy, falling from the heavens. A celestial being who had previously stood within the tribulation clouds had transformed into a corpse and fallen from the sky with a thunderous crash. Upon hitting the ground, it was as if a net had been thrown, stripping the corpse of its celestial aura, making it look exactly like them, not a celestial being, but a cultivator. Blood and flesh were indistinctly scattered across the corpse's forehead, and its dull eyes, still wide open, revealed an expression of extreme fear before death. "This is the celestial being in your eyes," Wang Lin said coldly, emerging from the dissipating tribulation clouds. After uttering these words, Wang Lin took a step forward and vanished into thin air. However, his image remained etched in the hearts of the thousands of cultivators below. Even long after Wang Lin had departed, the people below were still reeling from the shock. Today, they had witnessed the heavenly tribulation, the death of their ancestor, and the fall of a celestial being's corpse. Moreover, they had witnessed a powerful being capable of killing an immortal and heard a remark that sounded sarcastic, but mostly self-mocking. Thousands of cultivators approached the corpse, all gazing at it with astonishment. Is this an immortal? But why do I feel like this person is just a cultivator like us, but much stronger than us? After a long while, thousands of cultivators recovered from their shock. A gentle voice suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth, reaching the ears of thousands of cultivators. "May I take this corpse away?" As the voice rang out, a young man appeared. He was bald, his head smooth, his face extremely kind. He stepped through the void and slowly approached the corpse. "You are the scattered spirit immortal." Among the surrounding cultivators, an old man at the late nascent soul stage hesitantly asked with suspicion. "That's right, anyone in these 7 million realms who resembles me is me." The bald-headed young man smiled gently, paying no attention to these people. He swung his claw into the void and snatched the corpse into his hand. His gaze then shifted towards the void, returning to Wang Lin, who had departed, a strange expression appearing on his face. "He's not like those who claim to be the heavenly Tao. He, perhaps, isn't a slave of lightning." The young man fell into deep thought, his figure disappearing into the heavens. His cultivation had surpassed the peak of the transformation god realm, beyond the questioning peak realm, vaguely reaching the pure nirvana realm. This kind of thing is impossible in the 7 million realms. It absolutely cannot happen. If the Lightning Clan were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. At that time, all the Lightning Clan cultivators, even the 5th heavenly human ancestor who had been in seclusion for years, would be alarmed and would all come here to investigate. At this very moment, outside the 7 million realms, within the Lightning Clan's territory, on the cultivation planet Wang Lin had abandoned, Silly Guo was extremely pleased, leading several thousand people, continuing his frenzied plundering. His nearly 100-jang throne had been replaced with a 500-jang throne filled with beautiful female cultivators. One female cultivator, whose appearance could be described as stunning, sat coldly in one place, staring intensely at Silly Guo with hatred in her eyes. "You, a mere spirit, dare to imprison me. You have brought disaster upon yourself. Not only you, but even your master will be wiped out. No matter who you are, no matter what your master's status in the clan, or what cultivation level they possess, you are all certain to die." In the 7 million realms of the universe, this place, neither boundless nor without end, seemed to have no end. Any cultivator from the Lightning Clan who entered this place didn't need to search for those undergoing tribulation. If someone appeared, the Lightning Clan cultivators carrying spirit talismans would immediately detect them. Therefore, those cultivators closest to that area would instantly teleport and transform into heavenly Tao. Wang Lin sped like an arrow through the 7 million realms of the universe, his heart filled with complex emotions as he surveyed the countless realms. His expression was extremely somber, and the places he passed through were almost indistinguishable from the real world. After a long while he sighed, and with a wave of his right hand, more than 10 clan seals of the Lightning Clan instantly appeared in his hand. After crushing each clan seal, numerous items for exchanging for thunder crystals poured out. all of which Wang Lin collected. Then his gaze shifted to the flashes of lightning. These were all complete spiritual thunder orbs, the plunder that Zhang Jingyan and his group had gathered from the newcomers to the 7 million realms over many years. There were nearly 1,000 spiritual thunder orbs, and after merging them, they could form a single complete stream of spiritual thunder orbs. When Wang Lin raised his right hand, the 1,000 streams of spiritual thunder orbs immediately merged, and a dazzling light flashed in the starry sky. After a moment of continuous merging, only one stream of spiritual thunder orbs remained. From afar, the spiritual thunder orb was no longer a single lightning bolt, but resembled a swirling cloud of smoke forming a sphere, within which many faces vaguely appeared. These faces continuously flickered and changed. Although this spherical cloud had nothing to do with lightning, a strange surge of lightning energy erupted from within this rotating sphere. This energy was completely different from the lightning Wang Lin cultivated, but the moment it appeared, the lightning in Wang Lin's right eye flashed intensely. The spherical cloud trembled and then, uncontrollably, shot straight towards Wang Lin's right eye. The sphere pierced through Wang Lin's right eye in a bizarre manner, merging into his primordial spirit, and then into the lightning within his primordial spirit. A frenzied thunderous roar echoed within Wang Lin's body. His long hair fluttered without wind, and endless streams of lightning erupted from his body like rays of the sun. At this moment, surging lightning bolts spread throughout the surrounding starry sky. The moment the spiritual thunder orb and the lightning within Wang Lin's primordial spirit merged, his primordial spirit immediately erupted with thunderous roars. At this moment, a series of images, seemingly from ancient memories, surged wildly from the roots of his primordial spirit. Each image of these memories, like a storm, swept through his primordial spirit, causing Wang Lin's entire body to rumble with explosions. The entire world before him seemed to be shattered by the lightning, breaking into countless layers. The lightning continuously shattered the heavens and earth, then burst forth with a colossal image that Wang Lin could see with extreme clarity. This image was the inheritance of the lightning origin from the primordial era, the first time lightning memories were born. These memories contained the lightning origin, rarely revealed throughout the ages. Today, when Wang Lin absorbed the complete stream of spiritual thunder, a void opened and the lightning memories burst forth. Within this thunderous memory, an endless stream of lightning erupted from the void, radiating boundless brilliance, vaguely concealing an indescribably powerful primordial aura. Inside this stream of lightning, 9 distinct types of lightning bolts intertwined, merging to form an extremely bizarre pattern. The primordial lightning within continuously rotated, fueling the heavens and earth with an incredibly perfect sensation. This was the true primordial lightning. 9 lightning bolts are limited, thus the primordial essence is born. 9 advances to 10, 10 streams reach perfection. The primordial essence is perfected to sound like ancient thunder shattered the years and echoed in Wang Lin's primordial spirit. This sound was extremely mournful, like the sound of heaven and earth. The moment this sound appeared, Wang Lin's primordial spirit exploded with a deafening roar. All the images before him suddenly shattered, and his body completely restored itself. At this moment, Wang Lin was still standing in the vast expanse of the 7 million heavens and earths, surrounded by pitch-black darkness, with only a series of twinkling stars. But Wang Lin's clothes were drenched in sweat, and a look of terror blazed in his eyes. Originally, there was only one lightning bolt in Wang Lin's right eye, but now a second, much smaller lightning bolt appeared beside the lightning symbol. This tiny lightning bolt circled around the lightning symbol in Wang Lin's right eye, each rotation causing Wang Lin's lightning essence to slowly grow. A profound sense of enlightenment regarding the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth suddenly enveloped Wang Lin. After a while, Wang Lin recovered from his terror, his eyes flashing as he gradually understood everything. The Lightning Clan once said that lightning is divided into 6 paths. But in reality, even the Lightning Clan didn't know that lightning doesn't just have 6 paths, but 9. These 9 streams of lightning all follow and accompany the lightning origin, so, to be completely perfect, there must be 10 paths. At this moment, my lightning origin has already appeared, an existence similar to the immortal lightning of the Lightning Clan. Immortal lightning is also born from lightning origin. If I can absorb it, the lightning origin will become stronger and I can successively find the other 9 types of lightning. After absorbing them all, the lightning origin will be perfected. I can even break through the barrier of the 2nd stage to become a 3rd stage expert with lightning origin. At this moment, I have absorbed the 9th type of lightning in the spiritual thought lightning, only needing 8 more. Never before has Wang Lin felt a clearer understanding of his future cultivation than now. A little memory of the lightning origin has opened a gateway to heaven for Wang Lin. It could be said that everything was extremely related to the lightning clan. If Wang Lin hadn't entered the lightning clan, and moreover, hadn't entered the 7 million realms, he would never have known how to make his lightning origin truly complete until his death. The lightning clan didn't directly wish to grant Wang Lin a heaven and earth creation. The lightning in Wang Lin's right eye flashed fiercely again. With a slight movement of his mind, the lightning in his right eye immediately burst forth and soared before him. A series of life force erupted from the lightning origin symbol, and a tiny lightning thought revolved around it. This scene was very similar to what Wang Lin had seen earlier, the main difference being the absence of 8 lightning bolts surrounding the lightning origin. The only regrettable thing was that there was only one stream of lightning thought, making it extremely weak. Although it was called a stream, it was actually only a tiny amount. Wang Lin's right eye flashed, and the lightning origin pattern, which was supposed to be far from complete, instantly transformed into lightning and was absorbed into his right eye. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he muttered, "I don't want to kill cultivators undergoing tribulation to condense lightning thoughts. But killing members of the lightning tribe to seize the lightning thoughts from them is entirely possible." Wang Lin let out a cold laugh, his body flashed, and he disappeared into the starry sky. His divine consciousness burst forth, transforming into a resounding wave. A nightmare began to erupt in 7 billion heavens and earths. In the starry sky, several lightning tribe cultivators transformed into rainbows and shot away like arrows. The lowest cultivation level among them was at the peak inquiry stage, and the highest was Yangshai. They flew while paying attention to their talismans, ready to strike at the slightest fluctuation. This spiritual thunder is very difficult to collect. We previously killed for cultivators undergoing tribulation, but none of them produced spiritual thunder. Don't be impatient. This matter requires a stroke of luck. If the spiritual thunder still refuses to appear, we'll seize it from others to supplement it. The cultivator Yangshi's face was extremely arrogant as he spoke slowly. The cultivators around him immediately began to flatter him. Just then, a look of suspicion suddenly flashed in the eyes of a peak-level cultivator. He pointed forward and said, "Gentlemen, look what that is. I've never seen anything like it in the 7 million realms." Before he could finish speaking, a sudden, deafening roar of thunder came closer and closer. The thunder immediately attracted the attention of all the cultivators, especially Yang Shai, whose eyes widened in astonishment. Before the cultivators was a raging storm of thunder and lightning, spanning 10,000 feet, surging like a tidal wave, roaring and hurtling towards them. Before they even got close, flashes of lightning erupted, accompanied by the faint sound of thunder and lightning, shaking the heavens and the earth. "What is this? Run!" The cultivators' faces instantly turned pale, their scalps tingling. At that moment, they all wanted to retreat and flee like arrows. However, some quick-witted cultivators chose to teleport, including the cultivator Yang Shai, but their speed was still too slow. At that instant, the enormous lightning wave ahead accelerated and swept over them. The wave directly engulfed the entire group of cultivators. Even Yang Shai was sucked into the wave while teleporting, his face showing utter terror. The thunder roared. These cultivators were instantly annihilated. A storm of wind enveloped the starry sky, revealing a gigantic face. It was Wang Lin. Wang Lin's face was hidden within the storm, and he continued to roar forward. Along the way, whenever he encountered a Thunder Clan cultivator, none could escape. They all perished instantly. An old Thunder Clan Nirvana cultivator was traveling alone through the starry sky, his speed like an arrow, but at that moment, his body trembled. He spun around violently, his pupils contracting, revealing an expression of disbelief. Before he could escape, a storm swept over him from behind, engulfing him. Then, the storm of lightning continued to engulf him and advance. As Wang Lin slaughtered them relentlessly, whether Yin Void or Young Reality, all were powerless against this storm of lightning, devoured one by one. In just a few short days, the number of Thunder Clan cultivators killed by Wang Lin reached 1,000. Wang Lin took everything from the symbols on the foreheads of these monks, and moreover, he also obtained 4 complete streams of lightning energy from them. All the lightning thoughts were absorbed into Wang Lin's right eye, continuously growing stronger. On the 4th day, After Wang Lin transformed into a storm of lightning and devoured 3 Nirvana cultivators, he was about to move forward when his mind suddenly stirred. The spiritual talisman in his hand sensed that someone in the nearby 7 million realms was about to undergo tribulation. But the talisman stopped trembling immediately, clearly indicating that someone had already rushed towards the realm where the tribulation was taking place before Wang Lin. At this moment, the storm of lightning seemed to be sucked away and quickly contracted, forming a vortex in an instant. Wang Lin's figure appeared at the center of the vortex. His eyes flashed, and he took a step forward with the spiritual talisman in his right hand, then disappeared into the starry sky. Snowflakes, like goose feathers, fell from the sky. From high above, the entire world below was a blanket of white. Even the grass and trees were covered in a thick layer of snow, and many icebergs hung down, their colors shimmering in the sunlight. Watching the snow fall on the branches evoked a sense of dread, as if it could fall at any moment. Below, the world was experiencing the early morning in the cities and villages. Smoke from cooking fires rose and lingered in the air, as if trying to dispel the snowflakes. But in the end, it was all dispersed into thin wisps by the snowflakes and the cold wind. The sounds of bustling cities and villages echoed, marking the beginning of a new day. In the distant, cold winter, even the warm rays of sunlight were scarcer than elsewhere. The sun's rays, though intense, were insufficient to dispel the chill. In the eastern lands lay a plain, lush and green in summer, a place where mortals grazed their livestock, especially under the vast, deep blue sky. But now, there was not a single plant left, only a vast expanse of white, bathed in dazzling rays of sunlight. Anyone who gazed upon it for a long time would find tears welling up in their eyes. The plain stretched endlessly into the distance. In winter, no mortals ventured to this plain, a blanket of white snow, devoid of any human footprints. But today, deep within this plain, a figure sat cross-legged. This was a middle-aged man, handsome and upright, his face radiating integrity. He silently gazed up at the sky, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Cultivation is impossible to suppress. The middle-aged man sighed softly, his gaze lingering on the white snow before falling into silence. He was awaiting the arrival of the heavenly tribulation. Soon after, the heavens and earth roared, the falling snowflakes instantly shattered, and a vague whirlwind erupted from the sky. The whirlwind swept the snowflakes in all directions, and when it reached the place where the middle-aged man sat, the snowflakes on the ground were instantly scattered. The snow, like waves, was swept up by the whirlwind, revealing the bare ground beneath. Looking down from the sky, the barren ground below contrasted sharply with the surrounding white snow. At that very moment, tribulation clouds suddenly appeared in the sky, surging forward, instantly forming a celestial tribulation cloud. Within the tribulation cloud, a figure stood, enveloped in immortal energy radiating boundless majesty, a cultivator from the lower realm, undergoing tribulation to become an immortal. This voice, a thunderous roar erupting from the tribulation cloud, shook the heavens and earth. But when these words reached the ears of the middle-aged man below, his face showed no expression. He potted his clothes and stood up, looking up at the tribulation cloud in the sky, then at the immortal standing atop it, his gaze complex and filled with intense sarcasm. Becoming an immortal? A mocking glint appeared in the man's eyes. The moment this sarcasm flared in the middle-aged man's eyes, a sudden thunderclap resounded in the sky. The immortal within the tribulation cloud immediately pointed downwards. The tribulation clouds roared, and a bolt of lightning capable of tearing through the sky and splitting the earth shot out, descending upon the middle-aged man below. The moment the lightning struck, the middle-aged man, who had remained motionless, raised his right hand and struck forward. The lightning hit him with earth-shattering explosions. His face turned pale, but he still looked up at the sky. The man saw the immortal on the tribulation clouds raise his right hand again, but the explosions echoed once more. A second bolt of lightning appeared, accompanied by roars, and a moment later, it struck again with a thunderous roar. But at this moment, earth-shattering changes occurred. The sky, previously covered in tribulation clouds, with swirling black clouds seemingly without end, suddenly saw a surge of power, transforming into 2 gigantic hands that pierced through the tribulation clouds and tore them apart. The tribulation clouds roared with earth-shattering explosions, and then the black clouds were torn apart, revealing a colossal rift. A young man in white emerged from the crack. As soon as he appeared, the immortal's face on the tribulation cloud changed drastically, and an angry voice rang out. "Who are you? I came here first. I came here because of your tribulation. Destroy the tribulation and absorb the lightning." Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed directly at the tribulation cloud. Loud explosions resounded, and the old man standing on the cloud trembled. The lightning within his body was no longer under his control. In that instant, the lightning became frenzied. The old man's expression changed drastically, but he didn't flee. His body flashed, and he leapt out of the cloud, his hands forming a hand seal as he spat out a lightning bead, which shot straight towards Wang Lin. Too arrogant. The old man's speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, he was close, his entire body erupting with the aura of a late-stage great perfection nirvana, vaguely on the verge of breaking through to pure nirvana. The lightning-infused bead, a magical artifact formed from 5 streams of lightning energy, instantly unleashed earth-shattering power as he attacked Wang Lin. "I like this bead." Wang Lin's expression remained extremely calm. He took a step forward, his entire body disappearing. When he reappeared, Wang Lin was behind the old man. Without turning around, he casually pointed his right hand backward, striking the old man's nape. The old man's face instantly turned pale, a look of terror surging in his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body trembling, and a series of blood-red cracks appeared on his head. After a moment, all the cracks had spread throughout his body. With a loud bang, the old man's body shattered, his form and spirit utterly destroyed, and his clan mark was seized. Wang Lin's left hand grasped the bead formed from the 5 streams of lightning. Killing the old man didn't require much effort for him. When Wang Lin gently squeezed the bead, it exploded, and the 5 streams of lightning were quickly absorbed by his right eye. Lightning continuously swirled in Wang Lin's right eye, creating an extremely eerie sensation. This happened so quickly, almost in an instant, that the middle-aged man on the ground was wide-eyed and open-mouthed, both startled and terrified, and it took him a long time to recover. "Disperse all your cultivation and continue your tribulation." Wang Lin, having completely absorbed the 5 streams of lightning, stood in midair and slowly spoke. The middle-aged man took a deep breath, trying to suppress the unease in his heart. After looking at Wang Lin, he continuously unleashed his cultivation throughout his body, the power of peak god transformation enveloping the heavens and earth. After 10 breaths, before the tribulation clouds in the sky had even dissipated, lightning flashed again as if the sky had been torn open, and a person immediately shot out from it. "Haha, finally I've met the first person undergoing tribulation." This person emerged from the hole and immediately burst into maniacal laughter. But before the laughter could even finish, Wang Lin swung his right hand forward. Before this person could even stand for a moment, before they could fully comprehend the situation, their body exploded with a deafening roar. The middle-aged man undergoing tribulation below immediately felt his scalp tingle. Only then did he realize he had become bait for the white-robed young man to lure an immortal. He killed an immortal. Time passed slowly, and soon someone rushed out from the hole, their hands forming numerous layers of protective shields around their body. But with just a wave of his hand, the protective shields surrounding the cultivators shattered before they could even see their faces, their bodies disintegrating with a thunderous roar. Screams of agony rang out, and their souls and bodies perished. After a short time, about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, with the middle-aged man as prey, more than 10 members of the lightning tribe rushed forward. But all of them died instantly upon appearing. At this moment, the middle-aged man undergoing tribulation below was numb, but the fear in his heart intensified. He smiled bitterly, unwilling to look, and simply closed his eyes. The speed of killing the lightning tribe members using this method was many times faster than Wang Lin himself. After half an hour, the number of lightning tribe members killed by him had exceeded 100. Finally, a Nirvana realm expert. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, a smile appearing on his face. He looked towards the rift, lightning flashed, and an old man emerged. This old man wore a black robe, his body exuding an aura of majesty. Upon seeing the scene below, his expression suddenly changed drastically. He lowered his head, looking at Wang Lin and the world enveloped in a thick, pungent smell of blood. The old man in the black robe's eyes showed a solemn expression, his face blazing with killing intent. His body flashed, but instead of retreating, he directly charged towards Wang Lin. The old man's hands formed a series of hand seals, continuously pointing at the void. Dare to use this method to slaughter your own kind. You deserve to die." The old man in the black robe roared softly, his entire body flashing with lightning, transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot towards Wang Lin. At this moment, a phantom appeared behind the lightning bolt. This phantom was none other than the old man in the black robe. At that moment, the old man in the black robe split in two. One phantom image lunged towards Wang Lin, while the other, filled with terror and madness, retreated backward. The old man intended to use this technique to escape. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. This shattered Nirvana cultivator of the Lightning Clan was indeed decisive. Unexpectedly, in such a short time, he had devised a method to destroy a clone and flee. At this moment, Wang Lin was not his true form, and therefore lacked the peak power within him. Relying solely on his shattered Nirvana cultivation to restrain the old man was somewhat difficult. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with red light, and a thunderous red lightning bolt appeared, instantly piercing through the attacking clone. The clone trembled, its eyes dimmed, and the lightning bolt pierced through it, causing its body to shatter with a loud crash. Just as the old man, a shattered Nirvana cultivator of the Lightning Clan, was about to use his divine ability to leave, the lightning bolt had already struck his body. The old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes blazing with extreme fear. A moment later, the radiance in his eyes shattered, his primordial spirit destroyed, all life force drained from his body, his corpse fell from the sky, and his clan mark was confiscated. "How long do you intend to keep hiding?" Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. After killing the shattered Nirvana cultivator, he turned and looked towards the distant void. The extreme realm transformed into a red lightning bolt, pointing at that location and emitting crackling sounds as the thunder and lightning clashed, capable of destroying heaven and earth at any moment. The sky suddenly twisted, and the bald young man who had previously taken the corpse of the Lightning Clan member, the one known to the 7 million cultivators of heaven and earth as the Scattered Spirit Supreme, appeared within the ripples. "You've been following me relentlessly. Now I'll give you one explanation. If you don't satisfy me, you will die." Wang Lin calmly looked at the bald young man, then slowly opened his mouth. A smile flickered across the bald-headed young man's face, but his eyes concealed a profound gravity. His gaze towards Wang Lin held a hint of terror. He had followed him closely, witnessing firsthand the scenes of the man slaughtering immortals. Moreover, he had seen the man before him use nascent soul cultivators as bait, killing over 100 in just half an hour. What shocked him most was that even the extremely powerful Shattered Nirvana cultivators couldn't withstand a single blow from this man. Who exactly is he? All these shocks ignited terrifying waves in the bald-headed young man's mind. These shocks were nothing compared to Wang Lin's single statement revealing the location of his hidden body, which filled him with extreme fear. He could understand the meaning behind the man's words, but this man already knew he was following him, a fact far beyond the bald-headed young man's expectations. The bald-headed young man's cultivation wasn't top tier, but his ability to conceal his body was incredibly skillful, a technique passed down through generations. For many years, he had silently traversed the 7 million realms like a member of the Lightning Clan, undetected by any immortal, not even those with higher cultivation levels. Even when someone reached the 4th stage of heavenly human cultivation, this bald-headed young man followed them for months, yet the cultivator remained undetected. The current situation instantly made the bald-headed young man's mouth dry, especially the flashing red lightning, which made him feel the greatest danger of his life. Each time the lightning flashed red, his heart pounded with terror. He vaguely sensed that he couldn't dodge it. If the lightning struck, he would surely die. Moreover, Wang Lin's calm yet icy words were like extremely sharp swords piercing through the bald young man's mind, bringing him an endless chill. The surroundings became extremely quiet. Only the rumbling of the tribulation clouds could be heard. Sweat poured down the bald young man's face. Wang Lin's gaze remained fixed on him. After a few breaths, he fell silent. He frowned slightly. Seeing Wang Lin frown, the bald young man's mind exploded with a loud bang. He immediately clasped his hands together without hesitation and said, "Senior Immortal, please don't be angry. This mortal has unintentionally offended you. I beg your pardon." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin raised his right hand, and a crimson lightning bolt instantly erupted with a dazzling light. The lightning bolt transformed into a rainbow and shot straight towards the bald young man with unparalleled speed. The bald-headed young man felt a surge of crimson light before him, and a red lightning bolt instantly exploded with a deafening roar, piercing his forehead. His body trembled violently, and he spat out blood, but he didn't die. An incredibly terrifying force suddenly burst forth from his forehead, then transformed into swirling waves of energy around his body. As the energy waves swirled around him, his cultivation level instantly surged, and an aura of desolation and earth-shattering power emanated from him. It was as if an extremely terrifying soul was dormant within the bald-headed young man's body, a soul so powerful that even the peak realm couldn't kill it. It's just as I predicted. Wang Lin's eyes blazed with strange light. He took a step forward, his right hand swinging a claw towards the bald-headed young man. The bald-headed young man's eyes, which had been swirling with energy waves, instantly cleared, revealing an aura of extreme desolation. The moment Wang Lin approached, the man spoke softly. "If you wish to obtain the spiritual thunder, then listen to my words." Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He stood in midair, coldly staring at the other man, as if he had transformed into a completely different person. The man's eyes, which had been youthful moments before, now radiated an aura of ancient sorrow spanning thousands of years. "My name is Tanling. I have existed for tens of thousands of years, and my cultivation has reached the fourth stage of heavenly human decline," the bald-headed young man spoke softly. "I have a total of 971 bodies, similar to the one standing before you. Each body contains a clone of myself. Therefore, even if a lightning clan cultivator appears, these clones will not be detected entering the starry sky. I have secretly followed you without ill intent, seeking your help. In return, there will be a significant transaction. If you are interested, this will be beneficial to both of us." The bald-headed young man glanced at Wang Lin and said softly, "Do you know about the lightning clan?" Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he slowly spoke. The bald-headed young man's face showed a complex expression as he nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist, you can accompany me to a certain place. Along the way, I will tell you everything." "Which place?" Wang Lin's expression remained unreadable, neither happy nor sad. He calmly opened his mouth. "The end of the world," the bald-headed young man sighed, raising his right hand towards the sky, and the tribulation clouds immediately dissipated. At that moment, a simple shot from the bald-headed young man's hand towards the middle-aged man below who had seen everything clearly. When the symbol landed on the man's forehead, his cultivation was immediately concealed, and he would not trigger the heavenly tribulation. Having finished everything, the energy waves surrounding the bald-headed young man immediately contracted, marching into his body. He clasped his hands towards Wang Lin, then turned and took a step forward, directly shattering the void and leaving this area. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he also stepped forward, joining the bald-headed young man in shattering the void and soaring away. "I, an old man, have spent 100 years in the God transformation realm, comprehending heaven and earth. After observing several heavenly tribulations, I gradually discovered that the so-called immortals are not quite like what our ancestors described, trying to suppress my doubts. I also suppressed my cultivation, not reaching the peak of the God transformation realm, secretly seeking the answer." The bald-headed young man advanced, each step shattering a region of heaven and earth, traversing 7 million realms, shooting into the distance like an arrow. Wang Lin followed beside him, his expression extremely calm, also stepping through 7 billion realms. A series of mortal fortresses, a series of starry skies, even spring rain and autumn wind, summer snow and winter snow continuously appeared in the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, although my aptitude isn't bad, I couldn't suppress my cultivation for too long. When I was over 200 years old, I couldn't suppress it anymore, leading to the heavenly tribulation. The immortal who descended at that time was the great elder of the lightning clan today. Back then, he only had the nirvana cultivation level. Under that heavenly tribulation, I was severely injured and nearly died. I couldn't possibly withstand it, but he didn't kill me. He only crippled my cultivation and left at that time. I thought the heavenly Tao had a benevolent nature. But many years later, I learned that he spared my life so that I could have a chance to continue cultivating. Therefore, the chance of giving birth to the spiritual thunder was even higher." The bald-headed young man's voice was extremely bitter as he walked and spoke softly. But he didn't expect that I not only regained my cultivation, but also, during my first encounter with the heavenly tribulation, understood the transformations of heaven and earth. using the existences of over 7 million heavens and earths to suppress my cultivation. Moreover, I devised a divine ability that made my cultivation stronger without triggering the heavenly tribulation. The bald-headed young man calmly spoke, memories flashing in his eyes. That is the technique of dispersing the spirit into the clones. Wang Lin glanced at the other party and said softly. The bald-headed young man nodded slightly. I used the spirit dispersal technique to integrate my cultivation beyond the transformation god realm into human bodies. When applying this method, after 1,000 years, I had cultivated to the peak of the questioning realm, and I also have 971 clones. 971 is my limit. I can't surpass it. Therefore, I had to think of another method. Using each clone to merge with the main body to perform the spirit dispersal technique 871 other clones. By continuously applying this method, my cultivation slowly increased until I reached pure nirvana. The bald-headed young man sighed softly at this point. He and Wang Lin were both powerful cultivators, capable of flying through heaven and earth, constantly traversing, gradually moving further and further away. After reaching pure nirvana, I began to pursue my doubts. I wanted to know if heaven was truly heaven and earth truly earth. Was the immortal realm truly the immortal realm? And were immortals truly immortals? I wanted to uncover the legends passed down from ancient times, the stories of my ancestors, the yearning for a description of the immortal realm. But even though my cultivation had reached pure nirvana, and my clone's cultivation wasn't low, I couldn't leave the 7 million heavens and earths. I could only traverse, entering the void where an invisible barrier separated us. So I devised a method, controlling many clones to successively surpass the peak of the god transformation realm to create the heavenly tribulation. At that time, a small portion of the heavenly tribulations in the 7 million realms were caused by my clones. Every time the heavenly tribulation appeared, I was also there observing. Gradually, as time passed, when I saw the heavenly tribulation, I understood something. But it was precisely because of those things that I felt deeply moved. I cannot leave this world. Its existence is due to others' creation. I can't believe that all my own lives are nothing more than insignificant ants in the eyes of others, merely for people to collect the spiritual thunder. Wang Lin fell silent. Hearing these words from the bald young man, a complex expression flickered in his eyes. I was bewildered, shocked, and helpless. I told some people about this, but no one believed me, not even myself. I didn't want to believe that all of this was true. I would rather have never discovered anything. Except that everything I knew was just speculation. I was in a daze for thousands of years until one day I saw two immortals fighting. One died, his body falling from the sky to the ground. I stood before that body for a long time until it rotted, until everything dissipated. At that moment, I looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, laughing until tears streamed down my face. That body was nothing like an immortal. It was just a cultivator like us. After that day, I was no longer delirious. I told myself, I want to break through this heaven and earth. I want to go out. I want to see what the outside world is like. I want to see how much of what I've speculated about for tens of thousands of years is actually true. The bald-headed young man's eyes showed excitement. This was the first time he had spoken these words aloud to someone else. I began cultivating, and over 900 other clones also unleashed their spiritual energy, continuously creating clones to cultivate. Time passed slowly, but the hatred in my heart grew stronger and stronger until my cultivation reached the shattered nirvana stage. Until even my smallest clone reached the pure nirvana and glimpse nirvana stages. On that day, I will break free from this prison and step into the starry sky. Wang Lin's mind was shaken. Hearing the other party's words, he couldn't help but admire this person's willpower. This person's talent surpassed all the cultivators Wang Lin had met over the years. Even Hong Dai, Li Qianmai, or Sichu Nan couldn't compare to this person. Moreover, they couldn't possibly possess the determination to break through and uncover the truth. I have broken through the protective layer on the cultivation planet, and for the first time, I have seen the beautiful world outside. It is the starry sky, so beautiful, so beautiful. My conjectures have come true. I saw a group of cultivators, but these cultivators were too weak. The weakest was only at the nascent soul stage, but a mere nascent soul cultivator could transform into the heavenly Tao, proclaim himself an immortal, and descend with a heavenly sword to kill my clansmen. At that time, I was enraged and unleashed a killing spree. After many killings, I learned the whole truth from the mouths of those I killed. The truth. The bald-headed young man laughed loudly, tears streaming down his face. The truth is, the place where I live is called the 7 million heavenly realms. This place was created by a member of the Thunderclap tribe, and we are like livestock raised within it, oppressed by the Thunderclap tribe's whip of the heavenly Tao. When we reach the God transformation realm, a heavenly tribulation immediately descends to take away our thunder spirit. I also know that many years before I was born, all the ancestors of the 7 million heavenly realms, all the legends they passed down, were false, all lies. They are all dead, their bodies and souls annihilated at the moment of death. Where is the immortal realm? Where are the immortals? The bald-headed young man's voice revealed a frantic, sorrowful grief, filled with hatred. Wang Lin remained silent, his complex thoughts growing stronger. In our eyes, the heavenly Tao and the heavenly tribulation were merely tasks for the members of the Lightning tribe, a mission that everyone in the tribe could accept. Ironically, even then I didn't believe it was true. When I killed those Lightning tribe members, I didn't dare let go and kill too many. I was terrified. I was horrified. I knew that the cultivator who transformed into the heavenly Tao and brought down the heavenly tribulation upon me years ago had become the great elder of the Lightning tribe. I was afraid the Lightning tribe would discover that I knew everything. I was afraid the immortal realm had pressured me, suppressing me for many years across 7 million heavens and earth. 1. I didn't dare resist. The bald-headed young man continuously shed tears. Those memories were the pain of his entire life. I even told myself that none of it was real yet. This place is not a prison. I want to escape from it. Escape from all the truths I have discovered, so I continuously fly far away, through the starry sky, continuously traversing 7 million realms like this one. The bald-headed young man's face showed a pained expression as he continued to stride across the heavens and earth. Until one day, I arrived here. His movements slowed slightly, he looked towards Wang Lin and raised his right hand, pointing forward. This starry sky wasn't very long. The bald-headed young man had traversed 7 million heavens and earths. The place he was pointing to was still the starry sky, but it was shrouded in mist. It was extremely quiet, without a sound. The bald-headed young man continued forward but stopped before the mist. He swung his right hand and gently pressed, causing the mist to swirl and then move rapidly. A dazzling beam of light flashed from the distant starry sky. At that moment, waves suddenly surged, but behind the beam of light, a colossal barrier gradually emerged. This barrier was like a wall infinitely tall, enveloping the heavens and earth. The cultivators standing before it were as small as specks of dust. I fled to this place, to the very end of the 7 million heavens and earths, to the very end of the world. Upon arriving here, all the notions of escape in my mind instantly shattered, everything crumbled. I must face the truth, confront all the truth. The bald-headed young man spoke softly. I will not flee. I must face it. I must resist. I returned to the 7 million heavens and earths, created the Scattered Spirit sect. Each clone a Scattered Spirit Supreme Being to spread the sect's ideology, to control all the cultivators in the 7 million heavens and earths. I passed on to them the cultivation techniques I myself practiced to advance to the God transformation realm as quickly as possible. I also frantically cultivated my clones. After several thousand years of cultivation, today I have reached the level of the 4 declines of heaven and man, as you immortals claim. The bald-headed young man turned to look at Wang Lin. I want to destroy the immortals. I want to annihilate the Thunder Clan. I want to lead my clansmen out of this place, out of here. But after thousands of years of continuous cultivation and training, continuously accumulating strength, I still cannot defeat the former Grand Elder of the 5 declines of heaven and man. I risked everything trying to cultivate cultivators so that we could attack together. Even with a grand formation costing billions of lives, in my analysis, we could only severely injure the opponent, not kill them, let alone the other elders of the Thunder Clan. Moreover, my cultivation has reached its limit. I cannot withstand the 5 declines of heaven and man, so I need your help. The young man's eyes turned to Wang Lin, revealing a pleading expression. You're unlike those Lightning tribe people. You're the first one I see who offers hope. With your cultivation, you can help me, as I can see through it. You also have no feelings for the Lightning tribe. If we cooperate, it will be mutually beneficial. Wang Lin remained silent. I followed you and saw you collecting spiritual lightning, which I also possess. If you agree to join forces with me, I will give you all of it. The bald-headed young man gritted his teeth and said. Wang Lin still didn't speak, but he raised his head and looked at the dividing wall at the edge of the world, a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Furthermore, in these 7 million worlds, I have many cultivators. If we succeed, if my tribe can escape this prison, then from now on, whatever your request, whatever it may be, I will agree to. Even if I die, my tribe will carry it out, obeying orders absolutely. I learned from the memories of the Lightning Clan that your world has an inner realm and an outer realm. If you need it, I can use all the strength of my clan to help you fight the people of the inner realm. How confident are you? After a long pause, Wang Lin spoke softly. If you and I join forces, I have a 7/10 chance of success. The bald-headed young man's eyes flashed. He pondered for a moment, then said in a low voice, 7/10. Wang Lin fell silent, his gaze returning from the separating wall. At this moment, strange lights blazed in his eyes, and he nodded slightly. The bald-headed young man's expression brightened. He stared at Wang Lin and burst into laughter. Good, I will kill all the Lightning Clan cultivators here. This will draw their attention, and then the Grand Elder will surely come. We shouldn't do that. If all the Thunder Clan cultivators here die, even if the Thunder Clan sends someone to investigate afterward, it certainly won't be just the Grand Elder. At that point, with so many elders coming, we'll have even more trouble. If you have a way for me to freely enter this place, I can lure the Grand Elder here. If he dies, the big plan will succeed. Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he looked at the bald young man. The man remained silent for a moment before nodding slightly. If I destroy 2 of my clones, I can condense a spirit talisman. Using the talisman to combine with my magic inside, it will allow you to open a path to enter from the outside in 3 breaths. This path is inescapable, but it allows entry. After saying this, the bald young man closed his eyes without hesitation. The moment the bald-headed young man closed his eyes, tens of thousands of cultivators sitting cross-legged in the 7 million realms suddenly trembled and shattered with a thunderous roar. They all turned into blood and flesh, and simultaneously dissipated into the void. All of this happened in an instant. The bald-headed young man's face turned slightly pale, and he pressed his right hand down in a hand seal. At this moment, all the power of his tens of thousands of clones converged here using an extremely strange method. After a while, a blood-red spirit talisman appeared in his hand. The bald-headed young man handed the talisman to Wang Lin. Wang Lin accepted it, carefully glanced at it, then bowed to the bald-headed young man. He turned and instantly vanished without a trace. Wait for my news. Wang Lin's voice echoed and then faded away. The bald-headed young man watched Wang Lin leave. He remained silent for a long time, then softly muttered, I can only trust him. I can only trust him. Wang Lin shot through the starry sky like an arrow, his eyes flashing with a pensive expression. He didn't entirely believe the bald young man's words, as this was his nature. And it was precisely because of this that he had demanded the spirit talisman. With Wang Lin's cultivation, he naturally knew that opening this sealed world required considerable power. Seeing the other party's determination to sacrifice himself for the talisman, Wang Lin agreed. The Grand Elder of the Blazing Tribe was merely secondary. What mattered was that he wanted to help this person. It was a feeling. He wanted to break something, wanted to get the bald young man out, wanted to use this to prove something. Wang Lin's speed was incredibly fast, continuously traversing the starry sky, heading straight towards the square on the central continent. Before long, the central square appeared in his sight. He took a step forward, covering a great distance, and stepped onto the central square. Ignoring the gazes of the people present, Wang Lin's body flashed and vanished instantly, reappearing outside a towering grand hall. This was the place where he would leave the 7 million realms and return to the Lightning Clan. Beside the hall was a massive formation currently in operation, with more than 10 figures vaguely visible within. The formation had begun its teleportation, and several Lightning Clan members were outside, controlling it. Wang Lin's figure instantly appeared. Without even glancing around, he directly entered the teleportation array. Stop! The formation is operating. Wait for the next group. A Lightning Clan cultivator responsible for the teleportation immediately shouted. But before the man's shout could even be heard, Wang Lin swung his right hand forward and gently tore, and with a deafening explosion, a hole was instantly ripped open in the operating formation. At this moment, Wang Lin entered the formation amidst the thunderous roars. This scene caused the expressions of the cultivators outside and those controlling the formation to change drastically, their eyes revealing fear. Even the 10 people who were about to be teleported back to the Lightning Clan became agitated, each one terrified. In the Thunder Clan's territory, surrounded by endless lightning domains, a sudden upheaval occurred on one of the 16 cultivation planets. Suleguo transformed into a black mist, enveloping a beautiful girl, and swiftly fled into the distance. The girl's face showed terror and malice as she roared angrily, "You can't escape. Before you could capture me, you caused a great disaster. Just one elder has already made you flee for your life. Soon, my father will emerge from his seclusion and come here. He will refine you into a lightning soul, subjecting you to 10,000 years of torture to avenge my hatred. Shut up. Your Su family has weathered countless storms. A few drops of rain and wind are nothing." Suleguo, still in his black mist form, suddenly slapped the girl, angrily retorting. A murderous glint flashed in the beautiful girl's eyes. She snorted coldly and spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the sky resounded with a deafening roar, a series of thunderclaps shaking the heavens and earth, transforming into terrifying screams. As these sounds echoed, all living beings on the ground trembled, and all the Lightning Tribe members everywhere felt a sense of dread. The entire sky darkened, but in an instant, countless lightning bolts flashed and intertwined, covering the sky like the end of the world was approaching. An old man in a green robe was rapidly approaching from the sky, each step seemingly traversing heaven and earth. "Just a mere sword spirit, yet you dare to act so presumptuously before me. You may have escaped before, but now you will surely die." The old man spoke while performing a spell, then pointed a finger towards Suleguo, who was fleeing ahead. Earth-shattering explosions erupted, and the lightning that had been covering the sky suddenly condensed into countless silver snakes that shot towards Suleguo. At this moment, Suleguo hastily shouted, enveloping the beautiful girl and forcefully turning around, his hands clasped together as he slashed fiercely at the incoming lightning. A deafening roar resounded, and an endless stream of sword energy suddenly erupted from Suleguo's body, each wave shaking the heavens and earth, emitting endless cold air as it struck directly at the lightning. Boom! The heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds reversed, and a powerful shockwave swept across. Suleguo immediately spat out a mouthful of spiritual energy, his body becoming sluggish. But his body was directly pushed backward by the shockwave, and he continued to envelop the beautiful girl and flee. "If you release me, I might consider mitigating the punishment, but if you..." The beautiful girl spat out a mouthful of fresh blood under the impact. She stared at Suleguo, but before she could finish speaking, Suleguo continued his insults. He simply reached into her clothes and grabbed her breasts forcefully. "Shut up, you big-mouthed woman. Even if I die, you'll die first," Suleguo said viciously, his touch causing the beautiful girl's face to turn pale. Clearly, the pain was excruciating. But at this moment, the old man chasing after her also blazed with extreme rage. He had been chasing her for a long time, but the sword spirit's abilities were incredibly powerful, always able to counter her attacks, especially its unimaginable speed. He felt he couldn't possibly catch up. At this moment, the old man in the green robe, seeing that the other party dared to play dirty tricks in front of him, roared in anger. He raised his right hand and slammed it down. The clan mark on his forehead flashed, and a black lightning ball flew out. As the old man slammed his hand down, the lightning ball shattered the heavens and earth and hurtled towards Suleguo. "Damn it, it's this again!" Suleguo roared, swinging his right hand behind him, and the black mist immediately dispersed in all directions. The moment the lightning ball approached, an earth-shattering explosion resounded, the ground trembled violently, and cracks appeared in the sky. Endless lightning burst forth in all directions, creating a series of continuous explosions. Everything happened in an instant, so fast it was unimaginable. After the lightning ball shattered, the black mist immediately materialized in the distance, and Suleguo reappeared. At this moment, his entire body became indistinct. Even his spiritual body was severely injured, yet his hand still tightly held the beautiful girl. The moment Suleguo materialized, 3 black lightning bolts flashed from within the shattered lightning ball, shooting straight towards Sulaguo, each bolt concealing a force capable of destroying heaven and earth. The moment the lightning bolt struck, Sulaguo retreated, grinning, and raised the beautiful girl in front of him to block them. The three lightning bolts paused briefly before changing direction. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Sulaguo retreated like an arrow, shouting, "Damn old man! Your Su family has weathered countless storms, and with your pure nirvana cultivation, you're nothing but a mere shrimp. When my master returns, a single finger strike will be enough to kill you, you wretched old man." The old man in the green robe, chasing after Sulaguo, immediately had a dark aura erupt on his face. He was furious to the extreme. He had encountered many enemies in his life, but never one with such a vicious voice. During the chase, the other party continuously hurled insults, and even though his mind was as calm as still water, terrifying waves of rage surged within him. "If I catch you, I'll make your life a living hell. Old man, can't you use any other words? You've said those words 100 times already. 100 times. 100 times. Listen to me, old man. Do you want to see me touch this woman? Otherwise, with your cultivation level, why can't you catch up to me? Do you want to see me touch her 100 times? 100 times." Sulaguo gritted his teeth and sped away like an arrow. Although his body was extremely weak, almost at the end of his rope, his words were still incredibly venomous. "All right, your Grandpa Su will grant you the favor, allowing an old man like you to feast your eyes on her." As Sulaguo fled, he swung his right hand, grabbing the beautiful girl and tearing her clothes apart. A loud rip echoed, and more than half of her clothes were ripped away, revealing her pale skin underneath. "I will kill you." The beautiful girl's eyes blazed with extreme malice, her voice filled with utter despair. "Shut up, you wretched woman. If you anger Grandpa Su and displease him, I will possess your body. Hehe, you know I'm a spirit. Possession is easy. After possessing you, I'll take off your clothes." Although Sulaguo's words were extremely vicious, he felt a deep bitterness in his heart. "Master, if you don't come back, Grandpa Su is dead for sure. You released me, and now you're abandoning me. Master, appear quickly." After hearing Sulaguo's words, the girl's face turned deathly pale, devoid of any color. But she immediately shut her mouth, not daring to say another word. When the old man in the green robe, who was chasing from behind, heard Sulaguo's words, especially the last few sentences, anger flared up throughout his body, almost causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He said nothing more and pursued him furiously. During the chase, Sulaguo became weaker, but his vicious words continued to pour out. Sulaguo's words provoked the old man to the point of boiling with rage. "What a sharp-tongued sword spirit. I want to see if you can still say such things after you've drained your spiritual body and entered the body of a pig or dog." A gentle voice suddenly echoed through the air. As this voice rang out, a middle-aged man in a green Taoist robe appeared extremely strangely, right in front of Sulaguo. "Foster father!" The beautiful girl immediately cried out in joy. Complete nirvana. The pupils in Sulaguo's eyes suddenly contracted, and his body recoiled. But the middle-aged man casually pushed forward with his right hand. At this moment, a series of rumbling explosions erupted within Sulaguo's body, which suddenly split into 4 or 5 parts and dispersed into black mist in all directions. The girl, held tightly by Sulaguo, was pulled towards the middle-aged man by a gentle force. At this time, the old man in the green robe also approached the middle-aged man, and the black smoke from Sulaguo's shattered body quickly condensed back into form. But Sulaguo was even weaker now, as if a gust of wind could make him disappear. "Hey, I didn't expect the foster father of that talkative woman to be so young. Foster father. Foster father, oh well, in my opinion, he should be her lover." As soon as Sulaguo finished speaking, the middle-aged man's expression turned extremely grim. He raised his right hand, and lightning immediately erupted and shot straight towards Sulaguo. As the rumbling sounds echoed, Sulaguo's body shattered, then reformed, then shattered again. This cycle continued, but Sulaguo quickly weakened, almost on the verge of death. "I don't want to kill you immediately, but I want you to continuously disintegrate so you can savor the fear of death." The middle-aged man's gentle voice echoed like smoke, but the girl beside him blazed with overwhelming hatred. "Master, save me, otherwise, Grandpa Su will die right now." Sulaguo was in utter panic. If he hadn't provoked the girl so much, he wouldn't have had to fight at all. he would have surrendered long ago. That's right, you still have a master. I want to see what kind of audacity your master possesses. Which branch of the clan does he belong to? I want to bury him alongside you. A gentle smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. But at this moment, a cold voice slowly echoed from the heavens and earth. A voice like a series of sharp blades, yet concealing endless, chilling intent. His master is me. The moment this voice appeared, the smile on the middle-aged man's face suddenly froze, and terror flared in his eyes. He had been spreading his divine consciousness, but until this voice rang out, he couldn't detect anything. At this moment, thunder suddenly roared across the sky, as if the sound of thunder had replaced all other sounds in the heavens and earth, as if someone had summoned a thunderous abyss. Wang Lin's figure suddenly emerged from the thunder in the sky, advancing step by step. Master, master, save me. Never before had Sulagu felt like this. He was overjoyed to see Wang Lin appear, but his heart was also filled with resentment. His body flashed, wanting to fly towards Wang Lin. But the old man in green standing near Sulagu, consumed by hatred, inadvertently raised his hand to stop him. This unconscious movement was a fatal blow. The moment the old man's right hand swung up, Wang Lin flicked his sleeve, his body disappearing. When he reappeared, he was beside him, his right hand casually touching the old man's forehead. The old man's body trembled, his eyes showing fear and disbelief. His body shattered with a loud crash, his primordial spirit perishing. The pupils in the old man's eyes contracted, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and terror filled his eyes. He immediately retreated a few steps, clinging tightly to the girl and trying to escape. Wang Lin didn't stop them. He watched the middle-aged man, his face filled with fear, and the beautiful girl quickly retreat, disappearing into the distance in an instant. The shattered nirvana cultivators in the outer realm must die. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with crimson light. His ultimate realm surged forth, transforming into a crimson lightning bolt that shot straight forward. The moment his ultimate realm was unleashed, it triggered all the endless thunder and lightning in the sky. The thunder roared as if the heavens were about to collapse. A series of lightning bolts struck the ground, forming a long, narrow stream of lightning that seemed unlike any thunder from heaven and earth, turning this cultivation planet into a hellish prison of lightning. The man continued to charge, his face showing extreme fear. He continuously unleashed his divine abilities and brought out numerous magical artifacts to resist the terrifying crimson lightning that threatened his life. But these were merely a few magical artifacts and some divine abilities. When the crimson lightning struck, they shattered with a resounding crash, unable to withstand even a single breath. What kind of lightning is this? The middle-aged man, without hesitation, grabbed his adopted daughter with his right hand, but in reality, she was just a woman he had cultivated with. Before she could react, he lifted her up and threw her straight towards the crimson lightning. A loud bang echoed, and in the girl's eyes, disbelief flared as her body shattered. Taking advantage of this moment, the middle-aged man frantically retreated, tearing through the void to enter. But the moment his body was halfway in, the crimson lightning pierced through everything and then penetrated his back. The middle-aged man's body trembled slightly, his pupils instantly dilated, his entire body exploded with a thunderous roar, and his primordial spirit perished. From the moment Wang Lin appeared until the end of everything, it all happened in an extremely short time. He didn't want to kill the girl either. These insignificant figures couldn't possibly cause any major upheaval, and ending it this way didn't matter to Wang Lin. So Li Guo witnessed everything, and seeing Wang Lin's immense power, he hastily tried to flatter him. He was about to speak when Wang Lin swung his right hand and directly absorbed him into his storage bag. Wang Lin's body flashed, transforming into a rainbow and soaring straight into the sky. Next, I want to challenge the entire lightning clan. Wang Lin's eyes blazed with cold light, his speed increasing rapidly. In just a moment, he had emerged from the swirling winds outside the cultivation planet and appeared in the starry sky. The starry sky resounded with thunderous roars. It seemed that even the thunder domain sensed Wang Lin's will and let out frenzied screams. Wang Lin stepped onto the starry sky, hurtling straight towards the continent surrounded by 16 cultivation stars. He plunged into the thunder and lightning, creating earth-shattering explosions. Lightning flashed across his body, forming an incredibly terrifying image, as if he had summoned endless thunder and lightning. Enveloped in thunder and lightning, Wang Lin charged towards the sacred land with a thunderous roar. At this moment, the immortal thunder and lightning descended from the boundless starry sky and, enshrined in the sacred temple of the Thunder Clan, suddenly erupted with thunderous roars, vaguely showing a tendency to resist Wang Lin. Wang Lin's cultivation star, which he had just emerged from, was not far from the Thunder Clan's sacred land, and he was now approaching it at an extremely fast speed. The moment Wang Lin entered, a majestic voice immediately boomed from the sacred land. The sacred land of the tribe, no entry without a summons. You shall quickly retreat. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He paid no attention to the voice. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. Endless thunder and lightning instantly erupted from his body, then frantically condensed again. This scene appeared as if Wang Lin's single finger had absorbed the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, transforming it into a series of lightning bolts striking directly at the Thunder Tribe's sacred land. Earth-shattering explosions resounded, and the moment the lightning bolts struck, a crimson light flashed outside the sacred land. The lightning strikes were like raindrops, creating ripples on the ground. How dare you trespass into the sacred land? Die! The moment the angry roar echoed, a figure suddenly emerged from within the sacred land. This person, an old man whose cultivation had reached the shattered nirvana realm, concealed a storm of emotions within him. The old man took a step out of the protective barrier, raising his right hand to form a hand seal before striking directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin sneered, his body not only not being pushed back but also surging forward, appearing before the old man in an instant. At this moment, the old man was extremely stunned, his eyes blazing with terror. Before he could react, Wang Lin swung his right hand and grabbed him. After the grab landed, Wang Lin raised his right hand, lifting the old man's body. The moment the old man was lifted, the elemental power within Wang Lin's body roared and surged into the old man's body. The elemental power rushed out like a splitting force, and the old man died instantly. Wang Lin pushed his right hand forward, and the old man let out a mournful scream, his body crashing down onto the protective barrier and shattering into pieces. The sudden death of this old man caused a shock to all the cultivators in the Thunder Clan's sacred land, and ear-piercing screams echoed from within. At that moment, all the jade slips of the Thunder Clan numbers vibrated and burst forth with dazzling red light. This vibration and red light stunned many of the Thunder Clan members, but they quickly reacted, their expressions changing drastically. The burst of red light indicated that someone had trespassed into the sacred land. The jade slip on Wang Lin's person also burst forth with red light, but he took it out and clutched it tightly in his hand. At this moment, he formed a hand seal, and the heavens and earth immediately roared, endless streams of lightning suddenly appearing and swirling around his body. Wang Lin immediately pointed a finger, and all the lightning bolts shot straight towards the protective layer. The thunderous sounds were earth-shattering, and at this moment, hundreds of cultivators from the 16 cultivation stars quickly teleported out. The expressions on these people's faces were extremely grim, and they all charged straight towards Wang Lin. Most of these cultivators were at the Yin Void, Yang Realm, and Nirvana stages. Even before they got close, each of them unleashed their magical artifacts and divine abilities, transforming into a terrifying attack and moving with incredible speed. Wang Lin snorted coldly. The moment these hundreds of cultivators approached, he spread his arms wide, opened his mouth, and frantically sucked in. Thunder and lightning in the heavens and earth, heed my command. As soon as he spoke, the bodies of the charging cultivators trembled violently, their expressions changing drastically. At that moment, the thunder and lightning within their bodies seemed to lose their control, shaking violently as if they had encountered the King of Thunder and Lightning. Condense! Wang Lin roared softly. The moment this sound echoed, the hundreds of cultivators immediately let out agonizing screams. At this moment, all the lightning within the cultivators' bodies erupted and exploded wildly, then formed a series of lightning bolts that shot towards Wang Lin. All the lightning quickly condensed outside Wang Lin's body, transforming into a lightning ball several hundred feet in diameter. Wang Lin caught the lightning ball in his hand, then threw it forcefully down onto the protective layer below. A deafening roar erupted, and the protective layer above the sacred land trembled violently. What arrogant words! Even the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth must obey your command. When did my lightning clan produce such an arrogant and rebellious son? A deep, ominous voice suddenly emanated from within the sacred land. An old man in black robes stepped out from the temple within the sacred land. This man had graying hair, a gloomy expression, and his cultivation level directly surpassed the shattered nirvana stage, reaching the level of the first heavenly human decline. A great divine ability. The moment the old man opened his mouth, thousands of cultivators from the 16 cultivation stars immediately roared and rushed out. "Let me see if you truly have the right to be so arrogant." The black-robed old man sneered, stepping out of the protective barrier as he spoke. His right hand formed a hand seal, and the clan mark on his forehead instantly appeared with a thunderous roar. A thunderous roar like a dragon's cry resounded, and the clan mark transformed into a colossal thunder dragon, roaring and charging towards Wang Lin. The old man stomped his foot on the thunder dragon's head, swung his right hand in the air, and a long sword flashing with lightning instantly appeared. Wang Lin calmly looked at him, shaking his head slightly. "You are not qualified to fight me." Wang Lin's eyes flashed with red light, and his ultimate realm roared out, flashing with incredible speed. The ultimate realm instantly shattered all the void and directly struck the thunder dragon. A deafening explosion resounded, the thunder dragon's body trembled, and mournful roars echoed before it shattered into pieces. An indescribable terror flashed in the eyes of the old man, the first heavenly human above. He raised his right hand, and the long sword in his hand immediately blocked the crimson lightning. Another rumbling sound rang out, and the long sword in the black-robed old man's hand instantly shattered into countless small fragments that swirled back. The old man's face turned pale and he retreated, but the crimson lightning was even faster. After breaking through the long sword, it immediately shot into the old man's body. The old man's eyes blazed with extreme terror. The feeling of death had never been closer. The moment the crimson lightning struck the old man's forehead, a roar erupted from within the temple in the sacred hall. "Stop!" As the roar echoed, a tall, middle-aged man immediately emerged from the temple. He took only one step, but directly broke through the protective barrier and appeared beside the old man, the first decline of heavenly humanity. However, his speed was still slower than the peak realm. In that instant, a crimson lightning bolt shot into the old man's forehead and directly pierced through his head. The old man's eyes immediately became vacant. Blood gushed from his body. His head fell to the ground. His body shattered. But his primordial spirit, severely injured, emerged from within, not dying. Wang Lin frowned. After all, he wasn't the true body, and the hidden peak realms within him weren't numerous. He couldn't directly kill a first decline of heavenly humanity cultivator. "You dare betray your clan." The tall, middle-aged man of the Thunder Clan had captured the black-robed old man's primordial spirit. He glared at Wang Lin, his eyes blazing with killing intent. At this moment, the aura of the third heavenly human realm erupted from his body with earth-shattering force. Even the starry sky seemed to recoil and surge with terrifying waves. Wang Lin didn't say much. He swung his right hand and struck his forehead forcefully. Immediately, thunder rumbled above his head. Wang Lin's primordial spirit directly flew out from Yu Fei's body and appeared in the midst of heaven and earth. The primordial spirit flashed with lightning, surrounded by Wang Lin's thunderous thoughts, emitting earth-shattering explosions. "Thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, heed my command. From the boundless thunder domain, come here and shatter for me." Wang Lin's divine consciousness spread wildly, and in that instant, the thunder domain surrounding the Thunder Clan erupted with terrifying waves like a vast ocean. As the rumbling sounds echoed, all the lightning domains surged forward, roaring and rushing towards Wang Lin from all directions. From afar, the lightning domains resembled surging waves. This scene, like thunder shattering the starry sky, caused the expressions of the cultivators on all the cultivation planets to change drastically. Even the expression of the tall, middle-aged man suddenly changed. The thunder had replaced all other sounds in the heavens and earth. But at this moment, within the temple on the sacred hall, in the immortal lightning connecting heaven and earth, a roar suddenly erupted. Who are you?" It wasn't actually in the temple, but the person cultivating within the immortal lightning was a member of the Lightning Clan, the great elder Tiren Di Wuxiai. Amidst the immortal thunder and lightning, a face hundreds of feet tall suddenly appeared. The clan mark on its forehead burst forth with earth-shattering light, like sunlight illuminating the entire starry sky. "I, Wang Lin, have come here today to collect the immortal thunder and lightning, and at the same time to annihilate your Lightning Clan." Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he slowly spoke. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit had left his body, separating from Yu Fei's, while Yufei's body slowly drifted towards the starry sky behind him. Wang Lin appeared before all the Lightning Clan cultivators present, his entire body flashing with lightning like a bolt of thunder descending. In that instant, Wang Lin's calm words echoed across the 16 cultivation planets enveloped in endless lightning, simultaneously triggering earth-shattering explosions that resonated in unison. This situation caused the pupils of the tall, middle-aged man standing outside the protective barrier to suddenly contract violently. With his cultivation level, he would immediately sense the lightning power emanating from Wang Lin, almost making it difficult to breathe. So you are not a member of our Lightning Clan. From the immortal lightning emanating from the void of the temple in the sacred land, a face hundreds of meters tall instantly spoke in an extremely sinister voice. With your cultivation level, you dare to come to my Lightning Clan and show off, wanting to destroy my Lightning Clan. You are utterly arrogant. This face showed a mocking expression, its voice like thunder immediately pressing towards the lightning domain that was surging like waves. Wang Lin's primordial spirit hovered in the starry sky, enveloped in lightning, vaguely appearing in the shape of a dragon. His expression remained unchanged, showing no sign of displeasure under the voice of the Lightning Clan's great elder. But at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light. He raised his right hand and pointed a finger at the face within the immortal lightning on the temple, saying coldly, "Do you dare to fight me in the lightning domain?" Wang Lin didn't need any schemes or tricks. He was here today for a battle. Everything he had done before was for this battle, which is why he abandoned Yufei's body, let his primordial spirit leave his body, and thus attracted the attention of the Lightning Clan's great elder. Wang Lin believed that with his ability to control lightning, under normal circumstances, no one would be able to discern the difference in his own primordial spirit. But now that he had abandoned everything, the other party would definitely see the clue. Wang Lin used himself as bait, determined to fight a battle with the Lightning Clan's strongest elder. The moment he opened his mouth, Wang Lin retreated, transforming into a bolt of lightning and shooting away like an arrow. Thunder roared and boundless divine power erupted from him. But in this earth-shattering situation, no one dared to step forward to stop him. The eyes of the tall, middle-aged man standing outside the sacred land suddenly flashed. He was about to pursue. Even at this moment, 9 powerful auras burst forth from within the temple, vaguely focusing on Wang Lin. These 9 auras were all cultivators at the heavenly tribulation stage. A battle with me? Fine. The voice, like thunder, echoed again, and lightning exploded in the sky. The gigantic face suddenly contracted and transformed into a figure erupting with lightning bolts of 10,000 feet. This person took a step forward. This person was around 40 years old, his eyes blazing with neither joy nor anger, his lips slightly thin, clearly a naturally ruthless individual. As he stepped out, lightning enveloped his entire body, and he directly left the sacred land. "Greetings, Grand Elder." The tall man immediately bowed. The moment the Grand Elder appeared, the eyes of all the Lightning Clan members standing in the distance blazed with fervor. This Grand Elder was a god, the ultimate power of the Lightning Clan, revered and worshipped by many of them. In their eyes, the Grand Elder was heaven itself. Even the 9 streams of energy that had just focused on Wang Lin transformed into 9 figures of varying ages, all bowing. This person possesses many secrets, and they are of great use to me. Moreover, with this level of cultivation, to dare to come to our Lightning Clan, I fear there is more than one such person. You all wait here and guard. I will go and see what kind of abilities that fellow has. The Grand Elder's thin lips uttered cold words, his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly advanced forward. This person didn't walk quickly, but each step covered a terrifying distance, as if the vast expanse of the universe before him had contracted infinitely. Wang Lin shot forward like an arrow, his body like a thunderous bolt of lightning. After a moment, he spun around sharply, and the great elder of the Lightning Clan behind him had already taken 2 steps and moved a considerable distance away. This person left the Lightning Clan behind, appearing less than 100 feet behind Wang Lin. The distance from here to the Lightning Clan's sacred land was already vast. The surrounding starry sky was not only filled with thunderous roars and intense light, but there was also no third person present. Tribulation realm lightning, spiritual thought lightning, and an immortal lightning elemental existence equal to the sacred lightning of our clan. Not bad, you truly possess something that attracts me, and this is precisely why you believe I will reveal myself. The Thunder Clan's Grand Elder's expression remained extremely calm. He had lived for a very long time, possessing a supremely sharp mind. Everything about Wang Lin was clearly laid bare before him. "You are no match for me. Let your helper appear." The Grand Elder's face showed no emotion whatsoever, calm as the surface of a deep abyss, yet radiating a terrifying aura. The moment he spoke, the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder casually waved his hand forward, and a gigantic vortex suddenly appeared. This vortex was earth-shattering, and as soon as it appeared, angry roars erupted from within. A long, narrow lightning dragon-shaped bolt was furiously shooting out from the vortex. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 999 lightning dragons roared. Each lightning dragon had a body tens of thousands of feet long, instantly filling the starry sky upon appearing. The angry roars of the lightning dragons caused endless thunder and lightning to condense around them, all of them hurtling straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. This was the first time he had faced a 5th stage heavenly human expert. Although far inferior to the 3rd stage, they were the strongest below it. Seeing the opponent conjure 999 lightning dragons with a wave of their hand, their divine power was enough to terrify heaven and earth, surpassing the realm of magic. The roaring lightning dragons gave Wang Lin no time to think. They all roared angrily and charged forward. Wang Lin's body recoiled like an arrow, his hands forming a hand seal and pointing downwards. His primordial spirit instantly flashed, forming a circle of lightning that enveloped him. The moment the circle appeared, Wang Lin pushed his hands outwards, coldly saying, "Thunder and lightning in heaven and earth obey my command. Reverse the universe. Shatter for me." As Wang Lin pushed his hands out, the circle of lightning surrounding his primordial spirit instantly expanded outwards with a thunderous roar, as if striking in all directions. With him at the center, everything erupted wildly. The lightning dragons that struck the circle of lightning trembled, their eyes filled with bewilderment and struggle. Wang Lin raised his right hand and immediately pointed a few fingers. Any lightning dragon struck by Wang Lin's finger had the bewilderment in its eyes shattered, transforming into ferocity. They turned around, opened their mouths, and broke free from the Grand Elder's control, all beginning to retaliate. This sudden turn of events caused the Grand Elder's divine power to show signs of chaos. His eyes flashed, and a cold smile erupted. "Interesting, very interesting." The Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan spoke, raising his right hand to form a symbol. He pointed to the starry sky and slowly opened his mouth. "In the name of the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan, as a slave of the sacred lightning, I summon the thunder of heaven and earth, concealing our will to shatter heaven and earth." As the Grand Elder's words echoed, nearly 1,000 lightning dragons immediately circled around Wang Lin. The lightning on their bodies intensified, emitting earth-shattering roars as if they were extremely angry. They all lunged towards Wang Lin. Even the lightning dragons controlled by Wang Lin roared in anger, instantly breaking free from his control. They all became the lightning of the Grand Elder's will and descended simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder dragons attacked like a continuous barrage of lightning, almost shattering Wang Lin's primordial spirit. He retreated repeatedly, but a translucent state vaguely appeared. Especially noteworthy was that each lightning bolt formed by the thunder dragons contained the will of the Grand Elder. When it struck him, it not only injured his primordial spirit, but also infused it with the Grand Elder's will, as if the Grand Elder was trying to control Wang Lin's primordial spirit. This was the first time Wang Lin had encountered such a situation. His mind stirred, and under the relentless attacks, he retreated even faster. Everything happened in an instant, unimaginably fast. But the moment Wang Lin retreated several thousand feet, his expression changed drastically. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of primordial spirit energy. His body took a step forward, and all his primordial spirit immediately contracted. In the blink of an eye, as Wang Lin used his incredibly fast speed to change direction and launch himself forward, in the area where he had been standing, the void erupted with resounding waves, and an ancient arm stretched out and slammed forward. Although Wang Lin managed to avoid the danger, he was still struck by the wind created by the hand. He continued to launch himself forward, his mind shaken, and his face instantly turned pale. "You're quick to escape, aren't you? But how many times can you escape?" The Great Elder of the Lightning Clan emerged from the waves, his expression calm. He looked at Wang Lin with a mocking glint in his eyes. "This is what you said earlier, wanting to absorb the immortal lightning of my Lightning Clan and destroy it, right?" With your meager cultivation, you're not qualified to do it. Wang Lin said nothing. His primordial spirit retreated, transforming from human form into the form of a gigantic lightning dragon, then curling up and launching himself into the distance. The Grand Elder chuckled coldly, his right hand flicking slightly, and the remaining hundreds of lightning dragons on all sides immediately roared and chased after him. The deafening roars echoed, a scene that would shake the very foundations of anyone who witnessed it. A primordial spirit transformed into a colossal lightning dragon, soaring ahead, followed by hundreds of bolts of lightning. A middle-aged man, with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely pursued, neither fast nor slow. You want to enter the endless lightning domain, borrowing lightning to fight me? But before me, all the lightning of heaven and earth is will. How can you possibly borrow it? The Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan slowly spoke, his voice echoing with thunderous roars, clearly audible. Without a word, Wang Lin unleashed his full speed and charged forward like a madman. His speed was incredibly fast. In an extremely short time, he had plunged into the endless lightning domain, which was surging with terrifying waves of thunder and lightning. The moment Wang Lin entered the lightning domain, the thunder and lightning waves erupted even more fiercely, roaring earth-shatteringly. At this very moment, from a very deep position within the lightning domain, Wang Lin's true form, sitting cross-legged inside a 10,000-foot-tall lightning sphere, suddenly opened his eyes, which burst forth with dense, cold light. Finally, you've arrived. The moment Wang Lin's true form opened his eyes, the entire lightning domain surrounding the 16 Lightning Clan cultivation stars immediately became turbulent, like a king-level star, unleashing an extremely terrifying force of heaven and earth's thunder and lightning. The moment Wang Lin's true form awakened, the hundreds of lightning dragons of the Lightning Clan's Grand Elder, who were pursuing Wang Lin's primordial spirit, suddenly trembled violently, and some even shattered with a loud crash. The remaining lightning dragons, though not shattered, were intimidated by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the lightning domain and dared not advance. Even the usually calm expression of the Lightning Clan's Grand Elder changed. His pursuit slowed for a moment, and a rare look of solemnity appeared on his face. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit, transformed into an ancient lightning dragon, had already entered the lightning domain. He turned sharply and glared at the Lightning Clan's Grand Elder. The lightning dragon then quickly transformed back into human form. Today, I, Wang Lin, have come here to collect the immortal lightning and destroy your Lightning Clan, Wang Lin slowly uttered, his primordial spirit retreating and merging into the lightning domain. The eyes of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder flashed, and he sneered. His body flicked, and he directly pursued, stepping into the Thunder Domain. The Thunder Domain was roaring and surging like a raging wave, but as the Grand Elder entered, it seemed to be instantly calmed by an invisible pressure. The Grand Elder unleashed his divine consciousness. Wherever he went, the lightning subsided and swirled around his body as if he were its master. Is this your helper? I want to see what kind of help you offer, how you intend to destroy my Thunder Clan. The Grand Elder's booming voice spread wildly in all directions. But the moment this sound echoed, a cold voice suddenly came from the boundless border, slowly echoing, "As you wish," just for simple words, yet they unleashed torrents of thunder and lightning. Explosions 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times louder. These earth-shattering roars shook the heavens and the earth, reverberating throughout the entire Thunder Domain. At this very moment, the Thunder Domain before the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan erupted with a thunderous roar, like a fist being swung, incredibly powerful. These rumbling sounds carried a frenzied, earth-shattering force, an unprecedented, unstoppable momentum. The Thunder Domain then erupted with earth-shattering gusts of wind. The Great Elder of the Lightning Clan's eyes narrowed as he gazed into the distance. Where his gaze fell, thunder swirled, lightning flashed, silver serpents moved, and the rumbling sounds, seemingly from ancient times, grew ever closer. Looking down from the starry sky, one would see an earth-shattering scene within the boundless Thunder Domain. Far from the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder, a white-haired young man was speeding like an arrow down a straight path towards the Grand Elder. As Wang Lin advanced, his right fist continuously struck forward, each punch accompanied by earth-shattering explosions. Even more astonishing was that each punch caused lightning to condense furiously, gradually forming a colossal, illusory fist before the young man. Initially, this fist was only 10 meters in diameter, but as Wang Lin continued to advance and attack, absorbing the lightning, It grew to hundreds, thousands, and even tens of thousands of meters. This 10,000-meter fist, formed entirely of lightning, was incredibly terrifying, capable of shaking the minds of all who witnessed it, their faces filled with horror. The resounding explosions gradually approached, the earth-shattering sounds spreading further and further. Even the Lightning Clan members on 16 distant planets could clearly hear the thunder rumbling in the heavens. The Lightning Clan's great elder's expression changed drastically, revealing a serious look. Although he knew the other party had brought him here with some backing, he also knew his cultivation was only at the top of the third stage, and since he was essentially within the Lightning Clan, he didn't pay much attention to it. At this moment, he gazed at the gigantic fist formed by lightning before him, his mind shaken. This is definitely not just lightning power. It hides all sorts of other divine abilities. As the earth-shattering explosions resounded, Wang Lin stepped forward, his fist reaching for the 10,000-foot-long fist. At this moment, his right hand struck out, the thunderous roars echoing, lightning condensing, and the 10,000-foot-long fist expanding, instantly becoming 2,000 feet in size. Thus, the sky seemed to be obscured, the gigantic fist replacing all of heaven and earth, furiously hurtling towards the great elder of the Lightning Clan. "Old man, do you dare to fight me?" Wang Lin stomped closer, raising his right hand and unleashing a punch, channeling all the power of the ancient god within him. At this moment, the ancient god points on his forehead flashed and rotated wildly, the terrifying ancient god power erupting and transforming into a peak punch. This ancient god punch, combined with Wang Lin's cultivation power and the might to control the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, had become a supreme, heaven-destroying, earth-shattering divine ability. A colossal fist, over 20,000 feet in size, formed by thunder and lightning, roared down like it came from another world, its overwhelming power reaching straight towards the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder. The Grand Elder retreated, his right hand directly striking the clan mark on his forehead. His clothes billowed in the windless air, his hair flew, and his eyes blazed with dazzling light. He roared, "What a powerful punch! I'll fight you!" The moment his right hand landed on his forehead, the clan mark suddenly flashed with light, and a magical artifact flew out from within. This artifact was an ancient mirror with one side blue and the other side bearing a lightning symbol. This symbol looked exactly like the Thunder Clan's immortal lightning. "Thunder-killing mirror, shatter everything for me!" The Grand Elder roared, then threw it forward. Inside the thunder-killing mirror, thunderous roars erupted, instantly expanding many times its original size. In a flash, the thunder-killing mirror transformed into a colossal mirror, shielding the Grand Elder. As Wang Lin's punch approached, a flash of lightning emanated from the mirror, reflecting a gigantic fist within. This thunder-killing mirror was one of the Lightning Clan's most important treasures. All the divine abilities of those below the third stage were replicated before it, their power no less than the original, capable of counteracting all divine abilities. This type of artifact was incredibly powerful, comparable to the 9th grade Void Nirvana artifact of the mysterious treasure Venerable. This artifact was a 2nd grade Void Nirvana treasure, far surpassing the Void Realm and approaching almost infinitely close to Nirvana grade artifacts. The Thunder Fist, replicated by the 10,000-foot-tall thunder-killing mirror, was incredibly massive. The moment the thunder rumbled within the mirror, the Thunder Fist was unleashed, creating a scene as if a giant hidden within the mirror had struck with a single blow. This punch was identical to the one Wang Lin had unleashed, even down to its size, the flashes of lightning, and the trajectory. There was no difference whatsoever. In an instant, two gigantic fists slammed into each other outside the thunder-killing mirror. Boom! 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 Fierce sounds erupted, a surge of power tearing through the void and wildly sweeping in all directions. Yet, these two colossal fists did not dissipate. Instead, they resembled two giants clashing outside the mirror, the explosions continuing unabated. Wang Lin was behind the lightning fist, his face ferocious, his body constantly surging forward, his right hand clenched and striking straight out. Each time his right hand struck, a gigantic fist in front of him moved along with it. The lightning fist, replicated by the mirror, became even more ferocious, continuing its frenzied attack. The two gigantic fists clashed, creating terrifying sounds that filled the heavens and earth, reverberating throughout the entire lightning tribe. Even outside the lightning tribe's starry sky, the rumbling sounds echoed. "Break for me! Break! Break!" Wang Lin roared angrily, advancing further. The ancient divine power throughout his body surged wildly, the ancient divine star points on his forehead rotating until they were no longer visible, unleashing a barrage of fist strikes. The replicated lightning fist, also imbued with all the divine abilities of the lightning-killing mirror, could not compare to the replicating power of the ancient god. The ancient god was the embodiment of all ancient beings, the divine beings of all things. How could this artifact be replicated? It was impossible to replicate. As Wang Lin advanced, the replicated fist began to retreat. He chuckled softly, intending to force the replicated fist into the mirror, shattering this mirror-shaped artifact. This scene shocked the great elder of the Lightning Clan. He formed a hand seal, preparing to unleash his divine power. But at that moment, Wang Lin let out an earth-shattering roar. He brought his hands together and swung them down with immense force. Earth-shattering explosions resounded. The replicated fist suddenly shattered, and Wang Lin's colossal fist struck deep into the mirror. At this moment, Wang Lin stood in midair. He opened his mouth, a crimson light flashing, and the blood sword shot out, transforming into a terrifying blood-red beam. At this time, all the surrounding heaven and earth were enveloped in blood-red light. The blood sword directly shattered everything, then directly landed on the 10,000-foot-tall thunder-killing mirror. A clang sound echoed. A clear, resounding clang echoed as the lightning tribe's extremely precious treasure, the lightning-killing mirror, was pierced by the blood sword, causing numerous cracks to appear. Under the disbelieving gaze of the lightning tribe's great elder, the mirror shattered into countless pieces. The blood light flashed again, returning to Wang Lin's side. This time, he wielded his remaining fist, striking with a thunderous roar through the shattered lightning-killing mirror, his fist directly appearing before the lightning tribe's great elder. Loud explosions resounded. The lightning tribe's great elder roared in anger and retreated, unleashing a burst of energy that struck the lightning fist in front of him. Terrifying screams erupted. Under the deafening explosions, Wang Lin's body trembled, and he immediately retreated several steps. The lightning fist shattered. But even the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan had to retreat, his clothes tattered, his eyes blazing with intense light, and rumbling sounds echoing within his body. You have the qualifications to fight me, but in front of me, you are certain to die. It's been a long time since I've displayed cultivation beyond the 4th heavenly tribulation. Killing you doesn't require the 5th heavenly tribulation. Today, I will show you the peak power of the 4th heavenly tribulation, the ultimate perfection. The Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan swung his right hand, pressing it against his forehead and pulling it out. The clan mark on his forehead flashed fiercely. The tearing sound was like ripping a seal, and when the seal opened, a terrifying surge of cultivation erupted from him. This cultivation was so terrifying that the starry sky trembled. Even the lightning in all directions dared not approach, all retreating far away. Gathering lightning seal. As soon as the seal was torn open, a surge of peak cultivation power, the 4th stage of heavenly human realm, erupted. At this moment, terrifying cultivation energy swirled throughout the body of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder, making him seem like a completely different person than before, simultaneously unleashing an extremely powerful pressure. Under this pressure, the starry sky seemed unable to withstand it, showing signs of distortion and numerous cracks. Especially the moment the 3 words Thunder Gathering Seal were uttered, the starry sky exploded with a resounding roar. The suppressed lightning from all directions immediately surged forward, all converging on the Grand Elder's raised right hand. A gigantic lightning ball appeared with a thunderous roar. This lightning ball, continuously condensed by lightning from all directions, instantly enlarged to several meters in diameter. Inside, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, everything rapidly rotating. Condense for me. The Grand Elder let out a low growl, and within the tens of thousands of feet of lightning sphere, earth-shattering explosions immediately erupted. The rumbling sounds causing the lightning sphere to compress violently. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000, 1,000,000 times. As the lightning ball continuously compressed, thunder roared, and lightning flashed with dazzling brilliance. The lightning ball grew brighter and brighter, enveloping the entire starry sky. Even the Grand Elder's body seemed to disappear within the radiance, invisible to the naked eye. This scene was as if all of heaven and earth, all of thunder, all of sound were converging into the lightning ball the Grand Elder held in his hand, being continuously compressed, and compressed again. This terrifying scene even shook Wang Lin's mind, his pupils contracting. He clearly knew what divine ability the opponent was employing. He had cultivated it when he was hidden within the Lightning Clan. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he also raised his right hand to the starry sky, gathering Thunder Seal. Wang Lin's voice echoed, and all the thunder converging towards the Grand Elder's right hand immediately trembled. At this moment, the symbol in Wang Lin's right eye flashed, and beside the lightning symbol, a stream of spiritual thunder materialized. The spiritual thunder enveloped the lightning, causing Wang Lin's right eye to erupt with a dazzling radiance, emitting an eerie aura. In that instant, all the lightning power in the heavens and earth split into two, half of it surging towards Wang Lin's right hand, condensing into a gigantic lightning ball. The great elder of the Lightning Clan, seeing Wang Lin unleash the lightning gathering seal, narrowed his eyes but remained silent. Their gazes met, and both raised their lightning balls, frantically beginning the compression process. In a short time, the lightning ball in Wang Lin's hand had been compressed more than 10,000 times, and was still continuously being compressed. The rumbling sounds emanating from the lightning ball were earth-shattering. 100,000 times, 200,000 times, up to 300,000 times, the lightning ball in Wang Lin's hand erupted with a terrifying force capable of destroying heaven and earth. At this moment, he wasn't holding a simple lightning ball, but a peerless thunderbolt. The thunder rumbled, and the lightning ball in the hand of the Lightning Clan's Grand Elder on the other side frantically compressed, continuously absorbing lightning, compressing it more than 5 million times. All the lightning compression happened in an instant. As the two compressed, the entire starry sky began to undergo drastic changes, as if splitting between them, all rushing towards each other. At this moment, two distinct streams of lightning separated from the starry sky, erupting in thunderous explosions. The Lightning Clan's Grand Elder possessed immortal lightning, a primordial lightning bolt that had descended countless millennia ago. The Grand Elder's eyes blazed with strange light, his body suddenly leaping up. He raised the lightning, compressed 5 million times, and unleashed it towards Wang Lin. Die for me. Wang Lin relied entirely on himself. He advanced step by step, using half of the ancient Thunder Dragon as a conduit to comprehend the essence of lightning. Although what he understood was far inferior to the immortal lightning, he had still grasped its essence. In terms of power, the two were on equal footing. The moment the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan swung his hand, Wang Lin also leapt up. The lightning, compressed 3 million times in his right hand, instantly surged out. Wang Lin looked up at the sky and roared softly, "With my lightning essence, I command all the lightning to condense for me." The thunderous sounds from the lightning in Wang Lin's hand erupted wildly. In just a moment, the compression level increased from 300 times to 4 million times. This level of pressure was the limit for Wang Lin's cultivation. His eyes blazed with madness as he charged towards the great elder of the Lightning Clan. In that instant, a battle began between the two separated star systems. Both cultivated lightning, and battles between lightning cultivators are incredibly simple. It's a desperate struggle to control lightning. A desperate gamble. Furthermore, both possessed a force resisting lightning within their bodies. Ordinary lightning strikes couldn't affect them. However, the lightning before them concealed the will of their opponent, capable of inflicting terrifying damage. The moment they clashed, the star system shattered violently on a massive scale, tearing apart numerous spatial rifts, and the lightning domain trembled. The two lightning spheres collided, creating an unimaginable impact force. Earth-shattering explosions resounded. The shockwaves of lightning erupted, causing the lightning domain to boil and expand in all directions. At this moment, the lightning domain was continuously growing 100-fold, creating a terrifying explosion that reverberated throughout the primordial starry sky. Cultivation planets close to the lightning tribe were immediately affected by these lightning waves, like a torrential downpour. This scene resembled a force tearing through the lightning tribe within the primordial starry sky. This force was so powerful that its continuous eruptions immediately drew the attention of many powerful figures in the primordial starry sky. And even third-stage powerhouses recognized the earth-shattering changes within the lightning tribe. The lightning balls collided head-on. The lightning that Wang Lin had been suppressing shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, some of his internal organs mixed in. His bones felt like they were shattering, and intense pain surged like a tidal wave, sweeping away everything in its path. At this moment, Wang Lin was thrown back as if by a hurricane. When the first impact force erupted, Wang Lin was flung away. The thunderous force generated by the collision was enough to destroy heaven and earth. enough to obliterate all living beings. As the terrifying impact force approached, in that moment of life or death danger, Wang Lin was only concerned about his own survival. He believed that the Lightning Clan's great elder was also in a bad state. At this moment, he needed to face the terrifying impact force before him. "I'll risk it." A look of madness appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. That was his nature, concealing a desperate, explosive emotion. The more dangerous the situation, the bolder his courage, and the more he relied on extremely precise calculations and terrifying cunning. Therefore, Wang Lin had many opportunities to defeat powerful enemies that were almost impossible to withstand. The moment the second wave of impact arrived, Wang Lin immediately pointed his hands forward, forming a hand seal. Suddenly, streams of light appeared in the turbulent space. A multitude of lights, including lightning, electric light, starlight, destructive light, and even invisible lights covering spatial cracks. And even the light from the distant Lightning Clan's cultivation planet, and many lights from Lightning Clan cultivators. Especially noteworthy were the streams of spiritual talisman light emanating from the 7 million heavens and earths within his storage space, a frenzied convergence of light enveloping Wang Lin's entire body. At this moment, a colossal beam of light suddenly erupted, enveloping Wang Lin's body. From afar, Wang Lin's figure was no longer visible. All that remained was a colossal beam of light absorbing the radiance of heaven and earth. This was the most powerful protective divine ability of the Blue Dream Taoist, the Light Shadow Shield. The moment the light shadow appeared, a massive surge of energy erupted, directly striking the colossal light shadow that enveloped Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the light shadow trembled violently, and the radiance above it instantly flared up, erupting into endless streams of light that illuminated the heavens and the entire starry sky. The moment the light image began to emit unbearable sounds of impact, Wang Lin let out an earth-shattering roar, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood onto the light image. At this moment, the light image was instantly filled with blood, and amidst the thunderous explosions surrounding it, the second, third, and fourth waves of impact force were violently repelled. The moment all the lightning impact force was deflected, Wang Lin's face turned pale, but he still unleashed a furious surge of killing intent. He raised his right hand, blood light flashed, and the invincible blood sword, propelled by the deflected impact force, shot forward. Die! The lightning symbol in Wang Lin's right eye flashed intensely, then directly flew out of his right eye in an extremely bizarre manner. The symbol, surrounded by spiritual thunder, shot out along with the blood sword. Simultaneously, both of Wang Lin's eyes flashed with crimson light, and the ultimate realm reappeared. Everything happened so quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. As the impact force was deflected, the blood sword, the primordial lightning, and Wang Lin's ultimate power were added to the mix. In that instant, all three terrifying forces transformed into a deadly tribulation, surging forward like a madman. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan had retreated, his hands waving in the starry sky to break through the impact force. But in that instant, his expression changed drastically. His pupils contracted, revealing a look of horror. He hadn't expected Wang Lin to be so audacious, capable of such unbelievable actions even in that situation. Especially when the light and shadow appeared, it was like a sledgehammer striking the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan's mind. Isn't this the light and shadow shield of the Blue Dream Taoist? Does the Blue Dream Taoist intend to kill me? All the reflected shockwaves immediately surged towards the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder, merging into the final shockwave heading towards him. As if the Grand Elder was about to endure the full force of the lightning and shattering power. Especially noteworthy was the blood sword within that terrifying shockwave, concealing Wang Lin's primordial lightning and ultimate power. A long-dormant sense of mortal danger suddenly erupted like a raging wave in the Grand Elder's heart. He didn't even have time to consider. All the shockwaves surged forward to devour him. The earth-shattering roars seemed endless, only dissipating after a long while. Wang Lin retreated while simultaneously employing the wine-summoning rain technique to counter the scattered lightning power in the starry sky, propelling himself far away. But at this very moment, an earth-shattering roar, filled with terrifying anger, suddenly erupted like a raging wave. As the impact subsided, a figure enveloped in lightning suddenly advanced step by step. This was none other than the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan, his aura far more terrifying than before, creating a storm of wine that enveloped his body. This aura was incredibly powerful, breathtaking, and had already reached the third step. The Great Elder's clothes were damaged, a crack appeared on his forehead from being torn apart by the extreme force, and his entire body was covered in wounds. Blood splattering everywhere. These were wounds inflicted by Wang Lin's primordial lightning. The Great Elder of the Lightning Clan's primordial spirit showed signs of exhaustion, severely wounded by the impact of the lightning. You must die, with the boundless life force of the fifth decline of heavenly human, and in the name of the immortal sacred thunder of our tribe. Open the ancient thunder realm and summon the eternal existence, the ancient thunder dragon. The face of the Lightning Clan's Grand Elder became extremely ferocious, his previous calmness and arrogance completely swept away. In an extremely short period of time, in a terrifying battle, Wang Lin had caused him to many unimaginable and terrifying things. The Lightning Clan's Grand Elder had initially disregarded Wang Lin, believing that simply unleashing his fourth decline of heavenly human cultivation would be enough to kill him. But when the unprecedented life-or-death crisis, the worst in tens of thousands of years, erupted, he regained his senses. If the Grand Elder hadn't risked his life to tear apart the last remaining seal, unleashing all his cultivation and emitting the terrifying aura of the fifth heavenly tribulation, the terrifying impact would have severely wounded him, perhaps even killed him. The lightning balls colliding created a terrifying shockwave, like raging waves engulfing and shattering all of the Grand Elder's protective layers. The moment the protective layers crumbled, a crimson lightning bolt slammed down, directly striking the clan mark on his forehead. This lightning bolt concealed an unimaginable force that caused his clan mark to tremble and then violently tear apart. Simultaneously, the extremely bizarre and almost invincible blood sword further intensified the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan's nightmare. The blood sword shattered everything, directly piercing through the prison and causing blood to gush out. If it weren't for the sudden burst of his fifth stage heavenly human cultivation, this single sword strike would have been enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. Furthermore, the opponent unleashed a primordial lightning bolt within the terrifying impact force, transforming it into hidden lightning and activating the lightning power within his body. Both internal and external attacks inflicted numerous wounds on the Grand Elder. Everything was a lesson that brought the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder back to his senses. This young man before him was absolutely a formidable opponent. Furthermore, the light and shadow shield technique that the opponent displayed, a technique of the Blue Dream Taoist, shocked the Grand Elder and sparked many speculations. However, compared to the injuries or the divine abilities of the Blue Dream Taoist, neither could truly frighten the Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan, but not truly intimidate him. What frightened him at this moment was the opponent's calculations and timing, coupled with their extreme audacity, cunning, and terrifying schemes. Under the extremely dangerous circumstances of the lightning strike, this person spared no effort in unleashing the light and shadow shield to take the attack before I could react. This sounds simple, but those who truly grasp and utilize opportunities perfectly are extremely rare. If it were me, I would certainly hesitate. This person isn't old, yet he possesses such a ruthless mind. He's definitely not some unknown figure in the primordial star realm. He should have a formidable reputation, but I've never even heard of Wang Lin. Who exactly is he? The expression on the face of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder became extremely serious, even enveloping in ferocity. After escaping the terrifying impact, his mind was filled with an extremely intense killing intent towards Wang Lin. The Thunder Clan's Grand Elder roared softly, raising both hands and pulling forcefully to the sides. Open the primordial thunder realm. Thunder rumbled, the thunderclaps shaking the heavens and earth. The shockwave was far more powerful than before, as if the heavens and earth were shattering. A gigantic vortex immediately appeared before the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder. The center of the vortex was pitch black, surrounded by countless lightning bolts that continuously rotated, vaguely forming a black hole leading to another world. This divine ability had almost reached the level of a third-stage expert, draining the power of incense and offerings. Wang Lin was in the midst of the impact, his face slightly pale. He had been injured earlier when the shockwave struck, and if he hadn't immediately used the wind summoning and rain summoning technique to counter it, he would have been severely wounded. This was a fierce battle, arguably the most terrifying opponent Wang Lin had ever faced in his life. Shui Daozi, being a third-stage expert, could kill Wang Lin as easily as dust, but that wasn't Wang Lin who did it. It was the master of the Wind Realm. Therefore, facing the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan this time, everything Wang Lin had prepared was solely for this battle, so his blood was boiling. Killing intent blazed in Wang Lin's eyes. I am a monk. What am I afraid of in a battle? What is a battle worth? If I can't defeat the fifth heavenly tribulation, how can I possibly challenge a third-stage expert, let alone kill Shui Diaozi? Wang Lin looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. His hands formed a series of incantations, and his entire body emitted rumbling sounds. Ancient divine star points rotated on his forehead, and simultaneously, the attack contained star rolls. Wang Lin's cultivation rapidly circulated, and the blood sword quickly returned to circle his body, erupting with endless streams of sword energy. Wang Lin's eyes blazed like torches, not giving the Grand Elder another chance to unleash his divine abilities. He swung his right hand and suddenly lunged forward. The blood sword cleared the way, and endless lightning bolts enveloped his body. In a brief moment, Wang Lin was like a shooting star surrounded by countless lightning bolts, hurtling forward amidst the resounding thunderclaps. A firefly's light dares to compare itself to the sun. The Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan sneered, then bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood from his fifth stage, heavenly human cultivation. The moment the fresh blood spurted out, it was immediately absorbed by the giant vortex surrounding the Grand Elder's body. The ancient Thunder Dragon has dissipated and died after countless years. Today, I, as a servant of the immortal thunder, summon your scattered soul to awaken. Using my blood as a conduit, I will summon thunder from the void to descend upon the heavens and earth, upon the ancient stars, recreating the terrifying divine power of ancient times. The moment the Grand Elder's blood was absorbed by the vortex, mournful screams and earth-shattering roars erupted. At this moment, the vortex suddenly trembled, the starry sky shook, and all the thunder in the starry sky erupted simultaneously. The moment the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder finished speaking, rumbling sounds echoed within the vortex, as if a powerful being was attacking and breaking through it to escape. The ancient Thunder Dragon has descended. The Thunder Clan's Grand Elder roared, his hands pulling back. The vortex spun wildly, emitting an earth-shattering roar. A gigantic dragon head emerged from the center of the vortex, blazing with blue light and concealing endless lightning. As soon as the dragon head appeared, it let out a unique roar of the ancient Thunder Dragon. Roar! Wang Lin advanced, bringing with him a great deal of lightning, but at this moment, all the lightning surrounding his body was no longer under his control. Under the roar of the ancient Thunder Dragon, even Wang Lin's entire body emitted thunderous explosions, as if it were about to explode. He spat out fresh blood, his body was instantly blown backward, and disbelief was evident in his eyes. A complete ancient Thunder Dragon. Wang Lin continuously retreated, his expression extremely grim. The gigantic dragon head within the vortex carried overwhelming rage and ferocity. It roared and struggled out from the vortex, its body stretching over 10,000 feet, each green scale concealing endless lightning. The emergence of the ancient Thunder Dragon instantly shattered the starry sky over a large area, as if the very movement of its body had plunged the heavens and earth into a doomsday. If it were just one ancient Thunder Dragon, Wang Lin wouldn't have been so terrified. But after the first ancient Thunder Dragon emerged, a second ancient Thunder Dragon appeared from the vortex, roaring and wanting to break free. 2, 3, 4. Until the eighth ancient Thunder Dragon appeared before Wang Lin's eyes, appearing in the starry sky, clearly 8 ancient Thunder Dragons. Each ancient Thunder Dragon possessed boundless divine abilities, their power indescribable. At this moment, 8 ancient Thunder Dragons appeared simultaneously, and all the lightning obeyed their commands. All ancient Thunder Dragons, kill this guy. The Great Elder of the Lightning Clan sneered, raising his right hand and pointing a finger at Wang Lin. The 8 ancient Thunder Dragons immediately roared earth-shatteringly, charging towards Wang Lin from 8 different directions like a vast army. Their speed was incredibly fast, producing deafening rumbles, and they arrived in an instant. Before the ancient Thunder Dragons, all the lightning was useless, because they were ancient Thunder Dragons, beings with the most powerful control over lightning after the heavenly Tao. At this moment, the 8 ancient Thunder Dragons charged forward, ready to devour Wang Lin in a flash. Continuous thunderous explosions resounded, and Wang Lin roared in anger, using both hands to embrace one of the ancient Thunder Dragons. His body trembled as if struck by a 1,000-pound chariot. He spat out fresh blood and immediately retreated. But after only 3 steps, 2 more ancient Thunder Dragons lunged forward to devour him. After being continuously attacked, Wang Lin spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood, his body unable to stop, constantly retreating. But at this moment, 3 more ancient thunder dragons approached from behind Wang Lin, surrounding him. 8 ancient thunder dragons simultaneously roared and lunged towards him to devour him. A surge of overwhelming life-or-death danger erupted in Wang Lin's mind. His face turned pale, yet also showed a hint of madness. His entire body was a bloody mess, unable to recover any of his lightning power. The ancient thunder dragons were too powerful, surpassing Wang Lin's imagination, far stronger than the ancient thunder dragon he had devoured years ago. K la tai si lai long trong than? Nhang tai si lai long ji chit cch. Vien vi tam tai si lai long ne kun kang fi la tien ti chen nat ma cha la hn faching ti ra. Nhang di la navitha tam con lai long ne hin thi tin han kung ji gigo chita, di ta ko than the si thine. Kang vien tin gim ko hn and kung king the now chung ji ggc. Hang and chiang jua vien ta then fa ggc nia con tai si lai long nan mgi ko si hai sin ra lai bin neon. Nikkei ko ting kong tam lin hn tai si lai long, niu ta koga then fa the luk lung sm set sn tong mdn. Tun trangui gt thong cev bug lemon gay kang neng ki tam tai si lai long leon tic tien ken. Chisao kong kik the nuyon thine hai numuan tin v. Then the jihad mccggh and kang the chu hung ni. Lam sao big gig. Hn fetch. Hn fetch. These ancient thunder dragons were undoubtedly extremely powerful beings when alive, but now they are merely their souls. I need an opportunity. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he was continuously attacked by the ancient thunder dragons, and strange lights burst forth from within. He no longer retreated. The 8 ancient thunder dragons still opened their mouths wide, lunging towards him to devour him. Wang Lin looked up to the sky and roared. His roar no less powerful than the roar of the ancient thunder dragons. Roar! A vortex appeared on Wang Lin's forehead. His primordial spirit directly shot out, then transformed into the form of an ancient thunder dragon, simultaneously emitting the roar of an ancient thunder dragon. The moment his earth-shattering roar resounded, the 8 ancient thunder dragons all froze. Kanji immortal? The moment the 8 ancient thunder dragons paused, a dark light flashed around Wang Lin's body. The Kanji Immortal, a mysterious and unpredictable existence whose origins were unknown since Wang Lin began cultivating, suddenly appeared. Since the Kanji Immortal merged with Wang Lin's Dao concept, it could control its size. At this moment, it materialized to be over 10,000 feet long, circling around Wang Lin's body before striking directly at the 8 ancient thunder dragons. Writing is not easy for anyone, so don't project your own thoughts onto others. If another work is mentioned in the Immortal Rebellion comment section, both readers and authors will feel uncomfortable. In short, the Immortal Rebellion comment section should only discuss Immortal Rebellion, okay? We want to compete for votes, but we should use reason in our disputes, and keep it private so outsiders don't see and laugh at us. The moment Kanji Shan appeared, the eyes of the Thunder Clan's great elder suddenly widened. He stared at Kanji Shan, his eyes blazing with suspicion. No, the aura is different, but the appearance is extremely similar. As the Kanji Immortal Whip transformed into a colossal whip sweeping in all directions, earth-shattering whistling sounds erupted. 8 ancient thunder dragons were struck by the Kanji Immortal Whip, their mouths emitting incredibly painful and frenzied roars. Just as all the ancient thunder dragons were about to launch an attack, Wang Lin grabbed the Kanji Immortal Whip, wrapped it around his body, and immediately began whipping wildly. Wang Lin had obtained this Kanji Immortal Whip from the Vermilion Bird Star. This whip specialized in striking souls and primordial spirits, and had always been extremely effective. No matter their cultivation level, as long as their primordial spirit or soul left their body, there was no hope under the Kanji Immortal Whip. Escape was impossible. Even the heavenly ghost of yesteryear couldn't hide under the Kanji Immortal Whip. He recoiled in shock, his entire body trembling. Now that Wang Lin had the Kanji Immortal Whip, the whistling sounds continued incessantly, and the 8 ancient thunder dragons roared even more ferociously. At this moment, the primordial thunder dragon was unable to charge forward. It recoiled and retreated. As it continuously retreated, the primordial thunder dragon's body, struck by the Kanji Immortal Whip, seemed to burst into flames, showing signs of dissolving. Wang Lin's spirit was shaken. Without much thought, he frantically poured his entire cultivation into the Kanji Immortal Whip. The whip immediately burst forth with a fierce dark light, vaguely enveloped in streaks of golden light. The moment he saw the golden light, the expression of the ThunderClan's great elder changed drastically, his eyes blazing with fear. Golden light, this is golden light. Could this thing be? Impossible. Wasn't that whip taken away years ago? How is it in his hands? Absolutely impossible. I also want to see what's so strange about this simulated whip. Primordial Thunder Dragon, devour it for me. The Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan stared intently at Kanji Immortal, his hands forming a hand seal, and blood gushed from his mouth. As the blood surged and merged into the 8 ancient thunder dragons, they roared even more ferociously, no longer retreating but charging forward madly. Wang Lin advanced, his Kanji Immortal whip swiftly lashing out, engaging in a breathtaking battle with the 8 ancient thunder dragons. At this moment, the dark light on the whip diminished, and the damaged areas were instantly replaced by golden light. After a while, the 8 ancient thunder dragons seemed to have completely gone berserk, abandoning Wang Lin and simultaneously charging towards Kanji Immortal. Ancient thunder dragons, explode, explode, explode. The Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan's face was extremely ferocious as he glared at Kanji Immortal and roared. As the words of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder resounded, the bodies of the 8 ancient thunder dragons immediately shook violently. At that moment, one of them instantly exploded. The deafening sounds indescribable. Lightning burst forth from its shattered body, creating a destructive storm. It wasn't just one ancient thunder dragon self-destructing. In an extremely short time, all 8 ancient thunder dragons simultaneously self-destructed. 8 earth-shattering storms erupted, enough to destroy all living beings in the starry sky. The storm swirled and rushed towards Wang Lin. In this moment of extreme danger, Wang Lin frantically swept his Kanji Immortal staff across, but the storm was too powerful, causing deafening explosions. For the first time, the Kanji Immortal staff showed signs of being unable to withstand the onslaught. At that very moment, numerous cracks appeared on the staff, and a rumbling sound emanated as the staff shattered into pieces. Wang Lin's entire body had become a bloody mess. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that only after seeing the Kanji Immortal shatter did he realize that this wasn't the magical artifact that had frightened him. His mind relaxed, his killing intent flared up, and he took a step forward, intending to join the storm to completely kill Wang Lin. Die for me. The Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan smiled extremely viciously and immediately approached, raising his right hand to forcefully strike down into the void. But at this moment, a shocking change occurred. Wang Lin was struggling within the 8 terrifying storms created by the shattered ancient thunder dragon. His ancient divine body was almost shattering, his primordial spirit trembling, showing signs of exhaustion from severe injury. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot, and he sighed inwardly, realizing that his current cultivation level was insufficient to fight a battle against a 5th stage heavenly human. At that moment, he was preparing to open the blood-colored talisman to travel to the 7 million realms, but suddenly, an expression of extreme fear flashed in his eyes. A dazzling golden light flashed as the Kanji Immortal whip continuously shattered, and in an instant, countless streams of golden light erupted from the whip's body. Within these streams of golden light, an indescribable aura slowly emerged. At this moment, the storm created by the shattering of the primordial thunder dragon suddenly stopped amidst the aura and golden light erupting from the Kanji Immortal whip. Even the movements of heaven and earth seemed to freeze, as if a paralyzing spell had been cast. In this instant, there was no sound in the heavens and earth. Even the thunder seemed to have been extinguished, no longer resounding. Everything stopped, leaving only the aura and golden light erupting from the Kanji Immortal whip. The 10,000-foot-long Kanji Immortal whip rapidly shrank within the golden light. The whip's body continuously shattered without a sound, being torn apart piece by piece, causing the golden light to flare up even more intensely. In just a moment, the 10,000-foot-long Kanji Immortal whip was reduced to 10 feet, the last piece of skin on the whip's body also torn off. At this moment, the Kanji Immortal whip's form suddenly underwent astonishing transformations. Looking at it now, the Kanji Immortal whip was no longer a whip. It was clearly a stream of light, a stream of golden light. It was as if someone had drawn golden light from the heavens and earth, then used terrifying divine power to create a 10-foot-long stream of golden light. An indescribable pressure erupted within the golden light. What Wang Lin held in his hand was this golden stream of light. In that instant, his mind was shaken, his vision blurred, and he vaguely felt an extremely strange sensation. At this moment, it was as if Wang Lin was holding billions of living beings' souls in his hands. These souls and light were fused together by a strange divine ability, forming the Kunji Immortal, used to attack the primordial spirit and souls. A vague sense of enlightenment slowly surged through him. Wang Lin grasped the 10-long golden light and swung it in all directions. Loud explosions resounded as the golden light, like a snake, directly swept towards the contracting storm winds created by the primordial thunder dragon. The moment the golden light burst forth, it instantly extended infinitely hundreds of zhang, thousands of zhang, 10,000 zhang, tens of thousands of zhang. This golden light spread boundlessly, continuously sweeping across and directly piercing through the storms surrounding Wang Lin's body. The storm winds immediately trembled, earth-shattering explosions resounded, and then they shattered with a thunderous roar. In the midst of the shattering, the souls of the 8 ancient thunder dragons instantly materialized, their colossal bodies splitting in two. At this moment, mournful screams echoed, and all the ancient thunder dragons seemed to vanish into thin air, disappearing once again into the passage of time. At this moment, a look of terror flashed in the eyes of the great elder of the Lightning Clan. The moment the golden light struck him, he darted backward like an arrow, but he was still hit by the whip. He immediately spat out blood, his body rapidly retreating, his face pale as he stammered, This is impossible. This whip of the myriad worlds, the soul-sealing whip, was taken away long ago. It absolutely cannot appear in this world again. Who are you? Where do you come from? And why do you possess the magical artifact of the leader of the cultivators who helped the ancestor all those years ago? From the moment the Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan clashed with Wang Lin until now, his terror had reached its peak. An indescribable fear surged within him as he looked at Kunji Immortal, a whip he had once seen before. Back then, when the ancestor was still alive, he was merely a nascent soul cultivator. He had witnessed the leader of the mysterious cultivators wield this whip, shattering the heavens and earth, causing the passage of time to reverse, and cracks to appear in the starry sky, almost shifting the universe itself, creating 7 million heavens and earths invisibly. When this Grand Elder arrived, that cultivator unleashed a second whip, shattering the blue sky and the void. This whip enveloped the endless darkness, simultaneously engulfing several living beings, placing them within the 7 million heavens and earths. These beings became the first group to appear in the 7 million heavens and earths. The Grand Elder also witnessed the moment the cultivator unleashed the creatures and shattered the void, immediately letting out an angry roar. At that moment, a terrifying and frenzied aura emanated from the void, and within that aura, a figure shot out. But the third whip of the mysterious cultivator shattered the terrifying figure with a resounding crash. They're gone. They've taken this whip with them? Why has the ancient leader's treasure reappeared, and in this man's hands? Could it be? Could this be the will of heaven? The ancestral spirit has appeared, bringing this person here, bringing the myriad world's soul-sealing whip to my Lightning Clan. A look of insane greed blazed in the eyes of the Lightning Clan's Grand Elder. Wang Lin didn't have time to consider the thoughts of the Thunder Clan's Great Elder. At this moment, his eyes blazed with strange light, and his heart pounded. He stared intently at the split and dissipating souls of the ancient Thunder Dragon. This is the ancient Thunder Dragon. Even if it's just its soul, it's officially the ancient Thunder Dragon. I devoured half of an ancient Thunder Dragon years ago, but I can't miss this opportunity. A gleam flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Seeing the souls about to dissipate, he knew that if they did, he would never have such a great opportunity again in his lifetime. In that instant, he disregarded everything. He closed his eyes, but a vortex appeared in his forehead, and his primordial spirit directly shot out. Wang Lin's ancient Thunder Dragon primordial spirit quickly changed state, almost instantly transforming into a mist that stretched out infinitely. Years ago, Wang Lin's primordial spirit devoured half of an ancient Thunder Dragon because he had previously become a soul devourer on Vermilion Bird Star. Moreover, this soul devourer could devour all souls and primordial spirits in heaven and earth. Although Wang Lin rarely used it these days, he unleashed it now. Swallow, 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 swallow the souls of these 8 ancient Thunder Dragons. Swallowing them will greatly increase my lightning power. Wang Lin's thoughts surged wildly, his primordial spirit moving in unison, instantly transforming into a gigantic mouth that sucked forward, beginning to devour. The souls of the ancient Thunder Dragons, on the verge of dissipating, trembled, but in an instant, a portion of them were devoured by Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit exploded with fury, lightning flashing within, his lightning power stronger than ever before. This scene left the great elder of the lightning clan wide-eyed and open-mouthed, his eyes bulging with disbelief. He never dreamed that Wang Lin would dare to devour, and moreover, ancient thunder dragons. The souls of the 8 ancient thunder dragons were torn into pieces, on the verge of dissipating, but Wang Lin opened his mouth and swallowed them. All the souls of the ancient thunder dragons trembled, and 3/3 of them were absorbed into Wang Lin's primordial spirit. As soon as the halved souls of the ancient thunder dragons were swallowed into Wang Lin's primordial spirit, lightning flashed and exploded furiously. The electric light roared, transforming into 10-jang and 100-jang silver snakes that darted back and forth. The crackling sounds tore through the starry sky. An indescribable thunderous pressure surged from Wang Lin's primordial spirit, shaking the heavens and earth. In that instant, all the lightning in the starry sky, all the thunder, and all items related to thunder quickly materialized within Wang Lin's primordial spirit. He vaguely grasped something, but it was rather indistinct. At this moment, the lightning essence within Wang Lin's primordial spirit was frantically expanding like a violently beating heart, emitting thumping sounds. With each sound, the lightning essence intensified, generating even more primordial power. Even more astonishing, when Wang Lin's primordial spirit devoured half of the ancient thunder dragon in the demon spirit land, it transformed into the form of a thunder dragon. However, after many years, it gradually transformed into its essence, causing the primordial spirit to almost become a bolt of lightning. But this was only almost. Wang Lin's primordial spirit had not yet officially become the thunder of heaven and earth. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit underwent strange and violent transformations that simultaneously overturned the universe, continuously evolving towards the lightning essence. The continuous devouring of the souls of the ancient thunder dragons gradually propelled Wang Lin's primordial spirit to a state of perfection. Previously, his primordial spirit, while arguably on par with the immortal lightning of the Thunder Clan, still had a power level with a clear distinction between strong and weak. But now, everything began to change rapidly. The insights into lightning had been tested 100,000 times within Wang Lin's primordial spirit. At this moment, his primordial spirit let out earth-shattering roars, transforming into the soul-devouring serpent, its mouth wide open, sucking in with immense force. The heavens and earth changed color, the starry sky trembled, creating numerous cracks. And all the remaining souls of the ancient thunder dragons trembled and surged into Wang Lin's primordial spirit. In this instant, Wang Lin's primordial spirit moved frantically, its misty state rapidly changing. The primordial spirit contracted, and a terrifying surge of primordial lightning energy erupted from within. This surge caused the lightning domain surrounding the Thunder Clan to immediately retreat, the lightning flashes trembling, and the thunder submitting. The moment this aura erupted, the immortal lightning in the temple of the Thunder Clan's sacred land suddenly let out unprecedented, thunderous roars of defiance. These thunderous sounds seemed to originate from the primordial era, carrying an indescribable, earth-shattering pressure. At this moment, the thunderous roars seemed to have recognized a colossal lightning entity, a perceived danger to itself, and unleashed a challenging thunderous roar. Wang Lin's primordial spirit continuously contracted, and the essence of lightning surged forth. But in that instant, a brilliant electric light burst forth from within his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit quickly contracted, the misty state vanished, and what now appeared in the starry sky was a gigantic lightning totem. The moment this lightning totem appeared, it immediately erupted with an overwhelming pressure no less powerful than the immortal thunder, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, the starry sky to shatter over a large area, and the thunderous roar tore through the sky. The spiritual thunder instantly rotated around the lightning totem, forming a thunder diagram. All of this, though described slowly, actually happened in just a few breaths. The great elder of the Lightning Clan stared wide-eyed at the unexpected events before him. This situation was beyond his comprehension. He had never heard of any being capable of devouring an ancient thunder dragon. But at this moment, a fierce sense of danger surged within the great elder of the Lightning Clan. He vaguely felt something was wrong. Furthermore, the roaring sound of the immortal thunder from the sacred land seemed to urge him to act. He absolutely cannot be allowed to continue. He must be stopped, otherwise a great disaster will befall the Lightning Clan. The Thunder Clan's Grand Elder's expression instantly turned ferocious. He regained his composure and let out a low growl, his body lunging forward, instantly approaching Wang Lin. However, the moment the Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan got close, the lightning diagram formed by Wang Lin's primordial spirit immediately retreated, directly pressing against his forehead and merging into his body. The instant his primordial spirit returned to its original position, resounding explosions echoed throughout Wang Lin's body. At this moment, every muscle, every bone, even his internal organs and everything else was filled with the power of lightning. Wang Lin's entire body seemed to have transformed into lightning. His right eye flashed, and the lightning essence was manifested again, now more than 10 times stronger than before. The moment the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder lunged forward, Wang Lin raised his right hand and struck forward. Earth-shattering explosions resounded, then echoed wildly in all directions. A net formed by countless lightning bolts instantly appeared around Wang Lin's body. These nets concealed his will, so solid that they were unbreakable. Even lightning cultivators, unless they could withstand Wang Lin's lightning essence, would never be able to break through. As Wang Lin waved his hand, the lightning nets multiplied and thickened, reaching 10 layers, 100 layers, 1,000 layers, 10,000 layers, and even 70,000 layers in an instant. The Great Elder of the Lightning Clan charged forward, raising both hands, his 5th stage heavenly human cultivation instantly erupting. He fiercely pulled with both hands, and the explosions reverberated again. With a simple movement, he tore apart 7 layers of lightning nets, but the moment the nets were torn apart, they instantly reformed. Right now, I need to leave this place and find a safe spot to seclude myself and digest the power of lightning. I shouldn't continue fighting this guy. Wang Lin's body quickly retreated. He flipped his left hand, and a spirit talisman instantly appeared in his hand, traveling to 7 million heavens and earth. Seeing Wang Lin retreat, the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan seemed enraged, the danger in his heart growing ever stronger. Absolutely cannot let this guy escape. The Great Elder of the Lightning Clan roared, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood that transformed into blood-red lightning. At this moment, the clan mark on his forehead flashed, and lightning condensed throughout his body within the blood, forming a blood lightning bolt that struck directly at the lightning net in front of him. A deafening explosion resounded, creating howling sound waves. In an instant, 60,000 layers of lightning net shattered. But just as the Great Elder was about to advance and tear apart the last layers, the 6 layers were restored. The Lightning Clan's Grand Elder's cultivation was based on lightning, and while he was still at the peak of his power in the fight against Wang Lin's lightning essence had now greatly increased, vaguely erupting with a rebellious intent. If it were any other 5th stage heavenly human cultivator, killing Wang Lin would be much simpler, absolutely not this complicated. But the Grand Elder couldn't. He and Wang Lin both cultivated lightning, and their battle was a test of their control over lightning. Seeing Wang Lin retreating faster and faster, especially the spirit talisman in his hand, the Lightning Clan's Grand Elder felt uneasy. He didn't have time to think much. His eyes flashed with determination. As a 5th stage heavenly human, he absolutely couldn't rely on the techniques he had just displayed. A 5th stage heavenly human is a powerful expert below the 3rd stage. Once their cultivation reaches this level, they far surpass all 4th stage heavenly human cultivators. But there is a special divine ability that only cultivators at the 5th stage of heavenly human decline can unleash, the life force divine ability. By sacrificing their lifespan and dispersing their own life force, they can forcibly propel their divine ability, unleashing a powerful 3rd stage aura. This is the reason why cultivators at the 5th stage of heavenly human decline are the only powerhouses below the 3rd stage. Since the battle began, the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan has never unleashed this divine ability. His lifespan is also dwindling, and he must constantly seal his cultivation to allow his lifespan to pass slowly, thus surviving and waiting for the opportunity to reach the 3rd stage. But in this situation, the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan didn't have much time to think. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, his right hand formed a hand seal pointing to the sky, and he softly shouted, "Ancestor sacrifice to the heavens. In the name of a servant, I offer 500 years of my life force and sacred body as a sacrifice, requesting the sacred lightning to transfer to me and transform into the chaotic immortal lightning." The voice of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder was extremely strange and peculiar. The moment he opened his mouth, the clan mark on his forehead flashed with dazzling light. A gigantic compass vaguely appeared in the heavens and earth. This compass was immense, boundless. Looking up, it was clearly visible even to star systems outside the Thunder Clan. This compass emitted an aura of ancient desolation, its exterior heavily damaged in many places, as if it had just survived a battle somewhere and was on the verge of shattering. But as the compass appeared, an indescribable pressure suddenly descended like a raging wave. This pressure immediately caused the 70,000 layers of nets surrounding Wang Lin's body to emit unbearable sounds. At this moment, Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. He stared intently at the compass, his eyes filled with solemnity. Wang Lin's right hand, holding the spirit talisman, paused slightly. He wanted to know what that strange compass really was, and how powerful the divine abilities of the fifth heavenly tribulation truly were. After the compass appeared, it slowly rotated half a circle without a sound. The moment the compass rotated, it felt like years had passed, and the heavens and earth moved much faster. The face of the Thunder Clan's great elder immediately turned pale, as if a part of his soul had been severed. A wave of death energy erupted on his face, but this death energy dissipated instantly. When the death energy dissipated, the giant compass seemed to have absorbed enough life force and lifespan, gradually disappearing into the starry sky. The moment the compass disappeared, the immortal lightning that had been raging in the Thunder Clan's temple suddenly roared, as if a stream of it had split apart, shattering the heavens and earth and shooting straight towards the battlefield. Kong kiki mt lung sm set bft diet miem fong hen. Ji trong la thium lai ticy fang shajate nyan gi gm na mt ting revun kafi gi ra anticha. Lung sm set bft diet lpptic hang la miem jing nathian kint lan balai vien tanglgi sm set bao fach beningoi than the vbung lam. Nung ting ench miem vang lan kinthian yang yua. Tone bien balai vien tanglgi sm set lpptic 10 viv. The key fac le kung tin vi trong na mt lung lai hang sdj nyan bao fach ben fia. Hinti hai mtv bung lam ko rak lay kong kiki lung sm set fong hen lpptic bop nat lin fa trong te. Mt vong zoe to then hcc yong jate nyan zoot hien sao lin v bung lam, hen leon tic lu rafia sao retroc tip tin vet hcc yong, han bong keng tiu tan. The hang lung sm set bft diet vien lo lan retroc tip gugi theo vo ben trong. The Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan also hesitated slightly, but seeing the vortex about to dissipate, he didn't think twice and lunged forward, his body falling into the black hole of the vortex. The moment Wang Lin entered the 7 million realms through the spiritual talisman, a bright white net immediately appeared behind him. This net flashed, forming an extremely effective protective barrier, allowing Wang Lin to retreat even faster. The immortal lightning bolts roared after him and struck the light net, causing a frenzied explosion that echoed throughout the 7 million realms. The light net then flickered and trembled, before shattering with a thunderous roar. The moment the net shattered, all the members of the Lightning Clan residing in the 7 million realms immediately bled from their orifices, were enveloped in lightning, and perished instantly. After Wang Lin left, the scattered spirit supreme being secretly captured all the members of the Lightning Clan in the 7 million realms. He didn't kill them, but sealed each one, using their bodies to create a protective light net to withstand the force. At this moment, the light net shattered, and all the Lightning Clan members let out a mournful scream before dying. The immortal lightning also trembled, but the protective light net was also very strong, causing much of the lightning to dissipate. Just as the lightning was about to pursue Wang Lin, a phantom image suddenly appeared in the starry sky ahead. The scattered spirit supreme being stepped out from the void, his eyes revealing strange light, and he raised his right hand to grab the immortal lightning. The deafening roar erupted again, and the robes of the scattered spirit supreme being immediately fluttered. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, but the immortal lightning bolt remained firmly in his grasp. This lightning bolt quickly dissipated but did not shatter. Wang Lin did not retreat further. He flashed, his right hand clenched, and without hesitation struck straight towards the starry sky ahead. The primordial lightning in Wang Lin's right eye enlarged, transforming into a burst of electric light that spread in all directions. The scattered spirit supreme being let out another low shout and clenched his fist, causing the immortal lightning bolt to dissipate even more. The moment he released his grip, Wang Lin's punch roared forward, simultaneously unleashing the primordial lightning force, all of it raining down on the immortal lightning bolt. A deafening explosion resounded as, under the combined attacks of Wang Lin and the scattered spirit immortal, the immortal lightning shattered with a thunderous roar. A surge of shock force erupted, forcing Wang Lin and the scattered spirit immortal to retreat simultaneously. Everything happened in an instant. The moment they retreated, the figure of the ThunderClan's Grand Elder appeared not far away. The Grand Elder's expression changed drastically upon his appearance. This is 7 million heavens and earths. When the Grand Elder saw the scattered spirit immortal, his eyes narrowed sharply. Grand Elder of the ThunderClan, do you remember me? The scattered spirit immortal stared at the Grand Elder, slowly opening his mouth. The Grand Elder's expression immediately became extremely serious. With his sharp mind, he instantly understood everything. Wang Lin lured me here, fearing it would arouse suspicion and lead to a battle. The decisive moment was when we entered the 7 million heavenly realms, so I unleashed my killing intent and pursued him here. When I entered the 7 million heavenly realms, the other party had already prepared a deadly trap. However, the cultivation of the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan was already at the heaven-reaching level, very close to a third-stage great power. Although he knew the other party dared to bring him here, they must have some backing, but the Great Elder was not panicked. He glanced at the scattered spirit supreme being, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. "It's you. Back then you were just a mere ant. If I hadn't let go, you would have long since died under the heavenly tribulation." Although the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan's expression suggested he was ready to fight, his heart was filled with extreme terror. He recognized his opponent, but he could never have imagined that among the 7 million realms, there would be a person with such terrifying cultivation, and moreover, the entire Lightning Clan had not detected anything. This kind of thing completely surpassed the imagination of the Lightning Clan's Great Elder, making him even more unbelievable. But now that he had discovered it, he absolutely had to kill his opponent. The scattered spirit supreme being laughed heartily, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. He stared at the Lightning Clan's Great Elder and said, "I have lived to this day to open up this realm, destroy the Lightning Clan that calls itself the Immortal Realm, and wipe you all out." The Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan sneered. His body flashed. His right hand swung up and swept forward, a cold voice emanating from his mouth. "You don't know your own limits. Even if the two of you join forces, you're not necessarily a match for me." The moment the right hand of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder swept across, endless streams of lightning suddenly materialized outside his body, forming numerous lightning balls. All of them roared towards Wang Lin and San Ling. San Ling Shangren let out a wicked laugh, his face blazing with extreme excitement and madness. He had endured for many years, suppressed his anger for many years, and finally, today, at this very moment, he had the opportunity to erupt. San Ling Shangren harbored a deep-seated hatred for the illusory immortal realm and the Thunder Clan, causing him to laugh mournfully, looking up at the sky. "Today, I, San Ling, will avenge the 7 million heavenly beings who perished at the hands of your Thunder Clan. I want to kill immortals." San Ling laughed heartily, then advanced step by step, his hands forming a hand seal and pointing downwards, then spreading outwards. "I have traveled across 7 million heavens and earths for thousands of years, using a single word to encompass all 7 million heavens and earths. Wherever I leave my footprints, I have attained enlightenment and realized a divine power. 7 million immortal slaying seals." As the mournful voice of the scattered spirit echoed, the 7 million heavens and earths in the starry sky immediately resounded with thunderous explosions, as if awakening from a deep slumber. At this moment, numerous illusory fragments suddenly appeared outside the scattered spirit's body. These fragments were countless, appearing incredibly intricate and boundless at first glance, but upon closer inspection, a shocking detail could be discovered. All these fragments perfectly resembled the 7 million heavens and earths in this place. This was the scattered spirit's great divine technique. This person possessed exceptional talent, having used their divine consciousness to engrave the entire 7 million heavens and earths into their heart. After many years of refinement, they had successfully formed the image of 7 million heavens and earths within their heart. This was like Wang Lin gazing at the sea, at the stone gate in the immortal realm, and imprinting it in his mind. As soon as this divine ability was unleashed, the heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds reversed, and 7 million fragments of heaven and earth appeared, boundless and infinite. At this moment, the rumbling sounds transformed into a series of storms that enveloped the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan. All the small fragments merging together to form a miniature 7 million heaven and earth seal. The scattered spirit supreme being roared softly, and all the small fragments suddenly contracted to form a gigantic seal. The great elder of the lightning clan's expression changed drastically. If it were just the scattered spirit alone, he wouldn't care. He could still face it. But there was still an existence he had to be wary of: Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin didn't attack at this moment, his eyes, like swords, stared intently at the great elder. The grand elder of the Thunder Clan didn't want to be distracted, his eyes revealing determination. He prepared to unleash the fifth heavenly tribulation divine ability to kill the two men before him at once. He vaguely sensed that if he was stingy and held back his lifespan, it would surely lead to trouble. After making up his mind, the Grand Elder immediately formed a hand seal without hesitation and stretched his hands out. At this moment, his clothes fluttered, his hair blew without wind, and his body erupted with extremely powerful cultivation. I will show you the true power of the fifth heavenly tribulation. In the cycle of life, I am willing to sacrifice 1,000 years of my lifespan to obtain the thunderclouds of heaven and earth. The Thunder Shock Technique, Thundercloud Shock, Descend. The clan mark on the Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan's forehead flashed fiercely, and thunderous explosions resounded. The giant compass that had appeared earlier suddenly materialized in the 7 million starry skies. The compass instantly spun silently. The face of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder turned pale, but his ferocity only intensified. He raised his hand slightly towards the starry sky, and in that instant, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Numerous layers of clouds suddenly appeared, rapidly converging, becoming boundless in a flash. The swirling clouds concealed terrifying bolts of lightning. The thunder roared and struck the clouds, creating a series of deafening thunderclaps. These thunderclaps grew increasingly violent, instantly replacing all other sounds in the heavens and earth. At this moment, the series of explosions transformed into terrifying sound waves, ripples erupting wildly from within the clouds. These thunderous ripples were the Grand Elder's Cloud Thunder Shock technique, using vibrations to disrupt the opponent's blood circulation and induce mental changes. Therefore, the bodies of all those affected were shattered, their forms annihilated. The deafening explosions echoed. Wang Lin's body trembled. He spat out fresh blood, and his hands formed a hand seal pointing downwards. At this moment, Wang Lin's body was surrounded by the Wine Summoning Rain-Changing technique, trying to withstand the opponent's divine power. The scattered spirit supreme being's face also turned slightly pale. He let out a low growl, flicked his sleeve, and then spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. The blood burst forth and merged into the 7 billion illusory heavens and earths, causing them to explode and rapidly contract, all wanting to surround and kill the Great Elder. The ripples created by the Cloud Thunder Shock became increasingly violent, the waves striking directly at the 7 million continuously contracting heavens and earths, creating earth-shattering sounds. Boom, boom, boom. 7 million heavens and earths rapidly contracted and then shattered with a thunderous roar. Although shattered, a counterforce erupted, causing the thundercloud shock to show signs of chaos and disintegration by more than half. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. He immediately took a step forward, his right hand forming a palm and pointing towards the starry sky, then pressing down forcefully. In that instant, the heavens and earth and the starry sky in his eyes instantly became inverted. The heaven-turning seal, turning heaven into earth, turning stars into nothingness. In that instant, the entire starry sky and the entire heaven and earth moved according to Wang Lin's gaze. Everything reversed, the universe transformed. The moment everything changed, a celestial membrane instantly materialized in the starry sky. Everything reversed and unleashing a thunderous oppressive force. The expression of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder changed drastically. He raised both hands. At that moment, the clouds covering the sky suddenly dispersed extremely rapidly, as if trying to resist. A glint flashed in Tanling's eyes, and his body instantly shot forward, heading straight towards the Great Elder standing amidst the reversing heaven and earth. He formed hand seals, and suddenly 971 symbols enveloped his body, all frantically rushing towards him. A cold glint and killing intent blazed in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his left hand, the Yiling seal appearing in his mind, and forcefully pushed his hand forward. Explosions shook the heavens and earth, and a gigantic hand appeared, hurtling straight towards the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan. This terrifying hand almost covered the entire sky, concealing terrifying forces and boundless divine abilities within. causing the pupils of the Lightning Clan's great elder's eyes to contract in horror. All this happened in an instant. Tanling Shengren took a step forward, his eyes blazing with killing intent, and swung his hands forward. At this moment, 971 frenzied symbols erupted, all surrounding the cloud layer outside the body of the Thunder Clan's great elder. The cloud layer emitted thunderous explosions, then instantly shattered. The moment the cloud layer shattered, the heaven-turning seal reversed the heavens and earth without any resistance, then struck with immense force. The Thunder Clan's great elder frantically retreated, but was still struck by the overwhelming pressure, his face instantly turning pale. As the Thunder Clan's great elder retreated, the spirit-transforming seal roared forward with unimaginable speed, striking him directly in an instant. Loud rumbling sounds echoed, and the scattered Spirit Supreme being seemed enraged. He turned and pursued with the 971 symbols. He pointed his hands forward, and nearly 1,000 symbols, along with the spirit-transforming seal, unleashed a destructive force capable of annihilating heaven and earth. The Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan was thrown back by the terrifying explosion, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. This time, the injury left his hair disheveled, his face ferocious, and he roared angrily before stopping, his eyes filled with madness. Then he clapped his hands on the clan mark on his forehead. Lightning divides into 6 paths. Lightning hidden in the heavens, lightning fused into the earth, lightning concealed by magnetic fields, lightning concealed by Tao intent, and spiritual thought lightning all appear for me. The moment the roar echoed, the 6 paths of lightning surged forth from the clan mark, transforming into a 100-foot-long entity, as if connecting heaven and earth. Heaven is the starry sky, and if heaven conceals lightning, then the starry sky conceals lightning. A single bolt of lightning is a cultivation star. Combined with the Lightning Clan's secret techniques, it instantly condensed. Earth-based lightning is formed by merging countless dust particles in the starry sky, fragments of shattered planets, using a ritualistic method to create lightning. Primordial lightning is the simplest. Cultivators condense the primordial energy of heaven and earth, then frantically shatter their primordial spirit. The moment the primordial spirit dies, a seemingly endless black hole is formed, capable of absorbing an infinite amount of primordial energy from heaven and earth. This price is paid to condense primordial lightning. Magnetic lightning is formed in a special area of the starry sky filled with magnetic force. All magical artifacts lose their effectiveness there. Even divine abilities are useless. In this place, using the special method of the lightning tribe, a lightning bolt is generated every 3,000 years. This is magnetic lightning. Tao intention lightning is an extremely rare type of lightning in the ancient star realm. When the ancestors of the lightning tribe fought against the inner realm, they collected the intent of the inner realm's inhabitants and refined it into Tao intention lightning. 6 streams of lightning surrounded the body of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder. He waved his hands, creating a gigantic lightning vortex, as if propelling it forward with furious force. Let's see how you can withstand all 6 divine thunders that all generations of my Thunder Clan have collected. Die after killing you two. I will slaughter all living beings in 7 billion realms to satisfy my anger. Massacring all cultivators here so that my Thunder Clan will have nothing to worry about for 10,000 years. The Thunder Clan's Grand Elder roared furiously, pushing the swirling vortex of 6 divine thunders forward with a thunderous roar. Wang Lin and the scattered Spirit Supreme being continuously retreated. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and after retreating further, he immediately whispered, "Is this what you meant by 7 parts certain?" The expression on Tanling Shengren's face remained extremely grim. He said nothing, but his body froze, his hands forming a hand seal, and a dark light blazed in his eyes. At that moment, he suddenly roared, "Ice Annihilation Technique. 971. Shatter for me." The moment the words of the scattered spirit rang out, the 971 symbols retreating behind him instantly erupted with earth-shattering radiance. At this moment, a frenzied destructive aura burst forth, thunderous explosions resounded, and everything exploded. Nearly 1,000 symbols simultaneously shattered, creating an indescribable force of destruction. The moment the symbols shattered, a force suddenly swept across the heavens and earth, striking directly at the 6 paths divine thunder vortex. The thunderous explosions ripped through the void, spreading in all directions. The moment the earth-shattering explosions occurred, the 6 paths divine thunder vortex suddenly stopped. The impact force generated by the collision was incredibly powerful. no less than the self-explosion of the scattered spirit's symbols. The great elder of the lightning tribe spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, the madness in his eyes intensifying. Wang Lin didn't want to miss this opportunity, nor did he want to hold back. In today's battle, if either the great elder of the lightning clan died, then Wang Lin himself would perish. He hastily raised his right hand and pointed forward. Two illusory deer figures instantly materialized, and thousands of sword energies roared forth like a rain of swords, shooting straight ahead. At this moment, Wang Lin's left hand formed a hand seal and swung forward. His entire body erupted with 10,000 rays of light, all the light appearing in all directions, simultaneously converging around him to form a terrifying light image. Just then, as Wang Lin's light image shield was deployed, all living beings, mortals, cultivators, even flowers, plants, trees, wild beasts, and birds in the 7 million realms of heaven and earth burst forth with light. These rays of light shattered the void and shot straight towards Wang Lin. After the streams of light condensed around his body, the light image instantly flared up many times, then reached an unprecedented level. When Wang Lin finished, tens of thousands of swordcha had shot into the Six Paths Divine Thunder Vortex. A series of swordcha shattered. The vortex roared closer and directly struck the light image surrounding his body. Wang Lin spat out fresh blood. The light image trembled violently, and vague signs of shattering appeared. But at this moment, a terrifying force of Six Paths Divine Thunder was reflected by the light image, all of it shooting straight at the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan. The Great Elder continued to spit out fresh blood, his face extremely pale. At this moment, Tanling Shengren suddenly took a step forward, his hands forming a hand seal and pointing downwards. His entire body seemed to burst into flames, engulfing the sky. Tanling chose to incinerate all the elemental power in his body. Relying on this burning force, he quickly transformed into a fiery meteor. Tanling clapped his hands in the air, creating a storm of wind that shot straight towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan was too powerful. He spun around sharply, one hand propelling the Six Paths Divine Thunder Vortex to attack Wang Lin, while the other hand formed a hand seal. At this moment, his arm had almost transformed into lightning and attacked Tanling Shengren. However, both Wang Lin and Tanling Shengren were extremely powerful individuals. With their combined strength, and the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan already injured, it was difficult to determine a winner in a short time. He's already injured, but that's not enough. Just injure him again, and I'll be able to kill him. The scattered spirit supreme being attacked relentlessly, roaring to the heavens. This was the most crucial stage. He didn't need to worry about the Grand Elder hearing him. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The light projection was about to shatter. If it shattered and there was nothing to protect it, this battle would immediately fall into defeat. He didn't need to think much. A look of determination burst forth in his eyes, and the wine summoning rain technique immediately erupted from his body. I will trust you again. A resolute look flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Entering the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan was no easy feat, and the opponent's divine abilities were too powerful. Even with the strength of one person against like Wang Lin, he wasn't at a disadvantage. At this moment, even the opponent's lifespan and life force could be transformed into divine techniques, concealing endless dangers. If, while still outside the 7 million realms, this Great Elder of the Lightning Clan had willingly sacrificed 1,000 years of his lifespan, Wang Lin would certainly not have been able to defeat him. Right now, if I want to injure him, I can only use incense. This incense is poisonous, useless against me, but it can certainly be used to kill people. In an extremely short time, thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind. At this moment, the wine summoning rain technique erupted with a roar. When his divine consciousness was transmitted, surging sounds like raging waves immediately emanated from within the wine summoning rain technique. You who were killed by me, worship me, become my disciples, not hesitating to destroy your souls, offering all your incense power, but gather it all for me. When Wang Lin's divine consciousness erupted, all the souls he had killed that had not yet entered reincarnation within the wine-calling hand. Rain-swapping technique unleashed incredibly terrifying streams of incense power upon their celestial bodies. Many shattered souls also used soul annihilation as a price to create massive streams of incense power. Especially those souls with profound cultivation, their incense power surged like raging waves. But compared to the white-robed woman, an ancient immortal concubine, it was still no match. Her incense power was a part of all the incense power. All the incense power had been extracted by Wang Lin from the wine culling and rain swapping technique and condensed outside his body. At this moment, all the incense power had formed a sphere-like object, its internal incense power swirling wildly and erupting with boundless pressure. The moment the oppressive aura erupted, the pupils in the eyes of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder contracted sharply, revealing an expression of disbelief. This battle had already caused him to many unexpected events, but seeing the small sphere only intensified the Grand Elder's horror. Incense, you even possess incense. Knowing time was of the essence, Wang Lin's eyes blazed with killing intent as the incense power condensed. He swung his right hand into the void and thrust forward. The small sphere of incense immediately shot out, crashing violently into the Six Paths Divine Thunder Vortex, then shattering with a thunderous roar. The incense power was a powerful divine ability of the third stage, and at this moment, it was erupting wildly, causing a massive tremor, shattering the starry sky layer by layer, and making the Six Paths Divine Thunder tremble. When more than half of the incense power had shattered, Wang Lin's divine consciousness went berserk within the summoning wine and rain technique. Destroy the souls, offer up the incense. As this sound echoed, all the terrifyingly numerous souls within the wine summoning rain technique instantly shattered with a thunderous roar. This method unleashed an extremely potent surge of incense power, all directed straight at the Grand Elder. The vortex formed by the Six Paths Divine Thunder instantly crumbled, the incense power sweeping away everything remaining and hurtling towards the Grand Elder of the Lightning Tribe. At this moment, the attacks of the scattered spirits became even more frenzied. The deafening roars cut through heaven and earth. The Grand Elder of the Lightning Tribe continuously spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. Unbeknownst to him, a suit of armor radiating azure lightning had formed around his body. He continuously retreated, his eyes slightly glazed over, filled with bloodshot veins, radiating a look of madness. Offer up your life force and lifespan. Summon the immortal holy thunder to descend upon 700 heavens and earth. Thunder erupts upon all living beings. As the roar echoed, outside the 7 million realms, the immortal lightning in the temple on the sacred land suddenly shook violently. At this moment, it was as if this lightning had awakened. Thunder continuously roared and flashed, then completely left the sacred land, shattering the void and shooting straight towards the 7 million realms. This is the 7 parts certainty I mentioned earlier. The scattered spirit supreme being took a deep breath, sat down cross-legged, his face showing sorrow but also unwavering determination. The grand formation of billions of living beings and 7 million realms open for me. In the eyes of the scattered spirit supreme being, a look of profound sorrow blazed, as if opening this formation was something he didn't want to do. Yet he had no choice. He didn't want to force anyone, but after so many years, he had passed down his teachings to everyone, whether mortals or cultivators. Our heaven and earth are illusory. The immortal realm, said to be supreme and unparalleled, is also illusory. The truth requires our combined efforts to break through, to shatter this heaven and earth, to emerge and be one. The true one. This is the Tao of scattered spirits. The grand formation of tens of thousands of living beings across 7 million heavens and earths uses the lives of all living beings across 7 million heavens and earths as its formation. The moment the words of the scattered spirits immortal echoed, in all the cities and villages across 7 million heavens and earths, all mortals, men and women, old and young, came out of their homes and sat cross-legged outside. They possessed no divine powers, but a wave of thought enveloped their entire being, a thought of determination to shatter heaven and earth. We are not ants. We are not animals. We do not want to be confined. We want to shatter heaven and earth, destroy the universe, and annihilate the immortal realm. I willingly offer my life so that all future generations of my descendants may have a bright future. In the 7 million realms of heaven and earth, countless cultivators emerged from their sects, silently raising their heads and gazing with sorrowful eyes at the sky, where their aspirations lay. They all sat down silently, tears falling, and at the same time, an extremely terrifying thought erupted. We are not without ambition for cultivation, nor are we to be killed by others through heavenly tribulation. We are human beings with rights, flesh and blood, with sorrow and happiness. Cultivating the great Tao's only for the purpose of ascending to the immortal realm. But this immortal realm is merely an illusion. If the immortal realm is inhuman, then I want to destroy it and become an immortal myself. There were also many people who, after years of being suppressed by the help of the spirit-dispersing sect, had never caused a heavenly tribulation before reaching the peak of the nascent soul stage. These people came from all corners of the 7 million worlds. Their faces showed resentment and madness. They sat cross-legged, their minds filled with terrifying thoughts. We are human, not animals to be slaughtered at will. We are cultivators, not objects to generate lightning for the immortal realm. The immortal realm must shatter, the heavens and earth must open, and we must break free from this prison. In an instant, the thoughts of these beings became frenzied, all converging to form an unimaginable storm. This storm was the eruption and resistance against the prison of all the beings suppressed in the 7 million worlds for many years, a surge of unwillingness amplified many times over, transforming into a terrifying force. This surge of power is unparalleled. Even the heavenly Tao itself would tremble beneath it. This is the resistance of a mere ant, a force that defies heaven and shakes Wang Lin's mind. This is not just the rebellion of one person, but of countless living beings, of all the mortals and cultivators across 7 million realms. Use the blood and flesh of living beings in my 7 million realms to open the Great Sealing Formation, preventing all external forces from entering. The voice of the scattered spirit immortal resounded, earth-shattering, surging like a raging wave and spreading to every corner of the 7 million realms. As the scattered spirit immortal's voice rang out, the force of defying heaven and earth from the living beings in the 7 million realms instantly intensified, becoming increasingly terrifying, finally transforming into a raging storm. This storm was incredibly terrifying, something Wang Lin had never seen in his entire life. Even with the naked eye, it was invisible, devoid of any discernible features. But when one closed their eyes and used their spiritual sense to scan the area, they could feel the storm raging like a sun exploding, unleashing an earth-shattering force. This storm was the very essence of all the thoughts and lives of living beings in the 7 million realms, encompassing everything, everywhere. All of this formed a terrifying storm symbol, like an impenetrable wall preventing any external forces from entering. Everything was said calmly, but it happened in the blink of an eye. As the storm of faith, life, and defiant thoughts enveloped everything, the immortal lightning from the temple in the sacred land of the Thunder Clan erupted, shattering the void and descending with a thunderous roar. In that instant, a colossal, eternal lightning bolt struck directly at the storm formed by billions of living beings across 7 million heavens and earths. The lightning sought to break through the storm and penetrate it. Terrifying, eternal explosions echoed throughout the star domain, causing the 7 million heavens and earths to tremble violently. Within the storm, faint cries of unwillingness and earth-shattering rage erupted. As these terrifying cries resounded, the voices of cultivators and the shouts of mortals from the 7 million heavens and earths intertwined, creating a magnificent sound that resisted the heavens and earth, defying the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin gazed at the scene unfolding before him with a horrified expression, his mind shaken, even his soul resonating with the mournful sounds. His soul felt cleansed, and what needed to be proven in his heart gradually became clear. When the immortal lightning bolt descended, not only did the storm not dissipate, but it grew even more powerful. The furious roars within created a series of echoing sounds, as if billions of people were screaming. This force sent the immortal lightning bolt crashing back hundreds of meters. The thunder roared, annihilating heaven and earth, and the immortal lightning bolt, as if connecting heaven and earth, struck again. This heart-shattering scene caused the first Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan to show extreme fear. He never imagined that such earth-shattering changes could occur within the 7 million realms. Not to mention the Grand Elder, even the ancient ancestor of the Lightning Clan could not have imagined it. It's madness. They've all gone mad. The cultivators across 7 million heavens and earth have all gone mad. Even the mortals are insane, clearly. All living beings have gone mad. The immortal lightning bolts roared out from outside the storm that enveloped 7 million heavens and earth. The lightning bolt struck down once more, emitting indescribable thunderous roars, and then slammed into the storm. The storm raged violently, and countless mortals struggled to crawl up. Even though blood gushed from their mouths, they still wanted to offer up some of their strength. The cultivators spat out blood. Their willpower surpassed that of mortals, so the backlash was also extremely terrifying. A number of cultivators exploded, but the rest refused to retreat. They were willing to die. They had no way to retreat. In the eyes of the venerable Tianling, a terrifying sorrow flared up. He silently sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes tightly. At this moment, he seemed to dissolve into the heavens and earth, merging with the 7 million realms, becoming a part of them. At this moment, endless streams of light burst forth from the venerable Tenling's body, shaking the heavens and earth. The whirlwind covering the 7 million realms immediately surged with the venerable Tenling at its center, as if he were the spirit of the entire formation. The storm continued to howl, and no matter how the immortal lightning attacked, he remained unmoved. At this moment, an illusory sword burst forth with starlight and instantly materialized in the storm. When the sword appeared, the heavens and earth changed color, and the sword quickly descended upon the venerable Tenling's head. This sword was 7 feet long and 3 inches wide, its radiance swirling in all directions and emitting brilliant light. Fellow Taoist, I used the lives of 7 million living beings in the universe and all the continents to set up the absolute heaven formation to seal the 8 deserts, and at the same time, I condensed the heaven-slaying sword. Holding this sword is like holding 7 million living beings in your hands. Slash like the 7 swords you used to kill the great elder of the lightning clan. This is 7 parts of my certainty. The 7-foot-long sword flashed and shot straight towards Wang Lin. As Wang Lin reached out, the sword was already in his hand. He immediately clearly felt an unimaginable surge of energy erupting within. This energy was extremely unwilling, filled with the intention of shattering the heavens and earth. This was clearly not a sword. It was clearly the hope of all living beings in the 7 million universes. Everything happened in an instant. The great elder of the lightning clan's expression changed drastically. He stared at the 7-foot-long sword, his eyes blazing with cold light. Just 7 million heavens and earth, truly overestimating yourself. The grand elder sneered, taking a step forward and charging towards Wang Lin. He raised his right hand, conjuring a thunderous storm of lightning that surged forward. Wang Lin remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the approaching grand elder of the lightning clan. In that instant, endless streams of lightning enveloped his entire body, and numerous lightning bolts threatened to strike him. Moreover, the distance between the grand elder and Wang Lin was less than 10 meters. Wang Lin abruptly raised his head, gripping his 7-foot-long sword tightly in his right hand, and suddenly slashed forward. The heavens and earth roared, a dazzling light erupted, enveloping the entire world, as if a single sword strike had absorbed all light, becoming a single beam of sword light from the primordial era. At this moment, the sword strike was earth-shattering. No sword energy erupted, but a deafening roar filled the air, enough to shatter the eardrums of anyone who heard it. The moment the sword was unleashed, the lives of 7 million beings in the heavens and earth were lost, many perishing. But this death was their own doing, transforming into an indescribable force that surged forth from the sword. Numerous souls formed a torrent of sword light, hurtling towards the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder. All the lightning he had just unleashed shattered in an instant, offering no resistance whatsoever. The Grand Elder's mind was violently shaken. He hastily retreated, his lightning armor transforming and expanding to block the attack. The first beam of sword light struck the lightning armor. Earth-shattering explosions resounded, followed by a series of mournful cries emanating from within the burst of sword light. The eyes of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder widened in disbelief, even showing intense fear. The armor before him, left behind by the Thunder Clan's third ancestor, had withstood Wang Lin's previous attack, yet it trembled violently under a single sword strike. The Grand Elder spat out fresh blood, his body flung thousands of feet away. The sword light dissipated, and the first strike had been delivered. The Thunder Clan's Grand Elder, thrown thousands of feet away, instantly showed overwhelming fear. His body trembled, and simultaneously, a series of cracking sounds echoed outside. A series of cracks appeared, and in an instant, a deafening roar erupted as the extremely precious treasure, passed down for tens of thousands of years, shattered into countless fragments. A deep, terrifying wound suddenly appeared on the chest of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder, a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. His face was deathly pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood before retreating without hesitation. The Thunder Clan's Grand Elder was utterly shaken by the power of that single sword strike, his mind filled with terror. This sword strike was enough to destroy heaven and earth. If it weren't for the thunder armor, he would surely have died, his soul wouldn't have had a chance to escape, and his body would have long since perished. What kind of sword is this? Even the indestructible thunder armor couldn't withstand it, yet it still inflicted such serious injuries. The Thunder Clan's Grand Elder's face was deathly pale and filled with extreme fear. The indestructible Thunder armor was one of the 3 most precious treasures of the Thunder Clan. This armor surpasses the Thunder Slayer mirror. It was crafted by the powerful ancestor of the 3rd Division of the Thunder Clan in ancient times, and then passed down to his descendants to protect the Thunder Clan for several thousand years. Throughout all generations, only those who had reached the 5th stage of heavenly human cultivation could use this armor. With this armor, even a 3rd stage cultivator could withstand an attack. But now, the armor shattered under a single sword strike, causing the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan to feel a tingling sensation in his scalp. He immediately darted backward like an arrow without hesitation, but Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and his right hand slowly raised the 7-foot-long sword. Although the power of this sword strike was immense, Wang Lin clearly felt that with each strike, all living beings in the 7 million realms would be annihilated. This sword was created by countless people willingly sacrificing their own lives. Therefore, this sword was extremely heavy, exceptionally heavy. As Wang Lin raised his hands, the pupils in the eyes of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder contracted wildly. He let out a low growl and, with both hands forming a hand seal, pointed towards the sky, shouting frantically, "Immortal Holy Thunder, shatter the storm, descend." As the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder roared, he slammed his right hand against the clan seal on his forehead, activating all the power of the clan seal, transforming it into a vague force capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. This force seemed to be summoning the immortal thunder from outside the storm to rush in. The Thunder Clan's Grand Elder knew that only the arrival of the immortal thunder would save his life, otherwise he would surely die. It had been a long time since the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder had felt such an intense life-or-death crisis, and at this moment, he was almost consumed by rage. As he roared, the immortal lightning outside instantly became many times more powerful, the thunder roaring earth-shatteringly. The immortal lightning then attacked the raging storm. Loud rumbling sounds tore through the heavens and earth. Explosions echoed through the starry sky. Each time the immortal lightning struck, the storm raged violently, and living beings groaned in agony. Wang Lin had no time to pay attention to what was happening outside. He gripped the 7-colored long sword tightly in his right hand and raised it. He stared intently at the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan in the distance. At that moment, the second sword strike tore through the heavens and earth, unleashing a thunderous roar. The sword light shrieked, filled with the life force of living beings, and also concealed an overwhelming killing intent. All of this transformed into an indescribable stream of sword light, hurtling straight towards the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan. The Great Elder of the Lightning Clan looked up to the sky and roared softly, "Immortal lightning, descend, descend, descend." The clan mark on the forehead of the Thunder Clan's Great Elder instantly exploded, more than half of it shattering, creating a terrifying surge of power that enveloped his body. At this moment, it seemed as if the lightning outside the storm sensed something, and suddenly, through some unknown means, it magnified many times over. The lightning, now thousands of feet long, shot straight down into the storm below. The storm below trembled, and living beings in the 7 million realms perished one after another, with cultivators shattering. The moment the storm's tremors intensified, even Wang Lin, wielding his second sword, felt the impact. Before the sword light could reach the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan, more than half of its power dissipated. The scattered spirit immortal used both hands to form a hand seal and pointed at his chest. He spat out fresh blood, his body seemingly weakened, but a surging force erupted from within the 7 million realms. This force, encompassing all mountains, rivers, land, plants, wild beasts, and birds, merged into the storm and resisted the immortal lightning, preventing a terrifying attack that nearly shattered the storm. The Great Elder of the Lightning Clan roared in agony and retreated, spitting out 6 mouthfuls of fresh blood. The protective layer formed by half of the clan's seal shattered instantly, and a wound appeared on his chest, revealing even the white bone beneath. But that alone wouldn't have shown the full power of the sword strike. Within the 2 wounds on the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan's chest lay the souls of 7 million living beings from heaven and earth, all transforming into mournful, frenzied spirits devouring the wounds. His aura instantly enveloped the heavens and earth. If it weren't for the immortal lightning's disruptive power, which reduced the second sword strike's power by 7/10, the Great Elder wouldn't have been able to escape. But even so, the wounds of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder only grew stronger. The excruciating pain, capable of driving a person to ferocity, despair, and madness, instantly flared up within him. Simultaneously, the agonizing sensation of countless mournful souls devouring his wounds spread throughout his body, making it unbearable. Furthermore, a feeling of despair overwhelmed his mind. The storm outside couldn't break through. How could he escape? Having gone mad, the ThunderClan's Grand Elder no longer fled. His face contorted with rage, his hands forming a series of incantations and swinging violently to the sides. He roared ferociously, "No one will dare kill me. I will sacrifice 3,000 years of my lifespan," unleashing the Thunder Seal, transforming it into the divine technique of the third stage ThunderClan's ancestor. As the Grand Elder's furious roar echoed, his face turned even paler, and his 3,000 years of lifespan instantly dissipated. At that moment, a terrifying force suddenly erupted from within his body. A surging force swirled around the ThunderClan's Grand Elder, suddenly forming a yin-yang diagram. At this moment, the yin-yang energy moved in a vortex, erupting with thunderous roars. A pressure surpassing the third stage burst forth as the yin-yang diagram appeared, shaking the heavens and earth. Immortal yin-yang thunder, kill this man for me. The ThunderClan's Grand Elder roared in extreme anger. The yin-yang diagram exploded and split in two. Two bolts of lightning suddenly flashed from within. One shattered the primordial spirit, the other shattered the body. Both circled the Grand Elder's body, forming the immortal yin-yang thunder. Just as this lightning bolt shot towards Wang Lin like an arrow, his right hand rose, unleashing his third sword, slashing forward with immense force. The sword light blazed with a dazzling, eternal radiance, transforming into countless souls of living beings from 7 billion realms. A mournful roar echoed incessantly like a colossal soul surging forth, then striking directly at the immortal yin-yang lightning. Earth-shattering explosions resounded. Wang Lin spat out fresh blood, retreated, and then raised his head, revealing a ruthless gaze. He directly charged forward, raising his right hand, and in an instant unleashed his fourth sword strike. The immortal yin-yang lightning, though powerful, shattered upon encountering the sword light formed by the 7 million living beings of heaven and earth, creating a terrifying shockwave that rebounded. It all fell upon the Grand Elder, causing him to spit out fresh blood, his face turning pale. A third wound appeared on his chest, and his internal organs were shattered. At this moment, numerous souls surged into his body, devouring him frantically. The pain drove the Grand Elder even more insane. He risked his life despite his severe injuries, taking a step forward and charging towards Wang Lin. "Even if I die, I will drag you into reincarnation, never to return for 10,000 years." But the moment the Grand Elder charged forward, Wang Lin's fourth sword light roared down. The sword light shrieked, carrying the souls of 7 million living beings in the heavens and earth, bringing with it sudden anger and resistance. At this moment, Wang Lin's right hand swung up, and he unleashed his fifth sword without hesitation. The two sword lights, one in front and one behind, almost continuously merged into one, forming a sword wave, within which were many mournful cries of living beings' souls, both rushing forward frantically. The Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan was extremely enraged, his heart torn apart by pain. He no longer cared about his lifespan and swung both hands forward. "I offer up 10,000 years of my boundless lifespan, shattering the foundations of my third stage inheritance, using the incense and offerings of all the members of the Thunder Clan to activate my divine power, the Southern Dipper Technique." The Thunder Clan's Grand Elder roared, charging forward and offering up 10,000 years of his lifespan. The Southern Dipper Technique is the Thunder Clan's supreme divine power. The Southern Dipper represents stars, borrowing the power of the stars to transform into the 9 tribulations, Sand Star. At this moment, the starry sky outside the Grand Elder's body suddenly shone with a series of dazzling starlight, then transformed into a 9-star constellation. This star chart was extremely terrifying, filled with a terrifying aura. Anyone who looked at it would immediately feel as if they were being sucked inside. The 9 stars flashed with a faint light and suddenly transformed into 9 streams of dark light that directly pierced through the star chart, echoing in the void. The howling sword waves and the 9 tribulations Sand Star, transformed by the Thunder Clan's supreme Southern Dipper Technique, immediately clashed head-on. A deafening explosion filled the sky like the shattering of the starry sky, gigantic fissures appearing, from which boundless forces erupted. The central square of the Thunder Clan, spanning 7 million heavens and earth, instantly showed numerous cracks and fragments, all turning into tiny pieces and continuing to crumble. The explosions echoed, the southern Dipper Star City trembled, and countless cracks appeared, erupting with boundless power. All the dark light transformed by the 9 tribulations, Sand Star was torn apart. The flesh and blood of the ThunderClan's great elder became indistinct, and with a loud bang, the lower half of his body exploded. At this moment, only the upper half of the ThunderClan's great elder remained, bearing an unimaginable look of terror. He frantically regained his senses and quickly retreated. He formed hand seals, and his lower half immediately moved and quickly restored itself. This person possesses the myriad world's soul-sealing immortal. I absolutely cannot let his primordial spirit escape. Wang Lin's body trembled, and the 4th and 5th swords simultaneously dissipated. At this moment, countless living beings in the 7 million realms had perished, and even his own body resounded with thunderous explosions, his flesh, blood, and bones constantly clashing together. Wang Lin raised his head sharply, staring intently at the Lightning Clan's Grand Elder in front of him. A frenzied killing intent blazed in his eyes as he roared, "If you don't die today, I, Wang Lin, swear I won't stop." Blood vessels filled Wang Lin's eyes as he lunged forward, swinging his 7-foot-long sword once more, delivering the 6th strike. As the 6th sword strike erupted, the heavens and earth suddenly trembled. The border region of the 7 million heavens and earth shattered into massive fragments, as if unable to withstand the power of this single sword strike. At this moment, numerous cracks appeared in the starry sky, and even the very edge of the 7 million heavens and earths crumbled into large pieces, as if the 7 million heavens and earths were about to completely disintegrate. Seeing this, the ThunderClan's Grand Elder was utterly terrified. He retreated even faster and more frantically, his eyes blazing with extreme fear, something he had never experienced before in his life. If any ancient star spirit were to witness this scene, the Grand Elder of the ThunderClan, who always held his head high and never bowed even to a 3rd-stage expert, would surely be unable to believe it. Wang Lin grasped the 7-foot-long sword, clearly feeling that this 6th sword was many times more powerful than the previous 5. Moreover, within the sword's light, a surge of overwhelming resentment emanated. This resentment was extremely intense. Even Wang Lin felt a shock. He had previously collected resentment, but compared to the resentment in the sword's energy now, it was nothing. The moment the 6th sword strike descended, the heavens and earth resounded with a deafening roar, and at the same time, Wang Lin's pupils contracted. He saw a multitude of souls suddenly emerge from the void. These souls were completely different from before. They emanated immense resentment, and their power was incredibly earth-shattering. At this moment, these souls, unleashing boundless resentment, seemed to be summoned and appeared in the starry sky. These souls were merely illusory figures, both male and female, their eyes blazing with endless resentment. After their mournful wails, they coalesced and gathered around the 6th sword light. At this point, they all formed a terrifying 6th sword light, the sword of resentment. These are all the souls of monks who were killed by heavenly tribulations over the past countless years, gathered together in the myriad realms of the universe. Although they are all dead, their souls scattered, their resentment remains in the 7 million realms. They are unwilling to dissipate. At the moment of their death, they vaguely understood everything, resenting the immortal realm and the immortals. At this moment, the 6th sword strike unleashed all the vengeful souls and spirits that had existed in the 7 million realms for so many years, all appearing to devour the immortals, wanting to unleash all this resentment. The moment Wang Lin's 6th sword strike came down, the sword light roared towards the Great Elder of the Lightning Clan. The vengeful spirits, as if they had found a place to explode, all frantically transformed into vengeful immortal swords, all slashing down with thunderous force. The Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan hadn't even managed to retreat far enough and hadn't had time to unleash any divine abilities. Moreover, he was already severely wounded, his lifespan almost completely depleted. At that moment, it was as if he were being swept away by a river of vengeful spirits, accompanied by earth-shattering explosions. The Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan screamed in agony, his body engulfed and devoured by the vengeful spirits. In just a moment, his lower half, which had just recovered, was completely devoured. Even his bones were bitten away. His upper half was also overwhelmed and devoured by the boundless vengeful spirits, his flesh and blood dissolving into a bloody mess, chunks of flesh rapidly dissolving. This excruciating pain caused the Grand Elder to cry out in utter despair, chunks of flesh being torn from his body by the endless vengeful spirits. In an instant, the flesh and blood of the ThunderClan's Grand Elder were completely devoured. Not even his bones remained, leaving only his soul enveloped in lightning. But even his soul was now being devoured by the endless vengeful spirits. Under intense pain, the ThunderClan's Grand Elder's mind was no longer clear. His agonizing roars echoed continuously. Lightning exploded all over his body, then continuously dispersed. Some vengeful spirits shattered, but many more surged forward, seemingly unwilling to be satisfied until they devoured him. Die, die, die! All of you die for me! The ThunderClan's Grand Elder roared earth-shatteringly, continuously retreating backward, the clan mark on his forehead exploding with a thunderous roar. When the clan mark shattered, an overwhelming force suddenly erupted, transforming into a bolt of lightning that tore through the heavens and earth, instantly annihilating all the vengeful spirits. The shattering of the clan seal is equivalent to an inner realm cultivator self-destructing, but because cultivators in the primordial star realm are different, after the clan seal explodes, they don't die immediately but gain terrifying power, allowing them to survive for a short period afterward. At this moment, the clan seal of the Lightning Clan's Great Elder exploded. His cultivation instantly increased wildly, and outside his primordial spirit, a complete lightning body quickly condensed. After destroying all souls, the Great Elder's eyes were no longer calm, bursting with red light, and he charged straight towards Wang Lin. Die, die, die! You all must die! Offer up all your cultivation, offer up all your lifespan. I want to unleash the three-breath technique. You all must die. The three-breath technique wasn't a divine ability of the Lightning Clan. It was a secret technique passed down by those mysterious cultivators when they left years ago, a type of Taoist art. In 3 breaths, this technique can strip all enemies of their lifespan, but the price is extremely high. The user will have no chance of survival. It's a life-for-life technique. Even a third-stage expert would find this extremely troublesome, which is one of the fundamental reasons why the Lightning Clan, despite lacking a third-stage expert, remains an extremely powerful clan in the ancient star realm. The Lightning Clan's Grand Elder was completely enraged. He raised his right hand and pointed a finger into the void towards Wang Lin, roaring, 3 breaths technique, die for me. Suddenly, an indescribable aura appeared in the 7 million realms of heaven and earth, all frantically converging towards Wang Lin. This force was the power of the technique. Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. This force was irresistible, unbreakable, and simultaneously advanced rapidly. At that moment, the life force within Wang Lin's body suddenly plummeted as if it were being sucked away. A breath passed quickly, and in that instant, the colossal stone gate of the immortal realm appeared in Wang Lin's mind. The time-reversing divine technique suddenly erupted from within him. Time-reversing technique, reversing 1,000 years. As the time-reversing divine technique rapidly activated, Wang Lin raised his right hand and unleashed his 7th sword, the final one. This 7th sword shook heaven and earth. The 7-foot-long sword left Wang Lin's hand, transforming into a rainbow that shattered the entire starry sky. Finally, due to the overwhelming power of the 7th sword, the starry sky instantly shattered, 7 million heavens and earths collapsing with a thunderous roar, creating a terrifying scene of violent explosions. All 7 million realms simultaneously shattered and turned into countless fragments, each fragment containing numerous cultivators and mortals, all willingly offering everything. A beam of sword light, even approaching the 3rd stage, suddenly appeared with a thunderous roar in the 7 million realms. Even Shui Daozi's expression would change drastically upon encountering this sword, and he would hastily flee. Being struck would surely lead to death. The sword energy was like a rainbow. Even the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan, as he tried to escape, could not evade it. In that instant, the sword descended with a thunderous roar, and the Grand Elder, having just condensed a stream of primordial spirit energy, shattered with a resounding crash. The Grand Elder's primordial spirit was utterly incapable of escaping and was pierced through by this sword energy. A mournful roar echoed throughout the heavens and earth as the Grand Elder's primordial spirit quickly dissipated, his body flung backward by the sword energy. Seeing his impending death, the Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan immediately widened his eyes, letting out a deafening roar before dying. Immortal Thunder, save me, save me. The moment the Grand Elder's voice rang out, the immortal thunder that had been continuously attacking the storm instantly stopped, as if it had sensed its servant's roar. This thunder suddenly exploded with earth-shattering roars, instantly expanding many times its size, transforming into a colossal, heaven-shattering divine thunderbolt. The thunderbolt struck directly at the storm. This was the immortal thunderbolt of 10,000 feet, its power increasing wildly. Loud explosions resounded, and the storm, which had become a seal, immediately trembled violently, then suddenly shattered. At this moment, numerous cracks covered the storm, becoming more numerous and larger, until finally the storm itself shattered, collapsing with a thunderous crash, then continuously spreading in all directions. The venerable tenling spat out fresh blood, his body forced out of the process of merging with the 7 million heavens and earths. At this moment, the immortal lightning suddenly shot into the 7 million heavens and earths, the lightning descending with unimaginable speed directly upon the dying Grand Elder. At this moment, the sword energy and the lightning clashed. The sword energy trembled, immediately showing signs of shattering, but within the sword energy was the true form of a 7-foot-long sword. The sword then roared towards the immortal lightning. At this instant, the venerable tenling used both hands to form a hand seal, his entire body tensing, and he roared, "The 7 million heavens and earths are destroyed. My clansmen are freed from their prison. Today, all my clansmen, all living beings, together we will shatter the immortal realm." 7 million worlds shattered into countless fragments of continents. On these fragments lived countless beings, all willing to die, sacrificing their lives and merging into the 7-foot-long sword. At this moment, the sword began its final battle against the immortal lightning. The 7-foot-long sword represented all the power within the 7 million worlds, while the immortal lightning was the sacred artifact of the lightning clan. When these two forces clashed, all living beings within the 7 million worlds disregarded their own lives. Terrifying explosions echoed throughout the heavens and the starry sky, creating colossal cracks that then shattered with a thunderous roar. As the last crack shattered, a chaotic surge of energy rushed in from the outside, causing the 7 million worlds to begin their complete disintegration. At this moment, the 7-foot-long sword, which had condensed everything, instantly shattered and dispersed into countless small fragments with a deafening roar. But the immortal lightning, as if severely wounded, continued to rumble, shaking the heavens and earth. The lightning, disregarding the Grand Elder, quickly retreated, breaking through the void and disappearing, returning to the temple in the sacred land of the Lightning Clan. At this very moment, 16 elite cultivators of the Lightning Clan suddenly activated a colossal formation that no cultivator could control, preventing anyone from entering even a single step. All remaining clansmen, the immortal realm has opened. The heavens and earth have shattered. Let's get out. In the eyes of the scattered Spirit Supreme, a surge of overwhelming excitement erupted. He flicked his sleeve, sweeping away all the living beings across the 7 million realms. They all transformed into a storm, rushing out through the void created by the immortal lightning with a thunderous roar. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly flashed, and the Kanji Immortal suddenly appeared and shot towards the primordial spirit of the Thunder Clan's great elder, who now had no strength left and was on the verge of death. The primordial spirit of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder was extremely weak. His spirit had already been injured by sword energy, and after the immortal lightning and the 7-foot-long sword clashed, the resulting impact shattered more than half of his spirit, leaving him on the verge of annihilation. At this moment, all that remained was a ravaged spirit, with more than half of his memory lost, and even his consciousness extremely hazy. Just as his spirit was about to dissipate into the heavens and earth, Wang Lin's Kanji Immortal's golden light flashed and swept over him. The golden whip immediately enveloped his spirit and pulled him back. Once the Kanji Immortal transformed into a golden whip, it could extend and retract. As the whip pulled his spirit back, the once arrogant Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan was instantly captured by Wang Lin. The primordial spirit of this cultivator, a great divine being of the 5th stage of heavenly humanity, was only a short distance away from becoming a 3rd stage expert. How could Wang Lin let him go? Simply killing him and extracting his soul to create a scattered beans forming soldier's technique would be incredibly powerful. Not to mention the terrifying insights into lightning contained within his primordial spirit. To outsiders, the primordial spirit of the Thunder Clan's great elder could be compared to extremely precious treasures, but in Wang Lin's hands, it was far more valuable. almost comparable to a creation of nature. This person's primordial spirit is of great use to me. Wang Lin flashed, following the scattered spirit out of the 7 million heavens and earths, launching himself towards the rift in the starry sky. At this moment, after enduring a devastating war, the 7 million realms that had existed for tens of thousands of years were incredibly ravaged beyond imagination. Moreover, the surrounding worlds had begun to crumble, storms swept through, and destruction raged relentlessly. A frenzied aura of destruction erupted, devouring everything. These 7 million realms, created by humans, were now returning to dust, earth to earth, everything suddenly dissipating. This dissipation process produced a rumbling sound like the ringing of funeral bells as the 7 million realms vanished, tearing apart the entire celestial landscape. When Wang Lin left the 7 million realms, he felt clear-headed. Although his time in the primordial star was short, he had devoured many cultivators and acquired a great deal of memory. He knew that the Lightning Clan was a colossal clan in the primordial star, and its great elder was like a king wielding absolute power. Even within the primordial star realm, the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan was an extremely renowned figure. Aside from a very small number of third-stage powerhouses, almost no one dared to provoke him. Furthermore, the Lightning Clan was a major clan within the primordial star realm, and because the clan's sacred artifact had been placed within the Great Sealing Array, the Grand Elder was incredibly important to the primordial star realm. The Grand Elder's death would undoubtedly trigger a great catastrophe. It's worth noting that while many in the primordial star realm had killed numerous people over the years, no figure of such stature had ever met such a tragic end as the Lightning Clan's Grand Elder. Knowing they were no match for their opponent, few chose the path of death. Usually, they would flee as soon as the opponent's clansmen advanced. Thus, the death of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder would undoubtedly shock the entire primordial star realm. Wang Lin didn't know if the extremely few third-stage powerhouses in the primordial star realm possessed the divine abilities to detect this. However, regardless, what awaited Wang Lin was an extremely terrifying danger. Especially with the emergence of the 7 million beings from the heavens and earth, the Thunder Clan would surely be annihilated, inevitably leading to shocking changes. The complete collapse of a great clan. Such events, wherever they occur, are taken extremely seriously. Wang Lin charged forward, his eyes flashing. Despite the earth-shattering danger, he would not retreat. The thunderous explosions from the 7 million beings were left behind. The battle was far more difficult and fierce than the one against Shui Daozi years ago. After all, Wang Lin had no power to resist Shui Daozi, nor did the Grand Elder, but that only made the ordeal even more arduous. If it weren't for Wang Lin joining forces with the scattered spirit immortal, it would have been absolutely impossible to kill the fifth heavenly human decline great divine power. Following the rift, a radiant light quickly appeared ahead. The scattered spirit immortal excitedly surrounded all his clansmen and rushed out, stepping into the Lightning Clan in the primordial star realm. The moment he stepped out, two streams of tears immediately flowed down the scattered spirit immortal's face. He looked up to the sky and burst into laughter, his laughter revealing boundless excitement. It wasn't just him. All the cultivators and mortals remaining in the 7 million realms who hadn't perished due to their cultivation and physical limitations were now protected by the scattered spirit immortal's divine power and had witnessed everything firsthand. Stepping out of the 7 million realms and into the immortal realm that had enveloped them for so many years, their excitement and emotions were beyond words. This is the immortal realm. This is the land of the immortals who have decided our life and death. From now on, our clan will be immortals. Where there is the Thunder Clan and other clans, there must also be our immortal clan. The laughter of the scattered spirit immortal grew louder. He laughed, but also wept uncontrollably. It wasn't just him. All 7 million people in the heavens and earth wept loudly. Seeing the elation in their laughter and the tears streaming down their faces, he sighed inwardly, becoming silent. Wang Lin looked up at the primordial starry sky, hoping his gaze could pierce through everything, extend endlessly, to see what truly lay in this starry sky. Is this truly escaping from prison? After a moment, Wang Lin lowered his head, the scene of him, Lu Yongkong, and Li Qiamai discussing the Tao in the Cloud Sea Star Domain years ago flashing through his mind. Heaven and earth are a vast circle. One can escape it. But beyond lies another vast circle, requiring one to escape it again. The venerable Tenling gradually suppressed the agitation in his heart. He turned to look at Wang Lin, then immediately clasped his hands together, his expression extremely sincere. Your kindness, fellow Taoist, Tianling will never forget in his lifetime, and all of my immortal clan will never forget it for generations to come. Whatever your request, even if it puts my immortal clan in a perilous situation, we will never refuse. After Tianling finished speaking, the remaining hundreds of thousands of clan members looked at Wang Lin with unwavering eyes, their hearts overflowing with profound gratitude, and all clasped their hands together. Even if my immortal clan falls into a perilous situation, we will never refuse. Tianling waved his hand, and a bolt of lightning instantly materialized from his palm. 10,000 spirit thought lightning bolts saw hurtling towards Wang Lin. This is the reward for our agreement. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He flicked his sleeve, taking away all more than 10,000 spirit thought lightning, items he needed to obtain. Even though each spirit thought lightning represented the life of a member of the lightning clan, the lightning clan's immortal lightning is only injured. I want to attack the lightning clan to devour the immortal lightning. What do you think? Wang Lin's gaze fell on the scattered spirit. A murderous glint flashed in the scattered spirit's eyes. After hearing this, he said in a low voice, "That's excellent. I won't let this lightning clan go. If I don't seize this opportunity to destroy them, I won't be able to avenge the hatred of 9/10 of the 7 million people of heaven and earth who must die to escape this prison." Wang Lin didn't say much more. He took a step forward, his right eye flashing, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning. At this moment, he was launching himself with his true form, naturally far more powerful than the body he had previously possessed using his primordial spirit. The Lightning Clan only had one Grand Elder at the 5th Heavenly Tribulation level who made Wang Lin wary. The rest, if they didn't cultivate lightning, would cause some trouble, as the Lightning Clan still had 2 4th Heavenly Tribulation cultivators. But since everyone in the Lightning Clan cultivated lightning, even a 4th Heavenly Tribulation cultivator wouldn't scare Wang Lin. A battle with lightning cultivators was merely a comparison of their ability to control lightning. Wang Lin had devoured 8 ancient lightning dragons and now possessed over 10,000 streams of lightning spirit energy. Although he hadn't yet found a place to refine them, the sheer power of his lightning essence alone was enough to shake the heavens and earth. Who could compare to his lightning essence? Those 2 4th Heavenly Tribulation cultivators were absolutely nothing to him. The Grand Elder was dead because the 3rd Elder couldn't exert himself any longer. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and his speed increased even more. At this moment, thunder roared, and he rushed towards the protective formation surrounding the 16 cultivators of the Lightning Clan. This battle must be swift. I must use extreme speed to break through, devour the immortal lightning, and then leave immediately. Wang Lin's steps caused thunderous explosions throughout the heavens and earth. Along the way, numerous lightning bolts materialized, all converging towards him. Lightning swirled around Wang Lin's body like an emperor setting out, followed by a vast army. This was because Wang Lin's lightning essence was so powerful that it attracted all the lightning in the starry sky, causing the lightning to become more numerous and its range larger. In an instant, Wang Lin's body was enveloped in lightning, like a lightning domain surging forth, covering the sky and earth. At this moment, an endless surge of lightning power erupted, a force even the Heavenly Tribulation would fear could only match. At this moment, Wang Lin seemed to have transformed into a thunderous, earth-shattering force. Anyone witnessing this would undoubtedly be terrified. Even a 3rd stage expert would have their eyes widen in astonishment. In the heavens and earth, a legend has long circulated, a rumor hidden for centuries. It is said that the method to reach the 3rd stage of power is extremely mysterious. It is said that by continuously strengthening the power of the disciples' incense offerings to nourish the fundamental essence, one can finally open the main gate of heaven and earth, allowing the essence to mature, causing the cultivator to undergo a complete transformation and experience earth-shattering changes. Ultimately, a cultivator who enters the 3rd stage is no longer called a cultivator, but a powerful being. But almost no one knows that there is an even older legend than that one. In that era, there was a legend that to become a 3rd stage grade power, one didn't need any incense offerings, but relied on one's own enlightenment. Cultivators used a method unknown to anyone, relying solely on their own strength to perfect their fundamental essence, breaking through the gates of heaven and earth, and officially becoming a 3rd stage grade power. Any cultivator who used this method to become a third-stage great power would become a legend within the 3 stages. Wang Lin's path of cultivation was heading towards this legend. He was taking step after step closer. The earth-shattering thunder and lightning, like a thunder domain centered around Wang Lin, erupted in all directions. As Wang Lin continuously charged forward, the surrounding thunder and lightning condensed even more, creating an extremely terrifying sight from afar. Senior Immortal Tenling followed behind Wang Lin, and the moment he witnessed this scene, his eyes flashed with calculation. Tenling had clearly understood Wang Lin's immense power in the battle with the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder. His array of divine abilities and magical treasures could be said to have rivaled the power of creation itself. Now emerging from the 7 million realms, the thunder and lightning resonated with his movements, creating a continuous series of deafening explosions. This scene compelled Tenling to observe closely. Wang Lin's expression remained cold as he continuously advanced, drawing ever closer to the protective formation surrounding the 16 cultivators of the Lightning Clan. As Wang Lin continued his charge, the lightning domain enveloping him emitted earth-shattering roars and resounding explosions, with flashes of lightning streaking across the sky. A moment later, the Lightning Clan's protective formation suddenly appeared before Wang Lin. The formation, covering the 16 cultivators, emitted streams of blue light, surrounded by a circle of purple light. As Wang Lin approached, he immediately heard a creaking sound emanating from within the blue light. At that moment, the seemingly ethereal blue light became tangible. The azure light was moving at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a shape resembling an eggshell surrounding the Lightning Clan. After breaking through this eggshell of azure light, the entire Lightning Clan would be revealed, appearing before Wang Lin. Advance, a cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He stopped outside the azure light, extending his hands to form a claw in the void. At this moment, his claw seemed to grasp the boundless lightning domain surrounding his body. With a low roar, his hands instantly thrust upwards. The heavens and earth rumbled with thunderous roars, the lightning bolts howling wildly, and the shockwaves continued, vaguely showing signs of tilting. Looking down from above, the lightning domain surrounding Wang Lin's body resembled a mirror, a vast ocean. At this moment, Wang Lin's earth-shattering power caused the surface of the sea to begin to tilt. The ancient divine star points on Wang Lin's forehead began to rotate, and veins bulged on his hands. A low roar echoed, and Wang Lin completely raised his hands. The explosions resounded again, and the endless thunder and lightning surrounding his body became extremely fierce. Under the violent explosions, the thunder domain, like a sea surrounding Wang Lin, instantly rose up. Like a mirror standing upright, the sea surface was inverted and appeared in the starry sky. The pupils in the eyes of the scattered spirit immortal immediately contracted. He unconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Wang Lin with a terrified expression. It wasn't just him. At this moment, all the Lightning Clan knew a powerful enemy was approaching. All the heavenly tribulation cultivators had come out of the sacred land, all staring at Wang Lin standing outside the protective formation. The moment they clearly saw Wang Lin's form, their hearts pounded, and their expressions changed drastically. Previously, when Wang Lin rushed to the outskirts of the Thunder Clan's sacred land, he used the body of UFEI that he had possessed. However, when he tried to break through the sacred land's protective barrier, his primordial spirit escaped and his true form appeared, visible to the Thunder Clan. At this moment, the Grand Elder who had been chasing after this person hadn't returned. This person's arrival instilled fear and sparked numerous speculations among the Thunder Clan members. Each speculation only intensified their panic. The Grand Elder's cultivation is extraordinary. Surely nothing will happen to him. Perhaps this person used some special method, or someone else helped lure the Grand Elder away, allowing him to come here to break the formation. We shouldn't panic. Just hold the formation for a while, and the Grand Elder will surely return. That's right. With the Grand Elder's cultivation level in the primordial star realm, besides the third stage powerhouses, no one else can withstand his magical artifacts and divine abilities. Nothing will happen. But just now, the sacred lightning suddenly shot out, then returned much weaker, and the protective formation was activated without any control. The expressions of the Lightning Clan members in the protective layer were extremely gloomy, all staring at Wang Lin outside. But the Lightning Clan members still believed that the Grand Elder was fine, and that he would surely return very quickly. Wang Lin waved his hands as if raising a gigantic lightning domain, his eyes suddenly flashing with strange light. He slowly opened his mouth. "Woe, primordial lightning dragon souls that have merged into my primordial spirit. In the name of Wang Lin, I command you, 8 dragons united, adding to my primordial thunder dragon spirit, 9 dragons returning to their positions, wisdom formation devouring thunder." Wang Lin's voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. At that moment, his entire body erupted with dazzling lightning. Enveloped in thunder and lightning, he directly leapt into the mirror-like lightning domain. A deafening roar erupted from within the mirror-like lightning domain, and a terrifying scream surged forth. Just then, a gigantic dragon head, radiating ferocity and emitting furious roars and raging flames, shot out from the mirror-like lightning domain. The dragon head was enormous, its scales shimmering with lightning, incredibly terrifying. The raging flames filled the sky, and the dragon charged out like a demonic dragon capable of destroying heaven and earth. Even just its head caused the vast starry sky to rumble and explode. As the head fully emerged, its entire body moved, and a moment later, a complete dragon shot out from within the mirror-like lightning domain. The lightning domain gradually shrank, and the moment the dragon's tail swung, the lightning domain dissipated into the starry sky. A colossal lightning dragon, thousands of feet tall, suddenly descended upon the heavens and earth. This dragon was formed from 8 ancient lightning dragon souls devoured by Wang Lin's primordial spirit, then merged with Wang Lin's own ancient lightning dragon primordial spirit and materialized. Although the dragon was only an illusory image, its body concealed unimaginable lightning power. Using divine consciousness, one could clearly see 9 souls within the gigantic dragon's body, battling and devouring each other. However, one soul was clearly the most powerful, while the other 8 continuously failed and retreated, being severely suppressed. The 100,000-foot-long thunder dragon roared incessantly, lightning flashing above its head. Wang Lin materialized, stepping on the thunder dragon's head, his expression extremely cold. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. As soon as he pointed, the colossal thunder dragon roared, its body charging straight ahead. Carrying the momentum of 1,000 armies, the thunder dragon hurtled towards the lightning clan's protective formation. The 1,000-foot distance was but a moment for this thunder dragon. Its enormous body slammed into the formation with tremendous force. The deafening explosions spread in all directions. The formation rumbled with thunderous roars, and numerous cracks suddenly appeared. At this point, the egg-shaped formation could no longer withstand this level of impact and was on the verge of shattering. Amidst the commotion, the members of the lightning tribe stared in astonishment, their eyes filled with terror, but also disbelief. "The Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan has shattered his body, his primordial spirit captured by me. Even your clan's immortal lightning has been injured and fled. How can this protective formation stop my advance?" Wang Lin's cold voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in the ears of every member of the Thunder Clan. The moment Wang Lin's voice rang out, the bodies of the Thunder Clan members trembled, their eyes blazing with disbelief. "Impossible! This person wants to disrupt our minds. With the Grand Elder's heaven-shattering cultivation, how could he possibly be defeated by this person? Utterly absurd! Your arrogance is too great." These preposterous words are unbelievable. Even if he's a third-stage expert, the Grand Elder possesses numerous magical treasures and divine abilities. There's no need to worry about his life. You don't know your own limits. Your words are utterly ridiculous. If the Grand Elder were that weak, I wouldn't need you to lift a finger. I would destroy my own cultivation and die. How laughable, truly laughable. Wang Lin's expression remained extremely calm. The thunder dragon below immediately let out a low growl, then raised its head and roared towards the sky. Terrifying explosions suddenly rang out as the thunder dragon slammed its head down. Another earth-shattering roar resounded, and the protective formation, like an eggshell, showed numerous cracks, vaguely threatening to shatter. The rumbling sounds continued incessantly as the thunder dragon, seemingly enraged, repeatedly slammed its head down. Even its body twisted, and its tail retracted. Under a series of earth-shattering attacks, the formation could no longer withstand it. A moment later, the moment the dragon's head struck again, the attack point shattered with a thunderous roar, the formation disintegrating into countless fragments, tearing open a huge hole. The thunder dragon roared, its head shattering the formation without stopping, directly leaping through the gap into the interior. The dragon's head was enormous. Upon entering the formation, it immediately caused all the Thunder Clan cultivators to instinctively retreat. The eyes of the scattered spirit immortal flashed as he followed the Thunder Dragon, advancing step by step into the Thunder Clan. His expression was extremely complex, yet filled with hatred as he charged forward. This person only has the shattered Nirvana cultivation level, but I don't know how he managed to unleash the power of the heavenly tribulation. Let's all attack him together and kill him quickly. A cultivator at the fourth heavenly tribulation is the strongest enemy. Everyone, quickly stop this person's advance. 11 cultivators in the Thunder Clan had reached the heavenly tribulation, and 7 of them were now charging towards the scattered spirit immortal. The leader of the group was one of the 2 fourth heavenly tribulation cultivators of the Thunder Clan. The remaining cultivators at the fourth tribulation heavenly human stage were immediately carried by another cultivator at the fourth tribulation heavenly human stage and charged towards Wang Lin. Without the Grand Elder, you Lightning Clan cultivators won't be able to stop my advance. Wang Lin shook his head. He didn't want to get entangled with these cultivators. He wanted to absorb the immortal lightning as quickly as possible. The lightning dragon's body moved slightly, completely engulfing the lightning clan, and it surged forward with earth-shattering explosions. At this moment, the expressions of the cultivators who wanted to stop Wang Lin changed drastically, and everyone hurriedly retreated. The Grand Elder will return soon. Let's use all our strength to stop them. When the Grand Elder returns, these 2 will surely die. The eyes of the Lightning Clan members turned bloodshot. Even the cultivators who were retreating rushed forward, no longer caring about their own lives, and some even self-destructed their clan seals to stop the opponent. All of this was simply because the members of the Thunder Clan absolutely refused to believe that their Grand Elder would be defeated. They believed that the Grand Elder would arrive very quickly. If the Grand Elder was present, the Thunder Clan would never suffer any misfortune. The Grand Elder was the spiritual pillar of the entire Thunder Clan. Wang Lin sneered, and as the Thunder Dragon below continuously charged forward, he raised his right hand, and the Kanji Immortal appeared in the Thunder Clan's starry sky. The Kanji Immortal unleashed streams of golden light. Its body wrapped around a remnant spirit, a destroyed primordial spirit, and it was indeed the Grand Elder of the Thunder Clan. A dazzling golden light instantly captivated the attention of all the Lightning Clan members present, but when their gaze fell upon the primordial spirit being entangled by the Kanji Immortal, their expressions changed drastically. Great Elder. This impossible. How could the Great Elder be captured? Could it be a third stage expert who intervened? This person was right. The Great Elder's body has shattered. Even his primordial spirit is on the verge of dissipating, leaving only a remnant. Who exactly is this person? The Great Elder has been defeated by him. Even the immortal sacred thunder has weakened. A cacophony of voices erupted, shaking the heavens. The Great Elder was the spiritual pillar of the entire Lightning Clan, their ancestor whom they regarded as a god. They had disbelieved Wang Lin's earlier words, but upon seeing the Great Elder's primordial spirit in the opponent's hands, their eyes blazed with an indescribable terror. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. For the cultivators from the outer realm, Wang Lin's actions were extremely ruthless and merciless. First, he spoke of the Elder being captured outside the protective formation. He knew that the Lightning Clan members would never believe the Elder's authority, but Wang Lin used this method to crush their faith. Then, Wang Lin shattered the formation. The moment the Lightning Clan members' minds became chaotic after the protective formation was broken, Wang Lin immediately took out the Kanji Immortal Staff. Just seeing the Elder's primordial spirit was like being struck by an invisible whip. At that moment, it was as if a Kanji Immortal Staff had wrapped around the minds of all the Lightning Clan members witnessing the terrifying scene. Niam tin cattc tic thiam li ticgv tan tan, ji houn ton bang fat. Lu benji jade and get na ji jung nanan ji yibang lam duwon, ji lam show thiam li tic bang lan ji luan. Kong kiki ttc tuss thiam li tic turgnin ri luan bnss ud hien ca nuyon thine ji trong la the trong mtv bang lam shit lo lan sat ki. Lai long ben dgilpptic fong sino tunben. Vibang lam bun te he lam lo lan hait quang, hait kim vien juk lpptic quet and gang tin kang, kong kik Nathan kim ji fong via fia tun tuss thien non gt si y fia terchak. K la knt quam ma vibang lam ji du tin, lsine hait quang lo lan hait kim dang mt lui tccg ko tang fong hen. Kong kiki tuss thien non gt si cup fineng the hait kim ji zion miam quami tam. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, shaking the heavens and earth, bringing all the members of the Lightning Clan back to their senses. This situation didn't last long, but the price paid was too high. A terrifying hole appeared on the forehead of the fourth stage heavenly human cultivator, his body shattered with a loud bang, and his primordial spirit screamed and burst out. But at that moment, the blood sword flashed and chased after him, then directly pierced his primordial spirit once again. Under normal circumstances, without mental turmoil, Wang Lin could kill a fourth stage heavenly human cultivator. Even though they also cultivated lightning, it wouldn't be difficult. But it wouldn't be as quick and decisive as this, simply killing them in an instant. If this cultivator had cultivated lightning, Wang Lin would have had to fight hard to win, as his strength could only defeat a third stage heavenly human. But it would be extremely difficult against a fourth stage cultivator. This situation unfolded too quickly. Before the Lightning Clan members could even process the fact that their great elder had been captured, Wang Lin had already killed a Lightning Clan cultivator at the fourth heavenly human realm right before their eyes. Wang Lin's expression was extremely cold. He didn't care about the people around him. At this moment, a blood-red light flashed around Wang Lin's body as he stepped onto the lightning dragon and launched himself forward. The cultivators in front of him immediately fled in panic, none daring to stop him. Their minds are in turmoil. Fellow Taoist Sinling, with your cultivation level, you're more than enough. Wang Lin stomped on the Thunder Dragon and charged forward, piercing through the Lightning Clan members and heading towards the Sacred Land. The Lightning Clan's Sacred Land was located in the center of 6 cultivation planets. This was Wang Lin's second visit, and a brilliant light blazed in his eyes. As Wang Lin approached the Sacred Land, his expression turned serious. He sat cross-legged atop the Thunder Dragon, his hands forming a hand seal, his cultivation surging. At this moment, he and the Thunder Dragon below had merged, becoming one. As Wang Lin's eyes blazed with killing intent, the Thunder Dragon below roared with earth-shattering sounds. Outside the Sacred Land, many Lightning Clan cultivators were present, but the moment they saw the colossal figure before them, they were terrified and hastily retreated. The thunderous roars were terrifying as the Thunder Dragon charged into the Sacred Land and slammed into the protective barrier. The Sacred Land suddenly erupted with terrifying explosions. The protective barrier above was violently struck and shattered into countless fragments. The ground of the Sacred Land trembled violently, and the surrounding areas instantly crumbled into countless rubble that scattered into the starry sky. The Sacred Land trembled violently, the ground rumbling with thunderous roars as if a giant dragon were plowing through it. A gigantic crack suddenly appeared, and violent explosions resounded within the temple of the Thunder Clan's Sacred Land. The immortal lightning that had descended from the void within the temple had weakened considerably. The moment the Thunder Dragon beneath Wang Lin's feet struck the protective layer, a rumbling sound erupted from within the immortal lightning. At this point, a surge of lightning power erupted violently, causing the temple to instantly explode into countless fragments scattered in all directions. As the temple shattered, it seemed as if the lightning had sensed danger. Amidst the thunderous roars, the immortal lightning immediately retracted and shot up from the sacred hall, swiftly disappearing into the void. From afar, it was clearly the void of the starry sky. At that moment, a gigantic vortex suddenly appeared in the void, within which countless lightning bolts flashed and continuously rotated. The immortal lightning bolt was hurtling towards the center of this vortex. Seeing the immortal lightning bolt attempting to escape, Wang Lin immediately stood upright on the head of the Thunder Dragon, stomped his foot, and quickly flew upwards. He took 3 steps forward, closing in on the immortal lightning bolt. Wang Lin appeared below the gigantic vortex. At this point, more than half of the immortal lightning bolt had already entered the vortex, with thunder roaring inside, and only half remaining outside. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. He let out a low growl and swung his hands, grabbing the void in front of him. He firmly grasped the escaping immortal lightning bolt. The moment Wang Lin caught the immortal lightning bolt, he pulled it down forcefully. Down for me. Earth-shattering explosions resounded, followed by roars emanating from within the vortex. A terrifying force surged forth, causing Wang Lin to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt utterly powerless against the force erupting from the vortex. The immortal lightning, protected by the terrifying force within the vortex, had penetrated further inward. At this point, only a little over 10 meters remained exposed. Wang Lin's body was being pulled backward by the terrifying force, as if being drawn into the vortex itself. Wang Lin's expression turned extremely ferocious. He had spared no expense in concealing and killing, ultimately slaying the Lightning Clan's great elder alongside the scattered spirit. Why? It was to devour the Lightning Clan's immortal lightning. This was a critical moment. The immortal lightning was attempting to escape. If the immortal lightning vortex had escaped into the starry sky, Wang Lin could have pursued it, but the current situation was beyond his imagination. The vortex before him led to an unknown destination, but the stench emanating from it felt incredibly strange to Wang Lin and even vaguely filled him with fear. This feeling made Wang Lin's scalp tingle, similar to when the scattered spirit supreme being first ventured into the 7 million heavens and earths and saw the immortal realm. The immortal lightning vortex is something I, Wang Lin, desire. No one should dare to compete for it. If an immortal seizes it, I will kill the immortal. If a god seizes it, I will slay the god. The rebellious spirit in Wang Lin's heart was the same as that of all living beings in the 7 million heavens and earths, driven by the desire for freedom and survival. At this moment, he didn't care where the vortex came from. Anyone who dared to seize his possession would absolutely not be spared. Ancient God's body, appear before me. Wang Lin gripped the immortal lightning tightly in both hands. The ancient god star points on his forehead spun rapidly, and rumbling sounds echoed within his body. In that instant, his body rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into a 1,000-foot-tall ancient god. The 1,000-foot-tall ancient god was earth-shattering. Wang Lin's hands also enlarged in a flash, becoming infinitely large. His blood surged violently, and his heart pounded with terrifying force. Each powerful beat sent blood coursing through his entire body, generating ever-increasing power. The ancient god star points on Wang Lin's forehead also transformed into a raging storm. As the ancient god energy poured from every fiber of his flesh and every bone in his body, it was as if an indescribable storm was brewing within. This storm and Wang Lin's heartbeat merged to create an earth-shattering roar. This roar transformed into a terrifying surge of power that shot straight towards his hand. Veins bulged all over Wang Lin's body, his face becoming extremely ferocious. He pulled downwards with all his might. Down! Loud explosions echoed again. Wang Lin roared and retreated forcefully, his hands gripping the immortal lightning bolt tightly. At this moment, Wang Lin had pulled the lightning bolt out of the 100-jung vortex. From within the vortex, a force of lightning suddenly erupted, as if trying to pull back, beginning to compete with Wang Lin. Never try to snatch what belongs to me. Wang Lin's expression became extremely ferocious. Every muscle in his body trembled, his heart pounded violently, and a swirling star appeared on his forehead. At this point, it was invisible to the naked eye, and even divine consciousness couldn't detect it. A surge of power even stronger than that of an ancient god erupted from Wang Lin's body. A furious roar echoed, and he pulled down with all his might. The heavens and earth rumbled and tore apart, and within the gigantic vortex, an extremely angry howl could be heard. Under Wang Lin's pull, the immortal lightning was dragged out several hundred meters. This scene left all the Lightning Clan cultivators on all sides wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Let go immediately. This lightning is not something for one person. If you remain stubborn, it will kill you. A mournful voice emanated from the rumbling vortex, instantly shaking the entire primordial star system as it fell into the starry sky. At that moment, many people in the primordial star system heard it clearly. In the Tamti clan, on Lam Sun Mountain, Li Qianmai gazed calmly into the distance, her eyes occasionally flashing with a look of bewilderment and struggle. As if a memory she could never forget was slowly awakening. Lam Mengdaozhen, beside Li Qianmai, sighed softly. He stopped playing his zither and looked up, as if about to say something. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed drastically. His body flashed, and he instantly soared from the room into the sky. He raised his head, his eyes blazing with cold light, staring intently at the endless starry sky. The signs of the ancient immortal realm reappeared once again. Lin Mengdaozhen's expression turned extremely grim. He looked up at the sky, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate the void. At this moment, it wasn't just Lin Mengdaozhen. All the powerful cultivators of the third stage in the primordial star realm also underwent a drastic change in expression. They all looked up at the starry sky, their faces extremely somber. In a part of the ancient immortal realm that existed within the primordial star realm, a place known to very few, several girls in the ancient immortal realm opened their eyes wide from their meditation, all looking upwards. In a desolate wilderness within the primordial star realm, a colossal figure was shooting forward like an arrow, a figure that shook the heavens and the earth. It was Thak Sam. His eyes were bloodshot, his right hand frantically striking his forehead, the thunderous explosions echoing loudly. "You want me to be your slave? You're dreaming. I am the noblest being among all living beings, and you, a mere cultivator, dare to enslave me, to seize my soul. Get out of here." A look of madness blazed in Thak Sam's eyes. His were filled with rage. Suddenly, Thak Sam's body trembled, all his movements froze, and he abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes staring intently at the starry sky before him. The aura of a fellow clansman. This aura is extremely familiar, very familiar. I vaguely recognize him. No, Tut knows him. When that voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears, it was like thunder. But his hands still clutched the immortal lightning. He not only didn't let go, but instead, upon hearing the voice, he pulled it down forcefully. Laughable. How could you make me let go? I don't care who you are. This immortal lightning is mine. It's mine. If you continue to be arrogant, don't blame me for being ruthless. The voice within the vortex transformed into an extremely angry roar, as if defying Wang Lin's words, igniting the mysterious being's rage. At this moment, the starry sky resounded with thunderous explosions, and the lightning bolts flashed wildly within the vortex, as if a force was vaguely emanating from within. Wang Lin clearly felt the rage erupting within the vortex, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Rage, if my fire essence were perfected, even a terrifying rage capable of frightening ghosts and gods could still be used to retaliate, leaving you severely injured or even dead. Wang Lin gripped the immortal lightning bolt tightly with both hands. He showed no sign of stopping, his ancient god power surging throughout his body as he frantically pulled the immortal lightning bolt downwards. At this moment, the immortal lightning bolt, which had been thrust into the vortex, was almost completely pulled out by him. The vortex roared even more fiercely. Although it was already torn apart, it was clearly unable to withstand the ancient god power emanating from Wang Lin's entire body. Rebellious Tao destroying, the remnants of the ancient god tribe are being punished by the starry sky. If it weren't for the familiar aura you possess, I would have killed you long ago. If you wish to die now, I will grant your wish. The moment the thunderous sounds like divine power emanated from the vortex, the center of the gigantic vortex instantly shattered. Streams of black energy shot out, transforming into two enormous hands, which then violently tore outwards. The explosions echoed, and the vortex was suddenly ripped apart by the two hands. When this rift appeared, the inside was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. But within that black space, a gigantic arm stretched out with a thunderous roar. The moment this arm appeared, the starry sky shattered with a deafening crash, as if it shouldn't have existed in this world. The instant the arm descended, Wang Lin felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. His eyes instantly turned red, and he vaguely recognized it. Wang Lin recognized this arm because a long time ago, more than 1,000 years ago, he had encountered it and defeated it once, a scene he would never forget. At that time, Wang Lin knew nothing about cultivation, about the mysteries of the inner and outer realms. He was utterly clueless. But now, after experiencing so much, after more than 1,000 years, every time he recalled that scene from the past, his mind was shaken. A surge of frenzied thoughts erupted from within Wang Lin's body. He stared intently at the arm and let out an extremely mournful cry. It was you. It was you who stole water as soul from my hands all those years ago, messengers of the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin's voice was extremely mournful, but at this moment, his eyes blazed with a savage, beast-like madness that shook the hearts of all who saw it. A cold snort came from the vortex, and the arm crashed down towards Wang Lin. The arm was enveloped in lightning, a series of flashes of thunder, as if it were a bolt of lightning itself. The arm descended with a thunderous roar, reaching Wang Lin in an incredibly short time, covering the sky as it swung a powerful claw. At this moment, Wang Lin's tightly clenched hands suddenly released their grip, letting go of the immortal lightning and launching it straight towards the gigantic arm. As he advanced, the power of the ancient gods erupted throughout his body, his cultivation burning fiercely. Behind him, a colossal, earth-shattering phantom of an ancient god suddenly appeared, emitting an unimaginable pressure. This is Tut. A terrified voice suddenly rang out from within the vortex. Fire! A look of indescribable madness blazed in Wang Lin's eyes. He suddenly swung his left hand, and a blue flame instantly flashed in his left eye. In that instant, the fire engulfed his entire body, and a blue vermilion bird suddenly materialized, emitting a resounding cry. The moment the vermilion bird sang, the fire rapidly erupted, covering an infinite area in a matter of moments, the blue light flashing fiercely. Fire rising into a flame. Fight! Wang Lin's colossal roar caused a blood-red light to flash, and a blood sword appeared directly. In an instant, the blood sword shot out, transforming into a 100-jong-long blade before being grasped by Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin gripped the blood sword, the illusory figure of the ancient god behind him also raised his right hand. Amidst the rumbling sounds, a blood-red aura flashed in the illusory figure's right hand, and a blood sword thousands of jong long instantly appeared. At this moment, all the ancient god power within Wang Lin's body surged into his right hand, pouring into the blood sword. His body was enveloped in endless blue flames. At this point, everything contracted and merged into the blood sword. Even the blue vermilion bird let out a resounding cry and became a part of it. Just then, the gigantic thunder dragon roared and plunged into Wang Lin's body. His body was like a black hole. The moment it absorbed the gigantic thunder dragon, it frantically merged into the blood sword. Lightning and fire merged together, the power of the ancient god erupted, and the star rules on Wang Lin's forehead also rotated, his battle intent surging to the heavens. All of this made the moment his arm reached out, Wang Lin flashed forward with immense force. The heavens and earth roared with thunderous explosions, an indescribable wave of energy surging wildly in all directions. At this moment, the sacred platform below instantly shattered into countless fragments. The 16 distant cultivation stars were also propelled by the impact, their trajectories completely altered by the deafening roar. Wang Lin's sword strike was a heaven-slaying blow. A dazzling blood-red light erupted, becoming the only radiance in the starry sky. As the blood-red light swept across, the arm that was about to grab Wang Lin suddenly trembled, its fingers shaking slightly, and a streak of blood appeared on its wrist. A single sweeping sword strike instantly severed the hand, causing it to fall to the ground with a resounding crash, blood gushing out profusely. A heart-wrenching scream suddenly erupted from within the vortex, and the arm quickly retracted. But the moment the arm was pulled back into the vortex, the momentum of the blood sword slashing down did not dissipate but instead surged, the blood sword shooting straight towards the vortex. The sword strike caused the vortex to erupt in thunderous explosions, yet it remained unharmed. The vortex's rotation accelerated, as if struck by a powerful force, creating a deep indentation. The severed arm, the hand instantly retracted into the vortex and vanished into the starry sky as if it had never existed. Just as the vortex was about to dissipate, Wang Lin stepped forward, gripping the blood sword, his eyes blazing red as he charged into the vortex. He slashed down once more. The blood sword was incredibly powerful, but no matter how frantically it struggled, it could not shake the vortex. Wang Lin watched helplessly as the vortex slowly dissipated, from within emitting screams and roars of anger. "How did you get this sword?" This sword, the sound slowly faded away with the vortex. Wang Lin's final sword strike crashed down into the place where the vortex disappeared, and he slashed into the starry sky. "I don't care who you are or where you come from. Sooner or later, I, Wang Lin, will break through heaven and earth and rise up. Those people who stole my wife's soul back then, leaving her in such a situation, this revenge is irreconcilable." Wang Lin's expression was extremely ferocious. This was officially the first time he had shown such rage and madness since entering the primordial star realm. Everything happened too quickly, so quickly that people could barely react, so quickly that even the immortal lightning bolt couldn't get into the vortex in time. Everything suddenly ended. The vortex dissipated in the starry sky, leaving the immortal lightning bolt nowhere to be seen. Wang Lin spun around sharply, staring intently at the immortal lightning bolt. After this immortal lightning bolt was severely wounded by the 7-foot-long sword in 7 million heavens and earths, it was now extremely weakened. Moreover, Wang Lin's previous frenzy had also affected it. At this moment, he looked at the immortal lightning bolt, causing it to quickly retreat as if it had regained consciousness. "Where do you think you can run to?" Wang Lin still unleashed his killing intent. He took a step forward using the shrinking ground into inches technique and suddenly appeared in front of the immortal lightning bolt, his right hand swinging forward in a claw attack. Loud explosions resounded within the immortal lightning bolt. It no longer fled, but lunged towards Wang Lin to attack. But the moment it reached him, Wang Lin caught it with his right hand. The lightning bolt struggled wildly, but Wang Lin immediately opened his mouth and swallowed it. In an instant, the lightning was swallowed into his mouth, refining the souls of the 8 ancient thunder dragons, and plundering the insights into lightning from the Grand Elder's primordial spirit. My lightning essence will be perfected. My cultivation will increase dramatically. These cities were incredibly vast and densely populated. This was the westernmost and most populated area. Wang Lin sped forward, passing through the remaining 3 locations. As he observed, he gradually realized that this world truly used silver, just like on Vermilion Bird Star. There was something called fencing, categorized by size, which served as a substitute for silver. This type of fencing had no use for cultivators, but because it was extremely bright and its production was limited, it could be used as currency. With Wang Lin's cultivation level, obtaining fencing was extremely easy. At this moment, Wang Lin was in a city. His spiritual essence divided into a small portion to penetrate the ground along with his 2 legs. After a quick scan, without anyone noticing, he immediately found an underground fencing mine. Wang Lin subtly collected a portion of the fan star to refine. When his primordial spirit returned to his body, his storage space was filled with a large amount of fan star. As Wang Lin strolled through the city, he didn't use any divine abilities, gradually making his way to the west. He saw that the houses were extremely crowded, the roads were very bad, and even the houses themselves were unrepaired, some incredibly dirty. However, one peculiar thing was that almost all the houses had a string of leaves hanging under the eaves, clearly a strange local custom. The people walking on the streets were also dressed very simply and hurried along. Wang Lin entered without attracting attention. After searching for a while, he easily found a quiet place selling houses. He chose the most densely populated area and bought a house. This house sits in the middle of a street, with a large tree outside the door. Under the eaves, there are stalls selling noodles and rice wine. Poor people often can't afford to go to inns, so they come here to eat and then drink some rice wine to fill their stomachs. It was already twilight, the sky was darkening, and it was dinner time. Every house in this area was quite noisy. Some neighbors sat together chatting, and a few children were playing, throwing small stones. Wang Lin sat in his house, smiling as he watched the scene unfolding before him. After he bought the house, several neighbors came to talk to him. Wang Lin was extremely gentle with ordinary people, who were usually simple and honest. After talking, the neighbors learned that Wang Lin was a student who had come here to take the exam. Because he couldn't afford to stay in an inn, he rented this house to study while waiting for the exam next year. As dusk fell, smoke drifted lazily from the cooking fires. The men, tired after a long day's work, began chatting and heading home, gradually returning to quiet. Night fell, and the faint moonlight appeared. The old innkeeper, his back bent, watched the 2 waiters packing up their belongings, preparing to close the inn. He held his pipe, took a puff, and then looked towards Wang Lin, who was gazing up at the sky not far away. He picked up the wine gourd beside him and walked towards Wang Lin. "Young man, it's very cold tonight. This bottle of rice wine is for you. Drink it to warm yourself while you read. If you ever become famous, just give me a little reward." The old man smiled broadly and tossed the bottle to Wang Lin. He turned and led the 2 waiters out of the inn. Wang Lin took the bottle and looked inside. It was still more than half full. He smiled briefly, glancing towards the departing old man, feeling a profound sense of peace. In truth, compared to the corrupt cultivation world, Wang Lin preferred this life. The moonlight gradually brightened and a cold wind slowly blew, the faint rustling echoing in the breeze. The wind swept across the eaves, causing the strings of leaves hanging below to rustle and sway. This wind was particularly cold under the moonlight. A few small stones were blown away, and dust rose, obscuring his vision as if walking through a fog. Houses began to light up in the darkness, the flickering oil lamps casting a melancholic glow on the moon, evoking a range of emotions. Wang Lin, holding his wine gourd, stood upright, silently observing the surroundings before turning and entering the house. This house was very simple but extremely clean. After closing the door, the howling wind outside seemed to be separated into 2 different worlds, almost inaudible. Wang Lin lit a lamp, its flickering light making the house warmer, pushing the previous darkness into the shadows. It was a place where the mind could find peace. Wang Lin placed the wine gourd beside the lamp, crossed his legs, and closed his eyes in meditation. The moment his eyes closed, the primordial spirit within Wang Lin's body rapidly rotated and unleashed terrifying streams of primordial energy. The primordial spirits continuously clashed with each other like raging waves, yet outside, nothing could be heard or detected. Wang Lin calmly sat down under the oil lamp, a gentle breeze continuously blowing. At this moment, Wang Lin's shadow on the ground also began to sway. A shocking scene unfolded in Wang Lin's mind. 8 ancient thunder dragons roared in anger, struggling to break free from his primordial spirit. However, Wang Lin's primordial spirit was like a prison to them. No matter how they attacked, it remained unshaken. Refining and absorbing the souls of these 8 ancient thunder dragons was no easy task, even for someone with Wang Lin's cultivation level. It required continuous refinement. Fortunately, his primordial spirit contained not only thunder, but also fire. Therefore, as the 8 ancient thunder dragons continuously struggled within his primordial spirit, a sea of blue flames erupted, engulfing everything. The 8 ancient thunder dragons were surrounded, and the frenzied burning and refining process began. A phantom image of a vermilion bird flickered within the blue flames, continuously circling the 8 ancient thunder dragons, occasionally spewing out a massive amount of energy, further intensifying the refining power. Wang Lin's primordial spirit was also formed from half of an ancient thunder dragon. At this moment, within the sea of fire, lightning erupted, enveloping his primordial spirit and transforming into a secondary thunder dragon. This thunder dragon stared intently at the 8 ancient thunder dragons being refined, waiting for an opportunity to devour them. Time slowly passed, and the 8 ancient thunder dragons continuously let out mournful roars within the blue flames. These roars were completely muffled within Wang Lin's primordial spirit and body, with no sound escaping. Inside Wang Lin's house and outside, there remained a profound silence. As night fell, the oil lamps in the houses were gradually extinguished, and finally, looking around the entire western city, only a few scattered oil lamps remained. The rest of the space shrouded in darkness. Faint clack-clack sounds drifted in from the street, gradually breaking the silence with the voice of the night watchman, but not in an overly jarring way. Instead, it blended seamlessly into the tranquil space. The night is cold, turn off the lights and close the doors. The voice slowly faded away, and silence returned outside. But the moment the night watchman disappeared, Wang Lin, sitting cross-legged in the room, suddenly opened his eyes wide, a glint of light flashing within them. He swung his right hand into the air, and the wine gourd on the table instantly flew towards him. He grasped it tightly, brought it to his mouth, and took a large gulp. The pungent wine entered his stomach, and he immediately felt a surge of heat throughout his body. The burning sensation intensified, and Wang Lin closed his eyes again. At this moment, his elemental power circulated, and the wine in his lower abdomen seemed to be burning, surging within him and generating a great deal of fiery energy. All the power of the flames poured into his primordial spirit, making the blue sea of fire even more intense, simultaneously erupting into a sky-high blaze. The wine he had drunk seemed to have its impurities removed, leaving only the essence. At this moment, the wine vapor, drawn into Wang Lin's primordial spirit, transformed into a torrential rain, all falling onto the sea of fire. The sea of fire erupted with a thunderous roar, its intensity increasing, beginning a frenzied burning. The temperature surged, and the raging flames caused one of the 8 ancient thunder dragons to let out a mournful roar. The body of this ancient thunder dragon trembled, its entire form suddenly shattering under the intense heat. But the moment it shattered, Wang Lin's primordial spirit, transformed into the primary ancient thunder dragon circling outside, seized the opportunity to directly infiltrate. Its speed like lightning, the primordial thunder dragon was crumbling, as if it had lost all its power of resistance, completely refined by Wang Lin, becoming an inseparable part of himself. Wang Lin remained seated in the house, his legs crossed, his face slightly flushed as if he had just consumed something extremely potent. Although his eyes were closed, a faint lightning bolt flickered on his forehead, rapidly intensifying. The house was very quiet, but the oil lamp on the table flickered violently, causing Wang Lin's shadow to twist and distort. After a moment, the oil lamp went out with a puff, plunging the room into darkness, instantly resembling the outside world. Only the lightning bolt symbol on Wang Lin's forehead continued to emit faint rays of light. The 8 primordial thunder dragons within Wang Lin's primordial spirit were reduced to 7, all frantically struggling and roaring in the raging sea of fire. But this flame, with its terrifying temperature, could refine everything in heaven and earth. The previously dispersed 8 parts had changed, leaving only 7, and thus the flames on the remaining ancient thunder dragons were much more powerful than before. Under the scorching flames, those thunder dragons roared mournfully. After a while, another ancient thunder dragon shattered with a thunderous crash, devoured by Wang Lin's ancient thunder dragon-like primordial spirit. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit became extremely excited. The ancient thunder dragon primordial spirit rushed towards the remaining 6, using the overwhelming sea of energy to frantically launch an attack and devour them. Night gradually passed, and the rays of dawn awakened the city from its long slumber. However, the morning sun arrived rather slowly and was simultaneously cut off by extremely heavy dark clouds, making the ground dim. A series of mournful thunderclaps echoed from the clouds, but suddenly a heavy rain fell. Wang Lin, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes wide. I have devoured and integrated 7 of the 8 ancient thunder dragons, leaving only 1 remaining. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Dark clouds rolled across the sky, absorbing all sunlight into the raindrops. The rain poured down relentlessly, a torrential downpour. The sound was like a stampede of thousands of horses, falling on the rooftops, on the ground, and on the bodies of those walking outside. Inside his house, Wang Lin could hear the pounding rain, the rain cascading down like a curtain, evoking endless emotions. Especially the rustling of the leaves hanging under the eaves. These sounds blended with the rain, dissolving into the downpour itself. The ground, long parched, was instantly stirred up by the rain, creating swirling clouds of dust. But before the dust could rise high, it was pierced by the endless curtain of rain, merging with the water and returning to the earth, becoming part of the muddy puddles. People hurried along the road, all wearing raincoats, their heads bowed as they glanced at their bodies before quickly passing by. Although it was raining heavily, it was still dawn, and naturally, some people were going to work. A few children stood by the windows, reaching out to touch the rain, their joyful laughter carrying far. This rain seemed to have come for Wang Lin. Wang Lin pushed open the door to his room and immediately felt a wave of damp air carrying tiny raindrops blowing directly onto his face, incredibly pleasant. He looked up at the glass-like raindrops scattered across the vast sky, where dark clouds hung low and thunder roared. As Wang Lin observed, a flash of lightning suddenly pierced the horizon, followed by a series of deafening explosions. At first, the sound was still far away, but in an instant, it boomed in his ears, frightening several children who dared not stand near the windows. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He picked up the wine gourd and took a sip, smiling as he observed the familiar scenes of the world in the rain. The children, in particular, stirred up a flood of memories in Wang Lin's mind. Before, when he was a child on Vermilion Bird Star, he too had stood by the window watching the rain fall, reaching out his hand into the rain and letting out innocent laughter. It feels like just yesterday, but 2,000 years have passed. Cultivators cannot see the passage of time. And those who can recall beautiful memories are few now. I can no longer remember my age. Wang Lin picked up the wine gourd again and took another sip, his expression somewhat melancholic. A strong cold wind blew from the south, vaguely chilling him to the bone. The cold wind swept over Wang Lin, rushing into the room. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin was about to go and close the door when his expression suddenly changed. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the sky. The sky remained a mass of swirling dark clouds, the torrential rain diminishing visibility, though sunlight filtered through the clouds. But none of this affected Wang Lin. He saw 2 streaks of sword light hurtling across the vast expanse of the dark clouds. The 2 figures within the sword light were a man and a woman. The man wore a green robe, his appearance extremely handsome, and his cultivation was not low, vaguely reaching the nirvana realm. The woman beside him was graceful, her attire as beautiful as a phoenix feather, her face lovely, and she exuded an air of nobility. Below them was the swirling dark cloud, from which one could see thunder and lightning rumbling below. Yuezhuan, this time the tribe has issued an urgent summons. Something major must have happened. Those with insufficient cultivation shouldn't overexert themselves. The girl in the brightly colored dress looked at the young man with gentle eyes. I will follow your instructions, But I don't know what happened that the elders of the clan had to call for such an urgent meeting. This matter is quite serious. The young man's expression became extremely serious. He was also harboring doubts. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly looked up into the distance, his left hand shielding the girl behind him, and the two of them simultaneously stopped in midair. A dark wind approached from the clouds, its direction not coinciding with that of the man and woman, but clearly having recognized them. It changed direction and rushed towards them with a roar. A moment later, the dark wind arrived, and after swirling around, a young man in black emerged from within. His expression was extremely cold. After appearing, his gaze swept over the girl, Yuejuan, and then fell silent. You greet brother Chu. The pupils in the young man's eyes, which had been raised to block the girl's path, suddenly contracted. He clasped his hands together and said, "Little sister greets brother Chu." The girl in the brightly colored clothes also revealed a gentle smile, and she softly spoke. The young man's surnamed Chu's expression was somewhat complicated. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the young man in the green robe beside Yuejuan. He coldly said, "The entire lightning tribe has been annihilated. The lightning tribe's great elder has also failed and disappeared. This has been confirmed by the Grand Elder Council, and they have subsequently announced the Ancient Star Spirit Decree to all tribes. This urgent call is to announce the Grand Elder Council's orders. Furthermore, the Grand Elder Council has used the Heavenly Great Star Spirit technique to find the image and spiritual memories of the culprit who annihilated the Lightning Tribe and killed the Great Elder. Then these things will be dispersed for all living beings of the Ancient Star Spirit to hunt them down. This is extremely serious. Even we must go out and investigate. Even this cultivation planet must be thoroughly searched. You handled this yourself." "What?" The young man's surnamed Yu's expression suddenly changed drastically, his eyes blazing with disbelief. The girl beside him also showed a look of terror. "I heard that the great elder of the Lightning Clan has reached the 5th stage of heavenly human cultivation, and no one except the 3rd stage can kill him. Could it be that there is an extremely vicious 3rd stage expert here? Moreover, the Lightning Clan has over 100,000 people, with many experts. How could they be wiped out? Furthermore, the Lightning Clan possesses an immortal lightning stream that is said to have existed for eternity. This. The young man in black, who was about to turn and leave, coldly said after hearing this, "The specifics are unclear. But I heard from the Changsun Society that the Lightning Clan's immortal lightning stream has been devoured by that person. The entire ancient star system is searching, and the Changsun Society will also send elders to hunt down this person." Wang Lin sat in his house on the city wall beneath the enormous black cloud. He withdrew his gaze, his expression calm. He closed the door and sat cross-legged. His eyes flickered faintly as he muttered, "They discovered it so quickly?" "The Changsun Society. It seems my time is running out. I must quickly refine the last lightning dragon and then integrate the immortal lightning stream." Wang Lin became pensive, closed his eyes, and immediately immersed himself in his primordial spirit to control the flames that refine the last lightning dragon. Time passed slowly, the rain outside grew heavier, the entire world was covered in dark clouds, and the sky above the city was extremely gloomy. Even at midday, not much sunlight could penetrate the dark clouds. After half a day of refining, the flames within Wang Lin's primordial spirit roared intensely. Everything was in turmoil. The ancient thunder dragons finally couldn't roar or struggle anymore. Their bodies shattered and were absorbed by Wang Lin's primordial spirit. At this point, all 8 ancient thunder dragons had merged into Wang Lin's primordial spirit, becoming a complete part of him. At this moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit surged wildly, the flames within dissipating and transforming into endless streams of lightning. Among the 5 streams of essence, the lightning essence within him grew wildly, visibly earth-shattering. Gradually, Wang Lin's primordial spirit no longer took the form of a dragon but became a bolt of lightning. A bolt of lightning connected heaven and earth. Heaven was the top of Wang Lin's head, and earth was his feet. This lightning bolt connected heaven and earth within his body, and was exactly like the immortal thunder of the Lightning Clan. The moment the lightning condensed into a complete form, the dark clouds outside grew thicker, and the rain intensified. The thunder and lightning within the clouds seemed to rage, roaring fiercely. All the cultivators on the planet could hear the earth-shattering thunder emanating from the clouds. In the eastern part of the imperial city, several old men in Taoist robes stood in the highest tower. Each of them possessed the pure nirvana cultivation level, the white-haired old man having reached the shattered nirvana level. These old men stood in the tower, all gazing up at the swirling dark clouds, listening to the frenzied thunder, their faces showing a strange expression. This rain came so suddenly, and there's thunder and lightning. Isn't it excessively violent? But we've all swept our divine senses and found no clues. Perhaps we're being too suspicious, an old man beside him said in a low voice. Oh, the lightning tribe, a terrifying tribe, was annihilated, and even the grand elder failed. Hearing this and seeing the lightning bolts before me, my heart pounded violently. Perhaps we are being overly suspicious. The old man with shattered nirvana cultivation shook his head slightly, then said nothing more. Whoever that person is, this time the ancient star god has issued an order. If this person is discovered, they will surely die. To the east of the cultivation planet lies a continuous mountain range, the mountain gate of the True Word tribe. This tribe is vastly different from the lightning tribe. The True Word tribe is just a small tribe, occupying a cultivation planet like a sect in the inner realm. At this moment, within the True Word tribe's mountain gate, a person stood atop a towering mountain. This extremely old man, with his snow-white hair, gazed into the distance, then sighed softly and muttered, "Why do I always have this feeling of impending disaster?" Wang Lin knew time was running out. After completely devouring the 8 ancient thunder dragons, he immediately released the immortal lightning sealed within his body. As the immortal lightning appeared, it threatened to burst out of Wang Lin's body. But at that moment, Wang Lin's primordial spirit lightning bolt surged forward, directly striking the immortal lightning bolt and unleashing a fierce devouring force. The immortal lightning bolt began to struggle, concealing within it a will similar to that of a cultivator's divine consciousness. The immortal lightning bolt continuously struggled and devoured Wang Lin's lightning bolt, and a battle ensued. Merging with me, becoming part of my primordial spirit, allowing my lightning essence to reach its peak. Relying on the power of lightning to shatter the blue sky, his cultivation level increased dramatically. Wang Lin's divine consciousness swept across like a storm, directly tearing apart all the resistance of the immortal lightning stream. Dao Technique Fusion. Wang Lin's eyes opened wide to distinct bolts of lightning flashing in his right eye. The lightning origin symbol spun rapidly, making Wang Lin appear extremely strange. The wind howled, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds seemed to unleash all their rainwater upon the earth, creating an incredibly torrential downpour. Waves of water surged across the city's surface. The rain was relentless, seemingly without end. The continuous downpour, channeled through the excavated trenches at the crossroads, caused the rainwater to flow into the trenches. By now, the city's drainage system was flooded, like countless tiny drops falling into a vast ocean, and the water flowed out of the city through the sewers. It had rained all day, and as night fell, the hustle and bustle of the previous day vanished. Everyone stayed indoors. No one ventured outside. In the cloudless night, flashes of lightning illuminated the entire landscape as if it were daytime. Amidst the rain, a cold wind arose, a sobbing, choked wind that swept raindrops across the ground. The strings of leaves hanging under the eaves were soaked, their lengths stretched taut. As the wind and rain intensified, some of the loose strings snapped, leaving the leaves like small boats tossed about on the stormy waves, swirling and drifting rapidly in the swirling wind and rain. Some leaves were carried into the sky, circling briefly before dissipating into the darkness. Others fell into the muddy puddles below, attempting to be carried away by the wind. But despite their efforts, the rain and wind were relentless, relentlessly pounding the leaves. Leaving them completely submerged, there was no way for them to escape. At that moment, thunder suddenly roared and lightning flashed, illuminating the entire world as if it were daytime. The instant the light flashed, on the dirt road in the western part of the city stood an old man in a Taoist robe, his eyes like torches. He stood motionless with his hands clasped behind his back. A leaf rested on his right foot, the wind still raged, and the rain still howled. A strange pattern suddenly appeared on the old man's forehead. Behind him stood 7 middle-aged cultivators with icy gazes. When the old man raised his hand, the 7 immediately rushed forward, surrounding him, all using their hands to perform incantations. At that moment, a dark aura emanated from the hands of the 7 young cultivators, transforming into a beam of light like lightning, all connecting to the old man's body. This image was exactly like the design on the old man's forehead, as if the old man had become the center, with 7 streams of light erupting from his body. The old man closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. The moment he opened his eyes, the brilliant rays of light on the clan mark on his forehead burst forth violently, all forming a fan-shaped pattern sweeping in all directions. At this very moment, the 7 streams of dark light connecting the old man's body instantly erupted into clearly visible rays of light. After all of them converged, they shot into the old man's body, making the clan mark on his forehead even more magnificent. As the rays of light erupting from the old man's forehead swept across the heavens and earth, all the images of the houses before him changed. These houses seemed to have reversed the passage of time from their old and dilapidated appearance to brand new ones. When everything became new, a tremendous transformation occurred, turning everything into a pile of ruins. Not only were the images of the houses reversed in time, but even the mortals inside returned to their youth in the radiant light emanating from the old man's forehead. A moment later, all images vanished, as if they had never existed in this world. Even the burial places and the deceased came back to life, revealing scenes from their lives. Wang Lin remained cross-legged in the dilapidated house, his primordial spirit frantically devouring the immortal lightning. The decisive moment had arrived. The will hidden within the immortal lightning was struggling wildly, like the thunderous lightning flashing outside. But no matter how much the immortal lightning struggled, it could not escape Wang Lin's body. After his primordial spirit had merged with the 8 ancient thunder dragons, it had almost become a lightning primordial spirit. During the continuous attack and devouring, it was as if 2 streams of lightning were vying for control of the thunder in the primordial era. But only by devouring the other could one truly become the king of lightning, capable of controlling the thunder in the heavens and earth. At this moment, Wang Lin, who had been closing his eyes, suddenly opened them wide, a flash of light appearing in his eyes. His expression remained extremely calm, and with a wave of his right hand, the house twisted like a distorted mirror, revealing a series of cracks. Finally, the mirror shattered with a crash, scattering countless fragments in all directions. Having accomplished all this, Wang Lin closed his eyes again, ignoring the outside world and continuing his meditation, immersing himself in the final battle of devouring between himself and the immortal lightning within his primordial spirit. In the pouring rain, the old man in the Taoist robe on the path to success still gleamed in his eyes. His gaze shifted to Wang Lin's house and showed no sign of stopping. When his eyes fell upon Wang Lin's house, everything instantly vanished. The image of the scholar inside disappeared, replaced by the figures of everyone who had once lived there. After a moment, the old man swept his gaze across the entire western city. Finding nothing, his eyes became extremely calm. He clasped his hands together, forming a hand seal, then touched his forehead, letting out a low growl. At that instant, the aura around the clan mark on his forehead intensified. The old man then swept his gaze across the city, and it instantly vanished as if time itself were reversing. Very quickly, an ancient battlefield appeared before him, a scene of countless mortal soldiers slaughtering each other, the ground stained dark with blood. The old man's eyes suddenly closed, and the aura on the clan mark on his forehead gradually dissipated, finally returning to normal. At this moment, the 7 middle-aged cultivators outside the old man's body also withdrew their marks, their faces slightly pale. There are no cultivators hiding here. Continue searching elsewhere. The old man flicked his robe and leapt up, transforming into a rainbow that pierced through the dark clouds and flew into the distance. The 7 middle-aged cultivators hurriedly followed. This situation not only occurred in all the cultivation planets where Wang Lin was located, but also spread throughout all the cultivation planets in the ancient star system. When the ancient star system issued an order, all tribes had to obey, all mobilizing their forces to search all cultivation planets, abandoned planets, and the endless starry sky. Wang Lin's expression remained extremely calm. He showed no emotion at the fact that the other person had punched him and left, not even opening his eyes. The roaring of the immortal lightning within his primordial spirit grew fainter, its struggles becoming weaker and weaker. The clouds in the sky remained thick. Since the rain began, there had been no sign of it stopping. In the rainy night, not even the watchmen appeared. Besides the rumbling thunder and the pouring rain, there was no other sound. The 2 streams of lightning within Wang Lin's primordial spirit continuously attacked each other, finally merging with a thunderous roar. The immortal lightning's unwilling roars were useless. It had been completely devoured by Wang Lin's primordial spirit. The moment the immortal lightning was devoured by Wang Lin, all the will within it was refined, and his consciousness merged into it. Suddenly, the lightning bolt formed by Wang Lin's primordial spirit vibrated violently. He clearly felt the lightning essence within his primordial spirit surging wildly at an unbelievable speed. The increase in the primordial lightning was indescribable. Almost instantly, the primordial lightning power caused Wang Lin's cultivation, purely in terms of lightning cultivation, to break through the peak of the mid-stage Shattered Nirvana realm and move towards the late-stage Shattered Nirvana realm. The primordial lightning power exploded with a resounding roar. In that moment, Wang Lin, merely by unleashing the power of lightning, had already reached the late-stage Shattered Nirvana realm. The primordial power, all fundamental rules and concepts, were simply comprehended through enlightenment of the primordial essence. It was as if all the lightning concepts and rules had been thoroughly understood. Thus, there were no limitations of concepts, and his cultivation increased dramatically. The moment he devoured the hidden will within the immortal lightning, Wang Lin's mind resounded with thunderous explosions, and images suddenly flashed from within his will. These were the memories of the immortal lightning, the memories of will. These memories had endured for too long, existing but no longer complete, only 3 types of images appearing. The first image was one of utter destruction. All the starry sky, star fields, and heaven and earth were shattering. Countless starry skies, countless star fields, boundless and infinite, even far exceeding the inner and outer realms. This scene of destruction resembled a catastrophe. As the destruction occurred, many living beings perished. Wang Lin saw cultivators in strange attire and bizarre beasts. He even saw a giant beast, as large as a cultivation planet, erupting with black light and countless skulls. But as he tried to look more closely, a bolt of lightning shot out from the shattered area as if fleeing, enveloped in endless radiance. This was only a brief image, but it deeply affected Wang Lin. The lightning bolt, like a colossal wave, was the immortal lightning. But this immortal lightning bolt was many times stronger than when it was devoured by Wang Lin. The second image was a lightning bolt shooting out from the hand of a middle-aged man. This man's expression was extremely cold, and in his forehead was a 7-petaled flower pattern with 7 different colors. Unfortunately, this immortal lightning bolt is still too weak. I fear it will never be restored to its former glory. Well, let's take it out and see if you have the destiny to create it. The middle-aged man shook his head, and with a wave of his right hand, the lightning bolt shot into the void and disappeared. The third image was an immortal lightning bolt on the temple of the lightning plan, seemingly existing for eternity, emitting earth-shattering thunderous roars. Outside the lightning bolt were 8 cultivators, and on the forehead of one of the 8 old men, a lightning symbol suddenly appeared. The remaining 7 wore extremely bizarre clothing, as if made of some unknown material. Their clothes glowed with a shimmering light, as if they were wearing a river of light on their bodies. Especially the person standing at the front, clearly the leader. The old man of the lightning tribe looked at this person with an extremely respectful gaze, tinged with fear. A golden aura surrounded this person's body. Wang Lin was very familiar with this golden light. I didn't expect him to be here. What a pity, what a pity. The leader shook his head and turned around. The moment he turned, a sudden shock reverberated in Wang Lin's mind, his pupils contracting in astonishment. As the image dissipated, but the man's face as he turned to speak before the image completely vanished was clearly etched in Wang Lin's mind like an indelible mark. This man's appearance was strange to Wang Lin. He believed he had never met him before. However, in the man's left eye, a 5-colored light flickered, a light that Wang Lin was extremely familiar with. He recognized it instantly as the ultimate realm, the 5-colored ultimate realm. In his entire life, Wang Lin had only seen this once before, a very long time ago on the Vermilion Bird Star, an object from the 5-element star of Nada. And it had almost completely disappeared from Wang Lin's memory. Even the moment Wang Lin saw the 5-colored ultimate realm flash in the left eye of that cultivator, he suddenly felt an indescribable sensation. This thing and Nadia's 5-colored ultimate realm were very likely the same. Wang Lin's acquaintance with Nada also officially revealed that he had opened a great door to the ultimate realm. And it also made Wang Lin realize for the first time that there wasn't just one type of ultimate realm. Years ago, Nada was also one of the group chasing after Sichuan. He was recovering from his injuries on the Vermilion Bird Star when Wang Lin took his storage bag. After seeking revenge in Zhao Kingdom, he was pursued by this person. Although the image had faded, Wang Lin's eyes still flashed, and he vaguely discovered a huge secret. The golden light surrounding this person is clearly Kun Jishan. If combined with what the great elder of the Lightning Clan said in the previous battle, and there's also the five-colored ultimate realm. Could these mysterious cultivators have entered the inner realm? I don't know what kind of incident happened in the inner realm, but the five-colored extreme realm fell into Nada's hands. Even the kanji immortal artifact fell onto the vermilion bird star. It's clear Nada knows a lot about all of this. Five-element star, Nada. Wang Lin's eyes flashed in silence. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress all his doubts. After all, this wasn't the time for contemplation. At this moment, Wang Lin's lightning primordial spirit was much stronger than before. The primordial spirit permeated his entire body, the lightning essence surging like a giant vortex, rumbling within. Each time the lightning essence circulated, every inch of Wang Lin's flesh and bone flashed with lightning. At this moment, Wang Lin was no longer a cultivator, but a bolt of lightning itself. A bolt of lightning, defying fate, struck Wang Lin. His cultivation had undergone extremely bizarre transformations, changes unprecedented in both the outer and inner realms. Simply by unleashing the power of lightning, Wang Lin's cultivation surpassed the mid-stage of Shattered Nirvana and advanced to the late stage. However, without channeling lightning, relying only on fire, his own mental state, and the primal energy of heaven and earth, his cultivation remained at the mid-stage of Shattered Nirvana. This was directly related to the five fundamental energies within Wang Lin's body. Outside, the rain continued to pour with occasional flashes of lightning, and the sky remained dark. At this moment, Wang Lin silently stood up, picked up the tattered cloak that had been left behind by someone else, put it on, and pushed open the door to leave the house. The moment the door was pushed open, lightning suddenly struck, illuminating the pitch-black road. The rain continued to fall, and the oil lamps in the surrounding houses were no longer lit. Clearly, everyone was fast asleep. Occasionally, the cries of a child frightened by the thunder could be heard, but they were quickly silenced by their parents telling them to go back to sleep. The torrential rain lashed the waterlogged ground, creating ripples and scattering leaves within. Wang Lin stood at the door, gazing up at the flashes of lightning across the dark sky. He clutched his raincoat tightly and stepped out of the room. The road was deserted. Only Wang Lin walked silently forward, the only sounds being the rain and the howling wind. At the intersection of the western and northern ends of the city, this place was relatively bustling. On a normal day, when the weather was good, it was always lively day and night, with brothels and gambling dens always crowded at night. But the heavy rain had brought silence back to the place, with only a few taverns and inns casting faint, flickering lights in the storm. Wang Lin slowly walked through the western part of the city, arriving outside a small building where only a single weak oil lamp burned. 3 men sat drinking, gazing at the stormy night sky, and quietly conversing. A shop assistant sat beside them, yawning deeply, his eyes half-closed as if he could fall asleep at any moment. Wang Lin entered the tavern, placed a wine flask on the table in front of the assistant, and softly said, "Bring me a flask of wine." A sudden blast of cold air swept through the tavern as Wang Lin entered. The assistant, startled by the chill, rubbed his eyes and looked at Wang Lin. After a few whispered words, he stood up, picked up the wine flask from the table, and went directly into the back room. A moment later, he returned, placed the flask in front of Wang Lin, and said, 3 thanks in coins. Wang Lin paid the bill, took a sip from the wine gourd, and a familiar, pungent sensation surged in his throat, transforming into a wave of heat that flowed down to his stomach. This wine was very strong, suitable for drinking when killing someone. Wang Lin really liked this kind. Wang Lin took the wine gourd and left the tavern, walking through the rain and wind towards the distance. At this time, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, illuminating the road ahead of Wang Lin. He didn't return to the West City but headed north, slowly making his way forward. In the rainy night, Wang Lin occasionally took a sip of wine, his pace not fast, but each step forward seemed to pause even the rain. In the north of the cultivation planet, in the vast sky not far from the capital city, the old man who had previously used his divine power to inspect was walking with a gloomy expression. 7 middle-aged men followed behind, their faces showing signs of weariness. Tonight, they searched many places but found nothing. Clearly, the destroyer of the Thunder Clan was not here. Elder. All the cultivation planets in this star domain have been checked by many people, but so far there has been no discovery. Perhaps the culprit isn't here. He may not be on this cultivation planet, but he's definitely in this star domain. The old man in the Taoist robe continued advancing through the starry sky, speaking in a low voice. The Cloudfall Grand Council has calculated that the person is in this star domain, and their whereabouts will be discovered soon. If we can find that person before the Cloudfall Grand Council calculates it, then of course. The old man's eyes flashed. Just as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly rumbled, lightning bolts intersected, illuminating the entire heaven and earth, and then the space plunged into darkness again. The moment darkness enveloped everything, a figure clad in a straw cloak and carrying a wine gourd advanced step by step. The figure moved so swiftly that no one noticed, not even the old man and the 7 people behind him. At that instant, the figure in the straw cloak was less than 3 feet in front of the old man. The pupils in the old man's eyes contracted, bursting with terror and horror. The old man showed no reaction whatsoever. The figure in the straw cloak raised the wine gourd with his right hand, tilted his head back, and took a gulp. Then, with a casual flick of his left hand, he pointed at the old man's forehead. At that moment, thunder rumbled across the sky. A portion of the old man's primordial spirit was suddenly separated and released from his body, appearing behind him. The moment this portion of the spirit left the old man's body, Wang Lin's figure continued forward, his left hand seizing the spirit and sending it flying into the distance. At that moment, the thunder had just subsided, but its echoes still reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. When the lightning flashed, illuminating the ground, the 7 cultivators didn't notice anything at all. The old man in the Taoist robe before them also looked dazed, but quickly recovered. Of course, we will achieve great merit. The old man's expression remained as gloomy as before, but it seemed to have turned pale. He could barely detect or remember the terrifying situation he had just been in. His body flashed and he sped off into the distance. The moment the lightning flashed, illuminating the heavens and earth, the figure in the cloak behind the 8 cultivators was getting further and further away. In Wang Lin's left hand was a fragment of the primordial spirit, the form of which was that of the old man in the Taoist robe. He wanted to cry for help, but no sound came out. Even the 7 people rushing ahead and the old man in the Taoist robe could have seen the figure in the cloak if they had just turned around, but they didn't notice, and thus gradually drifted further away. Wang Lin took a sip of wine and strode along the muddy road in the west of the city. He walked straight ahead, and when he reached the house, he pushed open the door and entered. Wang Lin still held a portion of the primordial spirit in his left hand. The moment he entered the room, his left hand gently squeezed. At that moment, the portion of the primordial spirit instantly shattered, and all the memories within were extracted by Wang Lin. Of course, Wang Lin wouldn't risk killing the old man in the Taoist robe, but he really wanted to know what was happening on the primordial star. Therefore, he took advantage of the other party's lack of awareness to use the lightning technique to cut off a portion of the other party's primordial spirit, using this method to obtain the memories. As I predicted, the primordial star is conducting a large-scale search. As for Yun Luo, the Grand Elder of the Elder Clan, his divine power can calculate my location. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Through his primordial spirit's memories, he knew that the ancient spirit was concentrating all its efforts on tracking him down. And he also knew all the arrangements throughout this entire star domain. Wang Lin sneered and raised his right hand. A primordial spirit immediately appeared in his hand. This was the primordial spirit of the Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, and his breath was faint. Besides the lightning thought, there are still 5 other streams of lightning. I must obtain them from the primordial spirit of this Grand Elder of the Lightning Clan. Previously, this person had unleashed 6 streams of lightning, which were not condensed from his body but summoned. Although they dissipated afterward, they were not completely extinguished. They can be summoned and condensed again. Unfortunately, there are 9 streams of lightning, and this is not yet complete. I wonder if I can muster enough lightning power to overcome the heavenly tribulation and use the path of lightning to advance to the 3rd stage of great power. Wang Lin didn't say much, but opened his mouth slightly and inhaled. The primordial spirit of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder instantly transformed into a stream of light and was swallowed into his mouth. At this moment, the thunderous primordial spirit within his body exploded. The Grand Elder's primordial spirit shattered and was then absorbed again. In that instant, Wang Lin's thunderous primordial spirit suddenly moved. After devouring the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder, it changed form. Suddenly, Wang Lin's primordial spirit transformed back into the form of the Thunder Clan's Grand Elder. Wang Lin's primordial spirit was glaring, its eyes flashing with extremely fierce lightning. Heavenly concealing thunder, earthly melting thunder, primordial transformation thunder, magnetic fusion thunder, Tao intent thunder, spiritual thought thunder, all appear for me. The moment the thunder Tao was transmitted from Wang Lin's primordial spirit's consciousness, terrifying rays of light erupted. Fortunately, his body had shielded these rays of light. Otherwise, the entire cultivation planet would have been illuminated as if it were daytime. As the light flared up intensely, it was as if a hole had been torn open in Wang Lin's primordial spirit, a crack instantly appearing. This crack, though formed within Wang Lin's primordial spirit, caused no damage whatsoever. Inside the crack was a pitch-black void, as if leading to another world. Under Wang Lin's divine consciousness's call, the crack immediately began to move like a swirling stream of air, vaguely emitting rumbling sounds. At that moment, the 6 paths of lightning flew out from the crack with a deafening roar. The 6 paths of lightning had been collected by the Lightning Clan for tens of thousands of years, making them incredibly powerful. As soon as they emerged, they immediately circled around Wang Lin's body, then rapidly spun. A feeling of expansion instantly erupted from within Wang Lin's body. Fortunately, he possessed the ancient god body. If he were an ordinary cultivator, his body would surely have exploded. Even so, a series of lightning bolts shot out from Wang Lin's pores, his clothes fluttering in the windless air, and lightning flashed across everything in the house. As a result, the lightning in the clouds outside became frenzied, with earth-shattering explosions. The rain intensified, and these violent changes caused Wang Lin to open his eyes wide. There was a mistake. Wang Lin's expression darkened slightly, and his body instantly flashed without hesitation, disappearing from the house. Thunder and lightning continued to rumble and flash across the sky. Wang Lin's figure teleported out and reappeared at the southernmost point of the cultivation planet, the 10,000 Great Mountains, a vast and rugged mountain range. Wang Lin's figure flashed and appeared in a valley deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. When Wang Lin appeared, his body was immediately enveloped in a halo of light. The swirling halo caused the surrounding space to dissolve into one, becoming 2 in 1. Wang Lin sat cross-legged beneath the halo, his hands forming a hand seal, and began to rapidly refine the energy. Initially, Wang Lin thought that the 6 paths of thunder would follow the thunder and lightning within his body and not manifest externally. He thought that using only his own primordial spirit would be enough to cover everything. But Wang Lin didn't think that after the 6 paths appeared, the primordial spirit couldn't devour them in such a short time, and moreover, lightning was erupting from within his body. This lightning bolt was very small, but its appearance instantly drew the attention of several cultivators on this cultivation planet. The moment Wang Lin left the house, the expressions of the cultivators in the highest pavilions of the imperial city suddenly changed. They vaguely sensed a terrifying lightning bolt erupting in the western part of the city. They immediately swept their divine senses there but found nothing. These cultivators possessed extremely high intelligence, and in an instant, they deduced the cause and effect. Even if it's not the one who annihilated the Lightning Clan, someone hiding here must have some ulterior motive. The old man, Suo Nirvana, looked grim. His body flashed, and he sped off into the distance. The others hurriedly followed. It wasn't just these people. The old man in the Taoist robe, whose primordial spirit had been partially taken and who was about to leave the cultivation planet, also turned sharply, his eyes blazing with strange light. Without saying much, the old man immediately changed direction, then unleashed his divine consciousness to thoroughly investigate. A group of white-robed cultivators also swept their divine consciousness across the western part of the cultivation planet. After searching the west and finding nothing, they were about to leave, but the expression of the middle-aged man leading the group changed drastically. Without much thought, he directly changed direction. At this moment, in a region of the primordial star system shrouded in mist, a place inhabited by many great clans, deep within a blue cultivation planet lay a lake as beautiful as a mirror. Within the lake was a small island, dotted with many elegant and unique pavilions. The surrounding area was filled with flowers and plants, their fragrance intoxicating. The wind rippled the lake, carrying the scent far away. A girl in black robes sat cross-legged outside a building. Her long hair reached her waist, fluttering in the wind. Her face was obscured by her black hair, making it impossible to see clearly. Her hands were like jade, and before her, a spherical mass of water slowly rotated, emitting bursts of steam. Within the rotating sphere of water seemed to contain chaotic images, filled with swirling and twisting light. A faint silhouette of a young man in white could be seen within, a silhouette that exuded a sense of loneliness and coldness. Soon, the sphere of water twisted, and the silhouette became clearer. It was Wang Lin. At that moment, the eyes hidden within the girl's glossy black hair flashed with a strange light. The sphere of water before her instantly exploded into countless tiny droplets. Within the screen of water formed by these droplets, a vast expanse of starry sky appeared, containing only a single cultivation planet. Tell the elders of this sinful society that Yunluo has figured out where the destroyer of the Thunder Clan is currently located, the girl in black said softly. The moment her words echoed, 3 figures materialized in the sky above the small island. All 3 bowed to the girl, then their forms vanished. Not long after, outside the cultivation planet where Wang Lin resided, all the cultivators of the primordial spirit star within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around this cultivation planet received orders from the sinful society to gather here. At this very moment, a deep rift appeared in the primordial spirit star's starry sky. This place was usually shrouded in darkness, and cold air surged from it. Any living being sucked into it would surely die. But deep within this void rift, in the darkness enveloped by the cold air, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged. The man's expression was extremely somber, his eyes tightly closed as he slowly inhaled and exhaled. Each breath he took caused endless streams of cold air to surge and condense. A creaking sound echoed as numerous ice crystals formed, only to shatter instantly and be absorbed into his body. Before him floated a stream of white light, seemingly concealing a soul within, its form indistinct. The white light moved slowly, like wisps of ethereal smoke emanating from it, then being drawn into the man's 7 orifices. After a long while, the man opened his eyes wide, gazing at the white light before him and muttering, "A 6th rank Tao spirit truly possesses earth-shattering power. I've only absorbed 6 parts, yet I already feel a vague sign of breaking through to the early stage of the void nirvana realm. Although the breakthrough is still far off, this feeling hasn't appeared in a long time. The 4 realms of emptiness are nirvana, spirit, and profound tribulation." The middle-aged man spoke, his expression subtly changing as he looked into the distance. A crimson light pierced through the heavens and earth, shooting deep into the crack before appearing before him. The crimson light illuminated the entire space of the crack, and at its center was a blood-red mark. Senior C. Mosey, by order of the Changsun Society, capturing the person who destroyed the Lightning Clan will earn you a 6th rank Tao spirit. Killing this person will earn you a 9th rank Tao spirit. This middle-aged man was one of the 3 third-stage powerhouses who pursued and killed Tushan when Wang Lin entered the primordial star. C. Mosey. TMCCT's eyes flashed. He swung his right hand forward, and the blood finger immediately fell into his hand. After he clenched it, the blood finger shattered, transforming into a stream of red energy that entered TMCCT's arm. "This is simple. I can accomplish it." TMCCT slowly opened his mouth, his eyes suddenly closing. A phantom image burst forth from his body, transforming into a form extremely similar to TMCCT. However, the cultivation level of this phantom image was not the 3rd step, but the 5th stage of heavenly human decline. The phantom image moved forward and disappeared into the crack. At this time, Wang Lin was hiding in the 10,000 Great Mountains. He didn't care about the entire cultivator's investigation on the cultivation planet. Even though a series of rainbows shot over his head, Wang Lin's eyes remained closed as he began frantically refining the 6 paths of thunder. Initially, Wang Lin refined the spiritual thought lightning, and now he possesses a large quantity of it, making the refining process quite simple. Before long, all the spiritual thought lightning that the Lightning Clan had acquired over the years was absorbed by Wang Lin. As a result, Wang Lin's spiritual thought lightning became incredibly powerful. The spiritual thought lightning surrounded Wang Lin's lightning primordial spirit, slowly rotating. Each rotation caused Wang Lin's primordial spirit to expand slightly, and his cultivation level increased dramatically. His lightning cultivation was progressing towards the great perfection of the Shattered Nirvana realm, continuously advancing. Without cultivating for 10,000 years, it would be difficult to reach the Shattered Nirvana realm within the 3 second stages, so breakthroughs were out of the question. Wang Lin's cultivation time was incomparable to that of the old masters. He entered the Shattered Nirvana realm thanks to his Dao fruit, and now, with this, his cultivation level had increased significantly, further enhanced by the lightning creation. But even so, it's impossible to advance very high unless the 9 streams of lightning accompanying the lightning origin become fully perfected. But after achieving perfection, can one enter the 3rd stage? Wang Lin couldn't know for sure. He vaguely felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed, especially since he hadn't chosen the method of cultivating incense. No matter what, I shouldn't cultivate incense. Wang Lin's resolve was extremely firm. After merging with the lightning spirit, the lightning primordial spirit immediately opened its mouth and devoured the remaining streams of lightning. Time slowly passed, and a day went by in the blink of an eye. During this day, many cultivators gathered on the True Word Clan's cultivation planet, numbering in the tens of thousands. Among these cultivators were many powerful individuals. Very few weaklings were sent here. During this one-day period, the entire cultivation planet was subjected to a frenzied search by tens of thousands of cultivators. Numerous locations were scoured, almost to the point of turning the planet upside down. Even the 10,000 Great Mountain King was subjected to this group of cultivators' thorough inspection, but ultimately, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find a single trace. Several cultivators passed by Wang Lin's location, and many streams of divine consciousness swept through, but none detected his presence. Wang Lin sat cross-legged, seemingly one with his surroundings. All divine abilities and gazes failed to detect any changes. Wang Lin's aura had long since merged with the 10,000 great mountains, becoming one with them. The heavenly concealing thunder had been successfully refined within Wang Lin's mind, becoming a stream of lightning surrounding the thunder essence. Even the earth-melting thunder had been successfully devoured by him several hours earlier. Knowing that time was extremely urgent, Wang Lin almost, without hesitation, devoured the 4th stream of lightning. The primordial thunder, condensed from the primordial power of heaven and earth, trembled violently under Wang Lin's terrifying thunderous primordial spirit after 3 hours, unable to resist, and was then devoured by Wang Lin. For streams of thunder and lightning swirled around Wang Lin's thunderous primordial spirit, his spirit growing stronger and stronger. His cultivation level surging towards the final threshold of the great perfection of Shattered Nirvana. From the thunder of harmony, I command you, in the name of the thunder of heaven and earth, to become a stream of thunder surrounding the thunder origin. The thunderous primordial spirit roared, the 5th stream of thunder of harmony struggling wildly. This stream of thunder was extremely bizarre, concealing a magnetic force while simultaneously unleashing an incredibly powerful repulsive force. To completely refine this lightning stream would take several days, so he slowly allowed the repulsive force to dissipate and become a lightning stream surrounding the primordial lightning. But Wang Lin didn't have time to linger. Seeing the fierce resistance of the Suhi lightning, he snorted coldly. The 4 lightning streams surrounding his primordial spirit suddenly exploded, then directly launched themselves onto the Suhi lightning. All of them transformed into a massive force that slammed into the repulsive force, causing violent explosions. The Suhi lightning couldn't resist. It struggled slightly before shattering with a loud bang. The moment the Suhi lightning shattered, Wang Lin's primordial spirit opened its mouth wide and swallowed it, suddenly devouring the Suhi lightning. Because it wasn't formed through refinement but absorbed upon shattering, this Suhi lightning was much weaker than the other lightning streams surrounding his primordial spirit. But Wang Lin didn't care about such things. After absorbing the 5th lightning bolt, 5 more lightning bolts were swirling wildly around his primordial spirit. Loud explosions resounded, and Wang Lin's cultivation suddenly broke through the late stage of Shattered Nirvana, advancing to the great perfection of Shattered Nirvana. The moment Wang Lin reached the great perfection of Shattered Nirvana, his primordial spirit rapidly expanded, shooting straight towards the Dao Intent Lightning. This Dao Intent Lightning was collected by the Lightning Clan from the Inner Realm. After all, only those with terrifyingly powerful Dao Intent could condense such Dao Intent. And this Dao Intent Lightning was one such example. If the Dao Intent Lightning dared to resist, Wang Lin would undoubtedly shatter and absorb it. At this moment, his primordial spirit erupted with overwhelming power, and the lightning bolt dared not struggle as it approached the Tao intent lightning. A highly chaotic stream of Tao intent erupted from within the Tao intent lightning, transforming into a multitude of souls. These souls gave Wang Lin an extremely familiar feeling. They were all inner realm cultivators. These souls also sensed Wang Lin's Tao thoughts, and they all immediately condensed and shot straight into his primordial spirit without needing Wang Lin to devour them. The Tao intent of the lightning automatically began the fusion process, a perfectly executed fusion process. After completely refining the 6 streams of lightning, they all swirled around Wang Lin's primordial spirit, rapidly rotating. Wang Lin's lightning cultivation had reached the peak of the shattered nirvana stage in the 2nd stage. Wang Lin's eyes opened wide. Outside the lightning symbol in his right eye, 6 other streams of lightning were rotating, and the thunder rumbled continuously across the cultivation planet. Tens of thousands of cultivators searching for Wang Lin's whereabouts immediately sensed that the thunder today was somewhat unusual. They all spread out their divine consciousness, creating a wave that swept across the heavens and earth, but found nothing. If it weren't for the True Word Clan's desperate intervention, these cultivators would have long since refined the entire cultivation essence, disregarding the living beings here. Determined to make Wang Lin show himself, rainbows covered the sky, indicating the presence of cultivators in every location. Wang Lin revealed a cold smile. The 6 lightning bolts surrounding the lightning origin were complete, but this wasn't his final stage. To fully perfect the lightning origin, he needed 3 more lightning bolts. Wang Lin knew there were 3 remaining, but couldn't find any clues. As for the lightning surrounding the lightning origin, there's no need to search using the old methods. If I say it's lightning surrounding the lightning origin, then it is. Wang Lin, being a man who defied all odds, prepared to take matters into his own hands if there was no further news of the remaining 3 lightning bolts. I want to see if, after the 9 lightning bolts surrounding the lightning origin are fully formed, my cultivation can reach the level of great perfection, attaining the 3rd step according to the lightning origin. The extreme realm or heavenly tribulation are both a type of lightning. I don't care what the previous extreme realm heavenly tribulation was, but right now you are the extreme realm lightning bolt. The 7th lightning bolt of Wang Lin. I am the master of lightning, the supreme ruler of heaven and earth. My words are the command of time for you. Extreme realm lightning, return to your original position. Under Wang Lin's divine consciousness, the extreme realm lightning bolt immediately roared. But at this moment, the extreme realm reversed and shot into Wang Lin's right eye, instantly appearing directly within it. The extreme realm had become the 7th lightning bolt. At this moment, 7 streams of lightning surrounded the lightning symbol in Wang Lin's right eye, and an extremely terrifying aura erupted from within him. Wang Lin had now completely merged with the 10,000 great mountains, and the lightning emanating from him instantly spread throughout the 10,000 great mountains, then spread to all the continents on the cultivation planet. Earth-shattering rumbling sounds echoed, and countless lightning bolts erupted across all the continents of the cultivation planet. These lightning bolts didn't injure ordinary people, but their radiance was breathtaking. The tens of thousands of cultivators searching for Wang Lin's whereabouts were suddenly filled with both fear and excitement, and they all began a frantic search. Some cultivators from the ancient star realm who had reached the heavenly tribulation stage joined forces to strengthen their divine consciousness, then swept across the heavens and earth. Thunder Frog, you are a ferocious beast possessing the bloodline of lightning, and you have the will of a living being. You have followed me for many years. Although your cultivation level is not high, you have concealed the rebellious will of my entire life, Wang Lin. Today, in my capacity as the supreme ruler of the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth, I bestow upon you the title of the 8th Thunder Spirit, becoming the 8th Thunder Stream. I grant you the name Thunder Bloodline. I do not care about your past, but from today onwards, you have the identity of the 8th Thunder Stream. You have become the 8th Thunder Stream, existing eternally for all eternity. The moment Wang Lin's vast and terrifying divine consciousness emanated, the Thunder Frog, which had followed Wang Lin for many years, suddenly burst forth from his storage space. At this moment, the Thunder Frog's entire body was enveloped in lightning, and it roared into a bolt of lightning, shooting straight into Wang Lin's right eye. The moment the thunder cauldron dissipated, a surge of thunder bloodline energy erupted in Wang Lin's right eye. At this moment, 8 streams of lightning surrounded the original lightning source. The heavens and earth changed color, and the wind and clouds reversed. Not only the ground of this cultivation planet, but even the sky was swept by lightning, the deafening explosions terrifying all the cultivators. The sky was filled with lightning, the ground with lightning, and even the void was enveloped in lightning. Under the attraction of the lightning, the heavens and earth erupted with flashes of lightning tearing through space. The tens of thousands of cultivators searching for Wang Lin's whereabouts were no longer excited but felt extreme fear. They had never seen such a sight in their lives. The sight of the thunderous explosions made the cultivators' hearts tremble. This final bolt of lightning cannot be found in the heavens and earth, but throughout my life I have defied fate and willing to accept my destiny. Wanting to become the ruler of the heavens and earth, wanting to trample over everything, shatter everything. I have vied with the heavenly Tao for my wife's soul, defeated the passage of time, and accomplished many things in my life. Perhaps I have caused immense suffering, but I have no regrets. I, Wang Lin, have traversed the heavens and earth for 2,000 years, and my heart is at peace. What I seek is the spirit of rebellious cultivation. What I desire is defiance. This final bolt of lightning cannot be found, so I have transformed my entire life of rebellious cultivation into a bolt of rebellious lightning. This bolt of rebellious lightning has never appeared in the heavens and earth, but today, I, Wang Lin, will use my life to make the heavens and earth appear again, replacing the ninth bolt of lightning from before, becoming the only ninth bolt of lightning from now on, the rebellious fate lightning. In Wang Lin's mind, a frenzied and domineering aura erupted. He, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly stood up straight, raising his head to look at the sky. His body was as straight as a pine tree, like a spine defying the heavens. His eyes flashed like lightning, his aura soaring to the heavens, for his heart carried a resistance and struggle against fate, against heaven and earth. What 7 million heavens and earths have experienced has wiped away the last shred of hesitation in my heart. Heaven and earth are unjust. A cultivator like me must resist. On what basis is heaven unjust? On what basis does it control tens of thousands of living beings? On what basis does it control my destiny? Wang Lin's thunderous words caused the surrounding heavens and earth to resonate with endless explosions. All the lightning transformed into a sky-shattering thunder domain, roaring in all directions. A lightning storm, unprecedented since the beginning of heaven and earth, was born from Wang Lin's words. This is the reverse fate thunder, invisible and intangible, unseen by ordinary people. Only those with rebellious intentions, those who practice rebellious cultivation, can detect it. This thunderous lightning bolt roared through the heavens and earth, carrying with it a fierce struggle against the universe and against fate. At this moment, the reverse fate thunderbolt struck Wang Lin's right eye. The deafening roars filled the sky, all the cultivators stared in astonishment, and a terrifying, illusory gate suddenly materialized. This gate was boundless, encompassing the entire sky as if it were the starry sky itself, the universe as its frame. When the gate opened, it could throw the entire universe inside. The third step, the void gate. Cultivators all around immediately noticed this strange phenomenon, their expressions changing drastically, their bodies trembling, their eyes blazing with disbelief. As soon as the gate appeared, Wang Lin instantly felt an indescribable force erupt within him. It seemed that everything facing this force was reduced to dust. Even if it's impossible to break through, I must try. At this moment, Wang Lin no longer needed to conceal himself. He raised his right hand and tore through the concealment spell. He suddenly burst forth, appearing in the midst of heaven and earth. The essence of lightning erupted with terrifying light, illuminating all directions. The moment 9 streams of lightning continuously rotated around him, forming a lightning diagram, Wang Lin looked up to the sky and roared. Use my essence of lightning to shatter all the gates of heaven and earth. Lightning diagram, appear. The moment his words rang out, his right eye suddenly blazed with a dazzling light. The lightning diagram rushed out from within, expanding to a size of 10,000 feet in front of Wang Lin. This lightning diagram emitted thunderous roars, and upon its appearance, it immediately triggered all the lightning in heaven and earth. It was the supreme existence of lightning, the lightning diagram that Wang Lin himself had condensed. Break through this door for me. Wang Lin roared angrily, raising his hands as if controlling lightning. He suddenly shot up from the ground, hurtling straight towards the door in the sky, terrifying explosions echoing like demons and gods. From afar, it was clear that Wang Lin had transformed into a bolt of lightning. His body, his spirit, his thoughts, everything had become lightning. This was a heaven-defying bolt of lightning. This thunderous bolt of lightning furiously hurtled towards the gigantic door in the sky, growing faster and closer. Tens of thousands of cultivators around remained motionless, all stunned by the scene, their eyes frozen in fear, their minds surging with shock. If they could open this door, they could advance to the third stage of cultivation. With lightning-fast speed, Wang Lin instantly rushed towards the door. Terrifying bolts of lightning struck the door, sending deafening explosions that shook the ground, and even the starry sky trembled, then spread throughout the entire star domain. I will take lightning as my master. All the lightning that shatters heaven and earth will condense for me. As soon as Wang Lin finished speaking, lightning furiously surged towards the cultivation planet. This lightning came from regions of the starry sky hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of miles away. Endless streams of lightning appeared in the vast starry sky, turning it into a lightning pool. At this moment, the lightning pool began to move, all rushing towards the cultivation planet where Wang Lin stood at breakneck speed. In that instant, Wang Lin seemed to become a giant vortex, drawing in all the lightning from heaven and earth, drawing it into his body and stirring up the starry sky to form a lightning diagram tens of thousands of feet in diameter. This lightning diagram concealed Wang Lin's unwilling thoughts. The moment it was condensed, Wang Lin looked up to the sky and roared for the third time. Charge forward! Earth-shattering explosions resounded, and the lightning, tens of thousands of feet long, slammed directly into the gigantic gate that was about to dissipate in the starry sky. At this moment, Wang Lin's body trembled, the lightning burst forth and shattered. An indescribable shockwave suddenly swept wildly in all directions. Wang Lin spat out fresh blood, his flesh and blood exploding, and then he was thrown away by this shockwave. The gigantic gate, standing majestically in the air, also emitted terrifying explosions from Wang Lin's thunderous power. A crack appeared, though very small. It was still a crack. Although the distance to the gate opening was still very far, it gave Wang Lin hope. The illusory and endless gate in the sky slowly dissipated, and Wang Lin's body was swept down by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the ground. After a few brief moments, it's unclear who among the surrounding cultivators shouted first, but several were unable to dodge in time. These people were struck by lightning, spitting out fresh blood, their bodies shattered. Some even had their primordial spirits shattered and dissipated. But that alone didn't fully demonstrate Wang Lin's abilities. Although injured, this was the chasm separating the third step. The barrier to the void realm was broken, and his lightning cultivation had reached the great perfection of the shattered nirvana stage. He didn't care about ordinary cultivators. The 10,000 great mountains conceal lightning. Let it transform into 10,000 thunderbolts, using the mountains to crush you. While I can't crush you all to death, it's enough for me, Wang Lin, to calmly leave this place. Wang Lin sneered, then waved his hand. He gathered the endless thunderbolts, which then merged into the 10,000 great mountains. 10,000 thunderbolts erupted, accompanied by roars, descending upon the heads of tens of thousands of cultivators. All the thunder mountains connected to each other, almost completely obscuring the sky, and they all crashed down with a thunderous roar. Tens of thousands of cultivators below were instantly terrified and scattered, but lightning erupted from all directions, disrupting the heaven and earth's elemental energy, preventing them from escaping. Earth-shattering explosions resounded as 10,000 thunder mountains simultaneously struck down from the sky. A terrifying, godlike roar echoed, and all the thunder mountains slammed into the ground at once, crushing all the cultivators beneath. Among these cultivators were those of various cultivation levels. Wang Lin alone could not withstand them, so he used the power of the thunder mountains to suppress them. But the cultivators resisted and struggled, causing the thunder mountains to explode with deafening roars and almost shatter. At this moment, the thunder mountains formed by the 10,000 great mountains immediately trembled, and numerous rocks crumbled from the mountaintops, seemingly ready to explode at any moment, allowing the cultivators trapped underneath to escape. Wang Lin let out a cold smile, his right pupil flashing with lightning, and the lightning diagram was condensed once again. As the lightning diagram appeared, it immediately attracted the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pointed, and the lightning diagram shot down and scattered across the peaks of the 10,000 great mountains with a thunderous roar. It was as if Wang Lin was using a symbol to officially create a suppression. Using 10,000 lightning mountains to suppress tens of thousands of cultivators, this action was enough to make Wang Lin famous in one blow. After the lightning diagram descended, the 10,000 lightning mountains below no longer trembled but became extremely solid. From the foot of the mountains, faint roars could be heard, but no matter what they did, they could not break through the suppressing formation in a short time. At this moment, Wang Lin's face was extremely pale. First, he was injured while attacking the gateway to the Void Realm, and then he suppressed tens of thousands of cultivators. He was now completely exhausted. This is just the beginning of the primordial spirit's pursuit of me, Wang Lin. I shouldn't linger here. Wang Lin's body flashed, and he directly took a step forward. The spatial shrinkage technique unleashed ripples, and Wang Lin disappeared into the heavens and earth. Even a perfected thunder origin couldn't break through the barrier to the third step, couldn't open the void gate. Wang Lin's figure appeared in a region of starry sky, and as soon as he appeared, he immediately took a step forward. But if one perfected thunder origin can't do anything, then I'll use two perfected thunder origins to break through the barrier. If two still don't work, then I don't believe that after 5 perfected thunder origins, I can't break through the void gate. At that time, I will become a third step expert, a powerful figure even within the third step. A cold glint and determination flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as his body vanished into the starry sky. Shortly after Wang Lin left the True Word Clan's cultivation planet, lightning flashed across the 10,000 great mountains, accompanied by crackling sounds. The roars of tens of thousands of cultivators grew weaker and weaker, as if completely sealed, gradually ceasing to emit any sound. The lightning scattered across the 10,000 great mountains erupted with dark light, vaguely concealing the power of heaven and earth. After a long while, dark light flared again in the void above the 10,000 great mountains, vaguely concealing the power of heaven and earth. After a long while, ripples suddenly appeared in the void above the 10,000 great mountains, and a figure emerged from within. This was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. The moment he appeared, his pupils contracted, and instead of looking down at the 10,000 great mountains, he turned his gaze towards the sky. A void gate has just appeared here. That's right. This is the aura of the void gate. It's definitely the void gate. The middle-aged man's expression turned extremely gloomy. He stared intently at the sky as if searching for something. The void gate must not have been broken yet. Otherwise, I would have discovered it. A cultivator who can trigger the appearance of the void gate. Interesting. No wonder the Changsun Society is so generous, offering a 6th rank Dao spirit to attract others. This middle-aged man was a clone of C. Mosey. C. Mosey wasn't in a hurry, but leisurely arrived here. He didn't care about capturing or killing the opponent, but the situation before him was extremely different, making him serious. C. Mosey withdrew his gaze from the sky and now looked down at the 10,000 great mountains. At this moment, the pupils in his eyes contracted again, and he took a deep breath. He stared intently at the 10,000 great mountains, his expression becoming even more serious. This person is a lightning cultivator. He used lightning cultivation to ascend to the 3rd stage of great power. From ancient times to the present, lightning cultivators have been the most difficult to advance to the 3rd stage. Lightning is a force of heaven and earth, controlled by the heavenly Tao. Even the lightning clan, after countless generations, has only had one person reach this stage, and even then, they only reach the early stage of void nirvana. But when this person gets angry, he immediately unleashes a torrent of lightning from heaven and earth, enough to cause immense trouble for those in the middle stage of void nirvana. No wonder this guy annihilated the lightning clan. His goal is probably the immortal lightning. Only after devouring the immortal lightning can he use the power of lightning to make the void gate appear. C. Mosey's expression became extremely grim. He seemed to have analyzed everything. What's terrifying is that after this person directly attacked the void gate, he was able to use the power of lightning to fuse into the mountain, creating a lightning mountain to suppress tens of thousands of cultivators. This method, the kind of person who can perform such an act, is absolutely not an ordinary individual. Everything has been meticulously calculated by this person. Only then could he calmly leave here. C. Mosey took a deep breath, strange lights flashing in his eyes, but he felt extremely interested in Wang Lin. Chasing after the ancient god excited me, but now chasing after a cultivator of this level is even better. Excellent. C. Mosey laughed heartily, not bothering to break the seal on the tens of thousands of cultivators under the 10,000 great mountains. and turned to leave. But the moment Mosey was about to leave, his body suddenly trembled. He stood still, carefully looking towards the starry sky where the void gate had previously materialized. Something's not right. For the first time, Mosey's face showed disbelief and utter terror. No trace of incense power. Mosey was stunned for a long time. Then he raised his right hand, and a whirlwind suddenly erupted in the heavens and earth. Gradually, everything formed a gigantic image, clearly depicting the scene of Wang Lin's 3 attacks on the Void Gate, and then using the 10,000 Great Mountains to suppress tens of thousands of cultivators. Mosey stared blankly at the scene, his face quickly turning pale. He didn't use any incense power, not even a trace of incense power in his body. He didn't rely on incense power, only on his perfected essence to make the Void Gate appear. This has never been heard of. Moreover, he even made cracks appear in the Void Gate. How is this possible? Who could possibly achieve the great perfection of the origin without the power of incense offerings, or conjure the Void Gate without using the power of incense offerings? The fear in Mosey's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a dark gloom. He took a step forward, his speed several times greater than before, pursuing Wang Lin's whereabouts. At this very moment, the instant Wang Lin's origin was perfected, the instant the Void Gate was opened, in the primordial star realm, on Mount Lanshan in the Langxi clan. Lan Meng dozed and gently stroked his ancient zither, but his hand suddenly trembled violently. He raised his head and, with a flick of his sleeve, left the room. Li Qianmai sat cross-legged beside her father, her expression extremely calm, not saying a word. But the confusion in her eyes had vanished, replaced by clarity, as if she had suddenly remembered many things. Li Qianmai straightened up slightly and also left. The moment Taoist Master Lam Meng stepped out of the room, he raised his right hand to the sky. After performing a hand gesture, the sky immediately erupted with endless blue light. The light, thousands of feet long, quickly condensed, and suddenly several images appeared. The images in the sky were the 3 times Wang Lin attacked the Void Gate. Taoist Master Lam Meng stared at the images in the sky, carefully examining them, his expression becoming increasingly serious, finally settling into sheer terror. Such expressions were truly rare for Taoist Master Lam Meng. To underestimate someone, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Even after the blue light dissipated, the look of disbelief still flickered in Taoist Master Lam Meng's eyes. Father, you can continue to be wrong. No one can foresee his future. Even you, one of the 5 ancient venerables, couldn't, Li Qianmai said, looking at the image of the heaven-defying man attacking the Void Gate with a joyful smile. My daughter, are you blaming your father? A complex look flashed in Lan Mengdiaozen's eyes as he gazed at his daughter. Li Qianmai shook her head and softly said, my memory hasn't fully recovered yet, only a few parts. That's already very good. If I could truly forget him, it would be like a fish returning to water and forgetting what happened on shore. But I've remembered a part of him, therefore, I won't give up. When my memory is fully restored, I will go find him. In the primordial star domain, a small island in the middle of a lake within the Misty Tribe's star domain was where the black-clothed girl had located Wang Lin. She was originally sitting cross-legged meditating, but the moment Wang Lin created the Void Gate, many flowers and plants on the island suddenly withered, completely dying in an instant. At this moment, the lake outside the island also erupted with violent waves, vaguely forming a giant whirlpool and continuously roaring. The girl in black opened her eyes wide, a look of terror blazing in them. 1. The flower withers and dies. 2. The waves roar and swirl. 3. Thunder and lightning strike continuously. 4. A sea of fire engulfs the sky. 5. The small island is torn apart. 6. The bones of our ancestors are shattered. The moment the girl in black spoke these words, the sky suddenly shook and exploded, a bolt of lightning striking directly. This lightning strike caused the lake outside the island to erupt with earth-shattering roars. The girl in black's expression changed drastically. Of the 9 hexagrams passed down by our ancestors, 3 have now appeared. In the primordial star domain, there are countless cultivation planets, numbering in the thousands, almost boundless. This place is also extremely famous in the primordial star domain, known as the Land of Madness, composed of 372 small tribes. Therefore, it is extremely crowded and chaotic. Because of this chaos, It has become a breeding ground for traders from larger tribes or those who have provoked powerful enemies. Gradually, more and more people have come here, eventually becoming a force to be reckoned with in the primordial star domain. The Changsun Society originally forbade such a place from existing in the primordial star domain, as it harbored many traders and was therefore hated by all the tribes. However, over the years, very few have dared to launch an attack on this place. 20,000 years ago, it is said that a powerful clan was pursuing a trader and, upon seeing him enter this place, the pursuers directly entered. However, the moment they entered, a powerful gust of wind suddenly surged from the void, sweeping across the clan. Nearly 1,000 cultivators who pursued him were shattered, their souls annihilated. This is just one reason. Legend mentions that one of the 5 ancient venerables, the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable, once secretly infiltrated this place but was ultimately severely wounded and forced to retreat. Afterward, the 9 Heavens Demon Venerable swore a solemn oath never to set foot in this place again. There is another story. 10,000 years ago, the Changsun Society also pursued someone who allegedly stole some kind of magical artifact from the Changsun Society. But this person, after being pursued, escaped into the Mad Land. Even the Changsun sect was extremely wary of this place. After negotiations and compromises, they formed a 100-year agreement and finally withdrew. All of this created a layer of mystery around the Madfall land, and few people knew all the secrets within. However, many cultivators, for various reasons, secretly entered here seeking protection. Gradually, the Madfall land became an extremely bustling place for trading items and various cultivation techniques in the primordial star realm, and all transactions here were successful. At this time, in the Madfall land, in a cultivation star without spiritual energy, Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged in a cave. This cave occupied nearly half a mountain, and Wang Lin was alone inside. Entering the Madfall land was also a decision Wang Lin had made beforehand. After devouring many inherited memories of the primordial star realm people, he had long known about this place. Especially for those wanted, this place is the safest location, since it's not under the control of the Changsun Society. Even the ancient star spirit order doesn't reach here. Moreover, it's not extremely safe, but in the ancient star spirit realm, there's nowhere else quite like this place. You could be hunted down at any moment. Later, even third-stage powerhouses might take action. So, it doesn't matter where you go. This Mad Land only accepts magical artifacts and elixirs. The rarer the items, the better, even trading in elemental crystals. After Wang Lin arrived, he exchanged some elixirs for a cave dwelling and 100 years. After a few days, Wang Lin continuously practiced breathing exercises in the cave dwelling and also consumed elixirs to heal his wounds. Gradually, his injuries recovered significantly. As for his body, because of his powerful ancient god physique, everything continued to improve. One day, as Wang Lin was meditating with his eyes closed, his expression subtly changed and he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, the main door of the cave dwelling gradually opened and someone quickly entered. "Master, I've inquired. The elixirs here are the most valuable, surpassing even magical artifacts. They even trade in puppets. Although their cultivation levels aren't high, they're extremely popular. You can control them at will with just a wave of your divine consciousness," Jung Daohong said excitedly, his voice trembling. After arriving, Wang Lin had released Jung Daohong to gather information. After all, Jung Daohong was from the ancient Star Clan, so his investigation wouldn't arouse suspicion. Furthermore, I haven't heard of the ancient Star Clan's decree here, so you can rest assured, Master. After releasing Jing Dahong, Wang Lin used his divine abilities to assess his character. After all, Wang Lin had destroyed the Lightning Clan, and Jing Dahong was from the Lightning Clan. He didn't know what he was thinking. What struck Wang Lin as strange was that Zhang Dahong had no affection for the Lightning Clan. In his view, the Lightning Clan hadn't helped him at all. On the contrary, they frequently contributed to the matter of lightning crystals, and even to this day. All of Zhang Dahong's cultivation relied on himself. The clan members he had encountered were all heartless and devoid of emotion. Therefore, after learning of the power of following Wang Lin, Zhang Dahong left the Lightning Clan without hesitation. Although the Lightning Clan had perished, many clan members had left to survive elsewhere over the past tens of thousands of years. So the appearance of a member of the Lightning Clan here wasn't surprising. "A puppet," Wang Lin said softly. Zhang Daohong trembled, hastily saying, "Today, I'm lucky to still be able to exchange for a puppet. Otherwise," before the old man could finish speaking, his pupils instantly contracted, staring intently ahead. Zhang Daohong was stunned, but immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Without thinking, he retreated and quickly fled. A cold snort echoed through the heavens and earth, followed by two streams of black light from behind, swiftly escaping. Another cold snort echoed through the heavens and earth, followed by two streams of black light from behind Zhang Daohong, one striking directly at the thin, withered old man. This man had no strength to resist and was captured with a scream of agony. The other stream of black light instantly chased after Zhang Daohong, directly striking his back. Zhang Daohong's face immediately turned dark. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his soul was scattered as he frantically fled. The figure of the middle-aged man from the Dark Scorpion clan materialized in the sky, coldly glancing at Zhang Daohong, who was fleeing. He turned and grabbed the unconscious, then old man, disappearing towards the Dark Scorpion clan's main hall. Zhang Daohong's face was pale. The life-or-death situation he had just faced made him realize the dangers of this place were incomparable to those of the Lightning Clan. The elixir has been revealed. Oh, I made a mistake this time. Not only did I trouble Taoist Zhang, but I almost brought disaster upon myself. Zhang Daohong almost used all his speed, flashing and flying towards the cave dwelling of FF. Cultivation. If I had the powerful cultivation of Sili Guo, these things absolutely wouldn't have happened. Zhang Daohong must become strong. Zhang Daohong gritted his teeth, filled with bewilderment. After a long while, the mountain where FF's cave dwelling was located finally appeared in his eyes. Entering the mountain, Zhang Daohong showed a pained expression. His body instantly entered the cave, and upon landing, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The master, who was sitting cross-legged meditating, opened his eyes wide the moment Zhang Daohong entered. His gaze flashed like two lamps falling upon Zhang Daohong. A fragrant aroma filled the cave. Zhang Daohong looked at the elixir, swallowed hard, and respectfully accepted it. Taking the elixir, Zhang Daohong wore a fawning smile and whispered, "Master, there are cauldron trading places here. Do you need me to go?" Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. Zhang Daohong quickly shut his mouth, forced a dry laugh, and hurried away. As he left the cave, a gust of wind blew, soaking his clothes. While being by Wang Lin's side offered many benefits, Wang Lin's recent frown startled Zhang Daohong. He was extremely afraid of Wang Lin. In the master's storage space, there's a man named Siligil who's utterly disgusting. He relies on his higher cultivation level to humiliate me many times. Zhang Daohong will remember this well. Sooner or later, when my cultivation is sufficient, I'll make Siligil pay for this. As long as I serve my master well, that day isn't far off. He had been here for several days, and relying on his invincible divine power and quick wit, he had befriended quite a few low-level cultivators. He hadn't gone far when he arrived outside a mountain valley. Zhang Daohong stopped, raised his hands in a respectful greeting, and said, "Brother Zhang, Zhang Daohong respectfully greets you." This mountain valley was quiet and peaceful, filled with sharp-spiked plants. It looked somewhat desolate, permeated with negative energy, and scattered animal bones lay on the ground, seemingly swaying according to some kind of formation. Inside the valley was a cave dwelling. This cave has no door, only a thick black fog that completely obscures the view inside. No sooner had Zhang Daohong finished speaking than a strange, cackling laugh echoed from within the mist. Immediately afterward, the mist surged outwards, engulfing the sky. At the same time, a gaunt old man in a black robe emerged from the cave. His hair was disheveled, his limbs thin and bony, and his eyes were bloodshot, giving him a ferocious appearance. "So it's Brother Zhang. You said you were returning to serve your master last time, but I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." The gaunt old man approached Zhang Daohong, speaking in a low, ominous tone. Zhang Daohong's expression remained unchanged. He smiled, flipped his right hand, and handed 3 Wang Lin pills to the old man, directly shooting them towards him. The old man's eyes widened in surprise, but he immediately received them, carefully examining them. His expression instantly changed, his eyes revealing ecstatic joy. "These are top-grade pills. They're perfectly suited to my cultivation level, and extremely rare. Brother Zhang, this." Zhang Daohong laughed heartily, clasping his hands and saying, "It's all right. My master has long since disregarded this kind of elixir. I see that Brother Zhang's cultivation has been stuck at the late stage of the transformation god realm for a long time, so this elixir must be very necessary, so I'll take it. The thin, withered old man took a deep breath, no longer being polite, and hastily and respectfully accepted the elixir. He looked at Jing Dahong and whispered, "Brother Jung, could your master's cultivation be?" The thin, withered old man hesitated for a moment before asking, could it be the yin-yang void and reality? Seeing that the other party was as he had predicted, asking about his master, Jing Dahong immediately showed an extremely respectful expression and whispered, "My master's cultivation is extraordinary, even I cannot know it. But I have personally witnessed even a Nirvana realm cultivator being killed with a single blow in front of my master." The thin, withered old man took another deep breath. He didn't dare to analyze the truth or falsehood in such a short time. Whether real or fake, he couldn't casually provoke anyone who could freely possess such elixirs. "Brother Jung, you're truly fortunate. Following such a master, your cultivation will soar like a kite in the wind. Don't forget to help me out then." The old man's eyes showed admiration as he clasped his hands in greeting. "It's nothing. This time, I came here to ask for your help, Brother Zhang," Jung Dahong said, clasping his hands and smiling. "Just say it. Don't hesitate. As long as I can do it, I won't bat an eye," the old man said. He had met Jing Dahong a few days ago and, seeing how generous he was, he knew the other man had an extraordinary background. The elixirs he sold made him envious, wanting to snatch them. But he was cautious, and after investigating, he learned that Jing Dahong had a powerful master behind him. To be able to make a nascent soul cultivator accept him as their master, he himself admitted he couldn't contend with such a person, so he suppressed his greed. And this Jing Dahong could be said to have given the old man quite a few elixirs. Gradually, the two of them could be considered to have ulterior motives, and they could be considered acquainted. Originally, the old man's surname Zhang still had some doubts, but now, seeing the other party produce such elixirs, he knew even more how profound and unfathomable his master was. Brother Zhang mentioned the puppet before. "I will report back to my master. My master wants to buy such a puppet. Brother Zhang, you know I'm new here and unfamiliar with this matter, so I hope you can guide me. After this matter is settled, I will certainly have a thank you gift." Jung Dahong's eyes subtly flickered, and he smiled at the other party. The thin, withered old man hesitated slightly upon hearing this, and said in a low voice, "Brother Jung, this puppet isn't easy to buy. It would be fine if it were on the main planet. But the Dark Scorpion clan controls this puppet. And this Dark Scorpion clan is extremely powerful. The price is several times higher. Do you really want to buy it?" Seeing Jing Dahong nod, the thin, withered old man pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "All right, then I'll take some men with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he led the way, flying swiftly with Jing Dahong. To the west of this cultivation town lay a dilapidated city, its rubble scattered everywhere, surrounded by a desert, constantly crumbling yet bustling with activity, frequented by numerous cultivators. This thin, withered old man was clearly quite familiar with the place, quickly leading Jing Dahong into the city. He carefully entered a relatively well-equipped main hall, accompanying Jing Dahong inside. This main hall was located in the center of the city, but there were very few cultivators around it. It seemed that cultivators who came here were very wary of the hall, not easily entering, and usually dispersed far away. The figures of Jing Dahong and the old man were immediately spotted by many cultivators, many of whom secretly shook their heads. As soon as they entered the main hall, Jing Dahong's body trembled, feeling a wave of unbearable coldness rush towards him. His cultivation was completely unable to resist, and the cold instantly invaded his body, his face turning pale, as if he had been struck by something. The sledgehammer struck him directly in the heart, and after staggering back a few steps, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The old man fared slightly better, but his face was also pale. He quickly knelt on the ground and whispered, "We two juniors had no ill intentions. We only wanted to buy the puppet." In the center of the main hall stood a statue. The statue was pitch black, surprisingly a gigantic scorpion. This scorpion was incredibly ferocious, its tail lashing out, emitting a thick, chilling aura. The icy coldness that caused Jing Dahong to spit out blood originated from this scorpion. Want to buy a puppet with just two insignificant nascent soul cultivators like you? What do you have to buy a puppet? A voice as cold as ice rang out. From behind the main hall, a man emerged. He wore black robes, appeared to be around 40 years old, his face grim, his eyes filled with contempt. Surprisingly, a scorpion-shaped clan mark was imprinted on his forehead. The scorpion looked incredibly lifelike, seemingly alive, slowly moving, its tail swaying, exuding an eerie aura. Jung Da-hong took a deep breath, quickly bowed, and offered him a pill that Wang Lin had given him, respectfully handing it over and whispering, "This junior wishes to exchange this pill for a puppet." The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged. He reached out his right hand, drawing the pill into the air, and casually examined it. However, his expression changed at first glance. Ignoring Jing Da-hong and the other man, he held it to his nose and inhaled deeply, then spread his consciousness to scan it. His pupils immediately contracted. Unexpectedly, it's a soul pill. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over Jing Da-hong, slowly saying, "How many more do you have?" Jung Da-hong gave a wry smile and whispered, "One more." Without waiting for the other man to make a move, he handed over his pill. After receiving the two pills, the middle-aged man assessed Jung Da-hong for a long time before finally putting them away. In his opinion, the other man must have encountered some kind of fortuitous opportunity to obtain such a pill. There weren't many of them. Two of these pills were already a lot. Nodding, the middle-aged man raised his right hand. The clan mark on his forehead flashed, and in an instant, a puppet identical to his real self appeared before him. This puppet had no clan mark on its forehead. Its expression was blank, devoid of any intelligence or life force, only a gloomy aura. And its cultivation level was at the early stage of the god transformation realm. "These two pills of yours can only be exchanged for this puppet. You to get out of here." The middle-aged man turned and walked towards the main hall. As he left, Jing Da-hong and the thin old man looked at each other, both seeing fear in each other's eyes. Jing Da-hong vaguely regretted it. He hadn't expected that simply exchanging for a puppet would almost put him in mortal danger. He quickly retrieved the puppet and left with the old man. As for the middle-aged man, after venturing deeper into the main hall, a different world unfolded. Below the main hall was a tall tower. The middle-aged man quickly ascended to the second floor of the tower. There, too, was a statue of a scorpion, and outside, a young man sat cross-legged. The young man seemed to be absorbing power from the statue through breathing exercises. Upon seeing the middle-aged man enter, he opened his eyes. "Young master, to nascent soul cultivators just brought these two pills," the middle-aged man said, hastily handing over the pills. The young man's expression was arrogant. He glanced at them briefly before slowly speaking, "Soul pills, ordinary pills containing souls, nothing surprising." Those two young cultivators captured one, injured the other, and left a spiritual imprint to see where he went. "Don't bother me with such trivial matters again." The young man closed his eyes again, ignoring the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man bowed in obedience and immediately departed. Jung Da-hong and the thin, withered old man hurriedly left the city. In midair, the old man chuckled bitterly. "Brother Jung, this dark scorpion clan is extremely powerful. No one in the starry sky dares to mess with them. Today, I'm lucky to have managed to exchange for a puppet." Otherwise, before the old man could finish his sentence, his pupils instantly contracted, staring intently ahead. Jung Da-hong was stunned, but immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Without thinking, he retreated backward and quickly fled. A cold snort echoed through the heavens and earth, and immediately afterward, two streams of black light shot out from behind Jung Da-hong. One struck the thin, withered old man directly. He had no strength to resist and was captured with a scream. Another stream of black light instantly chased after Jung Da-hong, striking him directly in the back. Jung Da-hong's face immediately turned dark. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his soul was scattered as he frantically fled. The figure of the middle-aged man from the dark scorpion clan materialized in the sky, coldly glancing at the fleeing Jung Da-hong, then turning to grab the unconscious, emaciated old man and disappearing towards the dark scorpion clan's main hall. Jung Da-hong's face was pale. The life-or-death situation had just made him realize the dangers of this place were incomparable to those of the Lightning Clan. "The elixir has been revealed. Oh, I made a mistake here." Not only did I trouble Taoist Jiang, but I almost brought disaster upon myself. Jung Daohong almost used all his speed, flashing and flying towards Wang Lin's cave dwelling. Cultivation. If I had the powerful cultivation of Sili Guo, these wishes would absolutely not come true. Jung Daohong must become strong. Jung Daohong gritted his teeth, his face filled with bewilderment. After a while, the mountain where Wang Lin's cave dwelling was located finally appeared in his eyes. Entering the mountain, Jung Daohong looked distressed. His body instantly slipped into the cave, and upon landing, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged, meditating, but the moment Jung Daohong entered, his eyes widened, flashing like to lamps as they fell upon the staggering Jung Daohong. "Where's the puppet?" Wang Lin slowly asked. Jung Daohong's face was devoid of color. He remained silent, then raised his right hand. Immediately, the puppet appeared. Wang Lin extended his right hand and grasped the void. The puppet flew directly towards him, hovering in midair. His gaze swept over it, carefully observing, revealing a strange light. This thing, after a moment, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, raised his right hand, and softly spoke. "What are those wounds on your body?" Jung Daohong remained silent for a long time, then recounted what had happened in a low voice. Seeing Wang Lin's expression gradually darken, he bowed his head and said miserably, "Master, this was my recklessness. If I had known more about this place, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Fortunately, I obtained the puppet, which fulfills your request. As for my injuries, I can recover after a period of seclusion." Seeing Wang Lin remain silent and his expression grow even more somber, his heart trembled. He whispered, "Master, you came here to avoid being hunted down." "I can endure this." Before he could finish, Wang Lin snorted coldly, his face instantly turning even paler. "Such vicious methods, even if you seclude yourself for a long time, you won't easily recover. This person severed the flow of cultivation within you, and even left a spiritual imprint." Jung Daohong's body clenched into a fist but quickly released it, remaining silent. "You are my person, you can endure it, but I cannot." Wang Lin stood up and stepped out of the cave. Jung Daohong raised his head sharply, staring at Wang Lin in astonishment, his eyes reddening, and whispered, "Master, lead the way." Wang Lin remained silent, his voice cold. Jung Daohong took a deep breath, his eyes revealing killing intent, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, leading Wang Lin straight towards the city. Wang Lin, worried about his slow speed, waved his right hand, and under Jung Daohong's guidance, they sped forward with lightning speed, shattering the heavens and earth with a thunderous roar. All the cultivators on the cultivation planet felt a sudden tremor in their hearts. The heavens and earth changed color, the earth rumbled, and the wind and clouds swirled violently. Almost instantly, Wang Lin brought Jung Daohong to the ruined city. He released Jung Daohong, allowing him to stand to the side. Jung Daohong's spirits soared, and he pointed a finger towards the main hall in the center of the city, whispering, "Master, the Dark Scorpion clan is here." Wang Lin's gaze, like a torch, swept across the city below from the sky. "Within 3 breaths, this city will be destroyed. Everyone, leave quickly." His voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the city below. The sound transformed into a wave of air, creating an earth-shattering roar that shook the city violently, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The faces of the city's inhabitants changed drastically. Many were so shaken they spat blood. Without hesitation, they frantically fled the city at top speed. The middle-aged man in the main hall was sitting cross-legged. Next to him was the pale-faced old man surnamed Zhang, his eyes filled with fear as he was about to continue begging for forgiveness. When suddenly Wang Lin's voice boomed. The middle-aged man's eyes widened in terror, his body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood before immediately standing up. Not only him, but the cultivators of the Dark Scorpion clan absorbing energy on the lower levels of the pagoda also quickly opened their eyes wide, their faces showing fear. Even the young man on the second floor trembled, his face instantly turning pale. The voice pierced through the ground, directly striking this place, causing the entire pagoda to shake. 3 breaths of time passed in an instant. Wang Lin raised his right hand and pressed down. The heavens and earth rumbled, and endless lightning bolts from all directions rushed in, transforming into a gigantic lightning net that filled the sky, following Wang Lin's arm as it pressed down, striking the ground of the city. Endless lightning formed an electric net, causing all the cultivators who had just hastily left the cities to be terrified. A deafening explosion resounded, the ground shook violently. A whirlwind swept through. The electric net descended, shattering the entire city. Even the main hall exploded with a thunderous roar. The entire city was reduced to dust. Countless cracks appeared in the ground, hundreds of feet deep. The hidden pagoda beneath the ground was clearly visible. Half of it shattered and collapsed. Old man Zhang, inside the main hall, stared blankly at the sky, also seeing Zhang Dahong, his mind reeling. He is Zhang Dahong's master? The middle-aged man beside old man Zhang was even more astonished. This happened so suddenly that he hadn't even had time to react. Wang Lin's body slowly descended, standing on the shattered roof of the main hall. Zhang Dahong followed behind, his eyes filled with excitement and agitation. Was it him who injured you? Wang Lin pointed his finger at the middle-aged man standing there, looking towards Zhang Dahong. That's right, it's him. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale. Almost without hesitation, he lunged backward, his hands forming a hand seal. Immediately, the scorpion-shaped mark on his forehead began to move, seemingly alive, emitting an eerie light. At that very moment, Wang Lin calmly pointed a finger forward. With this single gesture, the heavens and earth changed color, the wind and clouds swirled, and thunder roared, shaking the earth. Endless thunder clouds suddenly appeared in the sky. As Wang Lin's finger descended, they struck the middle-aged man's head the moment he retreated. A destructive force instantly surged from the middle-aged man's head into his body. Amidst the thunderous roar, his body exploded with a bang, his flesh shattered, his bones broken, and his soul annihilated. As the thunder subsided, the middle-aged man vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. The thunder died down, and the surroundings became eerily silent. The eyes of the numerous cultivators who had just escaped the ruined city were filled with terror, staring at Wang Lin with horrified expressions. Raising his hand, the wind and clouds shifted, and lightning struck, directly obliterating a yin void cultivator, leaving not a single trace. This kind of divine power was enough to shake the heavens and earth, shocking the minds of all the cultivators present and creating a tempestuous storm. The old man, thin and withered, who was being held captive, turned even paler, his breathing even stopping abruptly. He stared blankly at everything, his face showing unimaginable fear. Even Zhang Dahong trembled. Although he had witnessed Wang Lin's power in the lightning plan, seeing it again now still made him feel that Wang Lin's strength was immeasurable. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. Even though he was being pursued and temporarily hiding here, others would try to endure it and would hardly attack. But Wang Lin's cultivation was extraordinary, and he had endured countless hardships and faced death many times in his life. What if he was discovered by his pursuers several times? Even if it attracted powerful enemies, Wang Lin wouldn't ignore the harm inflicted on his people. Just like his words before, "You can endure, but I cannot." There are few in this world who can make him endure. At this moment, Wang Lin was no longer the same as in the past. He had become a powerful expert and even possessed the heart of a powerful expert. There's a saying, a tiger in the plains is scorned by dogs, a dragon in the shallows is mocked by shrimp. But to put it clearly, it's the tiger willingly accepting being scorned, the dragon willingly accepting being mocked. If they don't want to, who dares to step forward? Killing the middle-aged man is not the end of the matter. If he has to act, he must do so like thunder, eliminating all those involved. Wang Lin stomped his right foot on the ground. The pagoda immediately shook violently, cracks spreading outwards from where his right foot landed. In a short time, the entire ground was covered with cracks. With a deafening explosion, the top of the pagoda collapsed. Zhang Dahong supported the old man surnamed Zhang. The two flew into the air, staring blankly down below. Wang Lin stood at the top of the collapsed pagoda, his body sinking as he directly entered the second floor. As his body landed, amidst the swirling rubble, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted, a frenzied killing intent bursting forth. A low growl echoed from deep within the pagoda. Simultaneously, a dark light shot straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged. The moment the dark light approached, he casually extended his right hand forward and grabbed. Immediately, a gigantic hand materialized before him, seizing the dark light, preventing it from escaping no matter how much it struggled. Within that illusory hand, the dark light flickered intensely, revealing a purple bead. This bead emitted a terrifying killing intent, which intensified with each burst of light. Dark bead, explode. A low growl emanated, and a destructive force surged from within the pearl. Just as it was about to explode, Wang Lin fiercely swiped his right hand. With a loud bang, the pearl directly exploded, unleashing a powerful shockwave that completely destroyed the entire pagoda. In the dust and smoke, the young man whom the middle-aged man called young master turned pale, hastily retreating backward, his eyes fixed on the front, a look of shock in them. This pearl is quite mysterious. Wang Lin's cold voice came from within the dust and smoke, his body unharmed as he slowly emerged. The moment he appeared, the young man's expression was one of disbelief, his scalp tingling, almost as if his soul had left his body. He was acutely aware of the power of the dark bead. A sneak attack would be enough to injure a Nirvana cultivator. Yet, the other party merely touched it casually, absorbing the entire force of the bead without suffering any harm. This caused the young man's body to tremble. In his panic, he wanted to flee, but Wang Lin's right hand swung up. Immediately, an electric net appeared, enveloping the young man completely. He screamed in agony, losing all ability to resist, unable to escape, seemingly sealed, suspended in midair. Wang Lin didn't even glance at him, his right foot stomping on the ground once more, descending to the next level. With each step, he raised his hand. A raging sea of fire erupted, engulfing the two old men who were attempting to ascend this level. The two old men were engulfed by the flames, their bodies instantly convulsing, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The flames also penetrated their bodies, forming seals that suspended them in midair. Truly a scorpion species, only fond of living in dark crevices. This time, they still won't come out completely for me. Wang Lin calmly walked forward, entering the next level of the tower. Thus, level after level, the tower echoed with rumbling sounds and mournful cries, as more and more members of the Dark Scorpion clan were sealed and thrown into the air. Before long, there were no fewer than 10 members of the Dark Scorpion clan suspended in midair. You are too arrogant. Just as Wang Lin was continuing to advance, a furious roar erupted from the bottom layer of the tower, buried deep underground. Simultaneously, a powerful force surged from below, forming a whirlwind that hurtled straight towards Wang Lin. This whirlwind, like a splitting bamboo, relentlessly destroyed the pagoda, violently striking upwards from the bottom floor. In a short time, numerous streams of energy merged into it, forming a powerful impact force. In the blink of an eye, it directly shattered the ground of the pagoda floor where Wang Lin stood, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The whirlwind that appeared before Wang Lin was actually a massive, illusory black scorpion nearly 10 meters tall. This scorpion was formed from divine power, and upon appearing, it lunged straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, but he didn't retreat. He clenched his right fist, his entire body's ancient god power surging. The moment the 10-meter-tall scorpion approached, his right hand slammed forward. As his fist flung, an illusory ancient god appeared, simultaneously delivering a punch that slammed into the scorpion. A deafening explosion instantly shook the heavens and earth, transforming into an unimaginable shockwave that swept in all directions. The ground rumbled, even this cultivation planet trembled, and countless dust particles rose into the air. With a thunderous crash, parts of the pagoda exposed above the ground, under the immense force of the shock, developed countless cracks, widened, and completely collapsed, shattering into countless fragments. Even parts still hidden underground crumbled in the roar, scattering debris across the ground, causing the earth to turn like a dragon, creating a surging wave that spread in all directions. In this collapse, more than 10 cultivators were swept out of the pagoda. Their faces were pale, they spat out fresh blood, and their eyes were filled with terror as they looked at Wang Lin. The surrounding cultivators who were watching the battle hastily retreated. The crowd was completely shocked by a sight they had never witnessed in their lives. In the center of the pagoda, Wang Lin's clothes seemed to be blown away by a whirlwind, his hair flying, but his body remained motionless. He withdrew his right hand, lowered his head to look at the ground, and said coldly, "You injured my people, and yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. You are too weak." Below where Wang Lin stood, a hole approximately 1,000 feet wide was now visible. Now, the collapse of the pagoda revealed everything below to everyone's eyes. Deep within this hole, on a cracked rock, sat an old man cross-legged. This old man wore a black robe, adorned with a ferocious scorpion. This scorpion was somewhat bizarre, surprisingly having 9 tails. He also had a scorpion-shaped mark on his forehead. However, compared to the scorpion on his robe, it was different. The mark only had 4 tails. The 4 tails of the scorpion hung down, covering the old man's face, making him look somewhat terrifying. But at this moment, his face was pale. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, suddenly raised his head, his eyes revealing ferocity, and immediately lunged straight towards Wang Lin. My Dark Scorpion clan, though a small clan, is still one of the 372 clans of the Madfall realm. Your defiance of my clan today is defiance of the entire Madfall realm. At that time, the Madfall Emperor will certainly not spare you. Just a second stage heavenly human, yet you dare speak like that in front of me. Wang Lin's expression was calm, his gaze like lightning falling into the old man's eyes. Lightning flashed in his right eye, and the heavens and earth rumbled. The old man's face changed drastically. In his eyes, he no longer saw his opponent, only a bolt of lightning. This bolt of lightning descended from the sky, piercing straight through his eyes and directly striking his mind. The old man's mind reeled violently, his face instantly turning pale, and he began spitting blood again. He hastily retreated, his eyes filled with disbelief. The 4 declines of heaven and man, this is absolutely the power of the 4 declines of heaven and man. Damn it. How could our Dark Scorpion clan provoke such a monstrous old man? As the old man was about to retreat, Wang Lin's sleeve flicked, and his right hand reached out and grabbed at the void. Immediately, the old man found the surrounding heaven and earth's elemental powers surging wildly, as if instantly controlled by the opponent, transforming into an invisible cage, relentlessly pressing down on him from all directions. A continuous banging sound echoed within his body, pain spreading throughout his entire being, feeling as if every bone was about to shatter, the threat of death overwhelming him. The old man dared not retreat. He sensed that even one step back would be fatal. At this moment, without hesitation, he immediately raised his right hand and fiercely struck his forehead. In an instant, the clan mark on his forehead twitched strangely. Suddenly, the 4-tailed scorpion, in a short time, detached itself from his forehead, soaring forward, catching the strong wind, and in a flash, it transformed into a 100-foot-long creature, its 4-tailed lashing out with a thunderous roar. This 100-foot-long scorpion was extremely ferocious. After appearing, it tilted its head back and let out a long cry, its 4 tails forming after images as it lashed straight at Wang Lin. The old man, still worried, gritted his teeth and grabbed at the void, forcefully flicking forward. Suddenly, a dark light appeared, and in a short time, 400-foot-long puppets rushed out. Each puppet emitted an aura equivalent to yin and yang, illusory and real, and now, after appearing, they surrounded Wang Lin. All puppets, explode for me. The old man's expression turned ferocious. He instantly roared this sentence, retreating without hesitation. Wang Lin sneered, not even glancing at the 4-tailed scorpion and the 4 other creatures, and took a step forward. A ripple flashed, and his entire body vanished. The old man was rapidly retreating, but his body immediately trembled. Right behind him, Wang Lin's figure emerged from the void, casually raising his right index finger and pointing it at his head. The shadow of death filled the old man's mind. His eyes showed fear. He wanted to dodge, but the disparity in strength made it impossible. He could only watch helplessly as the finger touched his forehead. Before the finger even descended, a surge of energy contained within it slammed deep into the old man's body. Boom! The old man's body trembled violently. His primordial spirit was blasted out of his body by a single finger, soaring through the air, unable to even move. His eyes were filled with overwhelming fear, vaguely pleading for mercy. The 4-tailed scorpion simultaneously vanished, transforming into a swirling vortex that returned to the old man's primordial spirit, forming a mark. His body, devoid of his primordial spirit, traced a curve before falling to the ground, blood gushing out, and with a thud, it struck the earth, creating a cloud of dust. Still trying to escape? Wang Lin pointed his finger at the old man's primordial spirit's forehead, slowly speaking. Just the aura of this single finger can cause the primordial spirit to leave the body, severely injuring the physical form and sending it flying. If this finger had struck, I would have undoubtedly been annihilated. This person is not a heavenly human of 4 declines. The old man's primordial spirit trembled, frantically shaking his head. At this moment, he was almost completely disoriented. The power of that single finger had left him with no will to resist. This single finger strike didn't even touch his forehead, yet it only intensified his trembling. From now on, the Dark Scorpion clan will respect me as their master and obey all my commands. Otherwise, the entire clan will be annihilated. Wang Lin withdrew his finger, coldly glancing at the old man's primordial spirit. The old man trembled and nodded repeatedly, whispering, "The Madfall realm is a place where the strong prevail." Having such a powerful master protecting us is a blessing for our Dark Scorpion clan. Our Dark Scorpion clan has 176 members, and we all obey the master's orders. We dare not disobey. Master, we absolutely cannot simply listen to his one-sided words. We must make them swear an oath of the ancient clan using the clan seal. If they rebel, they will be bidden back by the clan seal and die without a burial place. For eternity, the entire Dark Scorpion clan will be wiped out. Zhang Dahong's eyes flashed as he immediately spoke. Hearing Master Jing Daihong's words, the old man's body trembled. He glared fiercely at Jing Daihong, but the look quickly vanished, replaced by a pained expression. He nodded and said, "All right, I will swear an oath with the clan seal, vowing to be your master. If I betray you, I will be bidden back by the clan seal and die without a burial place." The moment he uttered these words, a dark light emanated from the clan seal. The four-tailed scorpion looked extremely distressed, letting out a scream before becoming listless. A strange, ancient seal slowly appeared on its body, as if stamped upon it. With a wave of Wang Lin's hand, the Dark Scorpion clan members around him broke the seal. They had witnessed the entire scene, and their eyes, including the one called the Young Master, now held fear as they looked at Wang Lin. After swearing the oath with the clan seal, the Dark Scorpion clan in this mad land became the first ancient clan to be subdued by Wang Lin. Wang Lin's cave dwelling also became a sacred place for the Dark Scorpion clan. These clansmen surrounded it, using their magical power to create a desert around the cave, turning it into the Dark Scorpion clan's territory on this cultivation planet. After witnessing Wang Lin's power, the old man surnamed Zhang was deeply shaken and made a decision. He would do anything to establish a relationship with Zhang Daohong. As for Zhang Daohong, he trembled all over, having just achieved the god transformation stage in the Dark Scorpion clan. The Madfall region has 372 small clans. Our Dark Scorpion clan is the weakest, controlling only this worthless cultivation planet, and our clansmen are very sparse. In the ancient star realm, there is the Elder Council, and in the Madfall region, there is the Wusheng Council. The Wusheng Council has 13 elders in charge. They are the ones who hold power in the Madfall region. As for the person I mentioned earlier, the Madfall Great Emperor has reached the 3rd stage. It is also thanks to his existence that this place is not under the control of the Longevity sect. The elder of the Wusheng sect is not fixed. They accept a challenge once every 100 years, and the winner can become one of the elders. It is rumored that the Longevity sect has secretly sent many cultivators in over the years, wanting to seize this elder position. But they have never succeeded. All of them died mysteriously during the challenge. However, if they do not intend to become an elder of the Wusheng sect, their lives are not in danger. At this point, the old man of the Dark Scorpion tribe raised his head and glanced at Wang Lin. He was now respectfully standing in Wang Lin's cave dwelling, explaining everything he knew to Wang Lin in detail. Regarding the puppet that the master mentioned, that item is only sold on the planet corresponding to the tribe of the Wusheng sect elders. Our Dark Scorpion tribe also buys them from there. The higher the cultivation level of this puppet, the harder it is to acquire. Ordinary cultivators simply don't have the qualifications to buy one. Only the mysterious tribe of the Mad Emperor has taught the method of crafting it. The specifics of how to craft it are known only to the 13 elders. In the Dark Sea tribe, the highest level puppet is the mid-stage Pure Nirvana. Such a thing is extremely valuable. Outside of the Mad Emperor's tribe, it could certainly fetch a considerable amount of magical treasures and elixirs. The old man spoke while tapping the tribal seal on his forehead. Immediately, a dark light flashed, and a puppet in the shape of a middle-aged man appeared beside him. The puppet's expression was expressionless. At first glance, it looked no different from a real person, but upon closer inspection, it lacked any life force. Its entire body was covered in countless seals, making it impossible to see what was inside. Wang Lin's eyes flashed as he carefully examined the puppet. After a moment of silence, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Does the Mad Emperor's tribe have any shattered Nirvana puppets?" The old man hesitated for a moment before finally speaking in a low voice, "Yes." Wang Lin's mind was shaken, but his expression remained calm as he slowly said, "Oh. So it's quite possible there's a heavenly tribulation puppet?" The old man remained silent for a long time, then whispered, "I'm not sure about this either. But I heard that someone has encountered a heavenly tribulation puppet. I just don't know if it's true or false." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such an unimaginable thing to happen in the primordial star realm of madness. A heavenly tribulation puppet. This was truly astonishing. If even a heavenly tribulation puppet exists, then there might also be a third stage puppet. Wang Lin didn't ask. This was too absurd. He absolutely wouldn't believe it. What kind of power does the Fire Sparrow clan have here? After a while, Wang Lin asked. The Sea Soul sect, being an ancient great clan, has had many people come here in recent years. Initially, there were around several hundred people. The great emperors all knew they were sent by the Fire Sparrow clan, but because they never participated in the Elder competition, they remained safe. They were here, associating with various tribes, trading puppets, and secretly collecting Flamefire exotic crystals before returning to the Fire Sparrow tribe after a while. Flamefire exotic crystal. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. This is an item from the Mad Emperor, rumored to have been brought by the Mad Emperor himself. It's said to be one of the materials for crafting puppets. However, the quantity is limited, very rare. I also have a small piece here, which I can offer to the master. The old man hesitated for a moment, then flipped his right hand, revealing a small, rice grain-sized stone. Wang Lin grabbed the stone from the air, carefully examining it. His pupils contracted slightly, but quickly recovered. Go out and gather all the information about the Fire Sparrow tribe, in detail. Wang Lin gestured. The old man hastily bowed and retreated. After he left, the main gate of the cave slammed shut, sealed with a protective enchantment by Wang Lin. He then lowered his head, staring intently at the white stone in his hand, his eyes gleaming with a hint of fear. Flamefire exotic crystal, so it's called the Flamefire exotic crystal. The Vermilion Bird Old Saint Emperor once said that the four saint sects originally came from the primordial star realm before entering this world. That was indeed true. The Flamefire exotic crystal was brought by the mysterious Emperor of Madness. Why does this Emperor of Madness possess this? Could it be? Wang Lin's eyes flashed, revealing an unconcealed excitement. The moment the old man of the Dark Scorpion clan produced this Flamefire exotic crystal, Wang Lin immediately recognized it. To be precise, Wang Lin had used it to heal his injuries several years ago. In the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect of the Star Domain Alliance, deep within the scorched expanse of space, a massive white stone floated. That was where the old Vermilion Bird Holy Sect master sat. The object called the Flamefire exotic crystal in the Madfall realm was clearly identical to the stone where the Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor sat. Could this Madfall Great Emperor be connected to the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect? Wang Lin had deep feelings for the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect, but the old Vermilion Bird Holy Emperor had given him a new lease on life. This debt of gratitude was too great. Wang Lin would never forget it in his lifetime. Wang Lin's respect was especially for the fact that the old Holy Emperor had silently strived for tens of thousands of years. In his view, the old Holy Sect master and the master of the sealed realm were the same kind of people. One protected the four holy sects, while the other protected the entire inner realm. Seeing this Flamefire exotic crystal made Wang Lin's face show excitement. He thought of the words the old Holy Emperor had said to him before his death. "I am Liu Yan, born in the ancient era of artifact refining. As a child, I was a medicine boy beside the fourth Holy Emperor, and the Holy Emperor, without disdain, passed on to me the art of artifact refining. When one was 1,372 years old, I had achieved some success in artifact refining, and I followed the Holy Emperor. Witnessing the glorious moment of the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect when I was 1,460 years old, the Xingwen clan came from the outer realm, disrupting heaven and earth. Our Vermilion Bird Holy Sect assisted the immortal realm in the Battle of Runes. After this battle, the third and fourth Holy Emperors both went to the Outer Realm. At that point, our only option was to act on behalf of the fifth Holy Emperor. Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the Flamefire exotic crystal, his eyes gleaming. According to the old Holy Emperor, the fourth and third Holy Emperors both went to the Outer Realms. And since then there has been no news of them yet. The Mad Emperor possesses an artifact from the Vermilion Bird Holy Sect. Could it be that the fourth Holy Emperor from back then came to this Mad Emperor realm? But judging from the timing, it seems somewhat incorrect. Wang Lin suppressed the excitement in his heart, slowly pondering, but still couldn't confirm it. After a long while, he sighed. I'll find out sooner or later. I didn't expect this Mad Emperor realm to contain such a secret. If this is where the fourth Holy Emperor resided, then it's good. Perhaps I can awaken the Vermilion Bird for the fourth time here. From excessive true fire to illusory fire, I can unleash all the enemy's wrath, causing them to burn themselves to death. Thus, even though the original fire essence was not yet perfected, its power would be like heaven and earth compared to its current state. I couldn't see this Flamefire exotic crystal back then, but now, with my power of the Vermilion Bird's 3 awakenings, I can see it instantly erupting with world-destroying power. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a flick of his right hand, he collected the Flamefire exotic crystal into his storage space. In his storage space was a stone statue. This statue was the transformed body of the old Vermilion Bird Saint Emperor, still maintaining the posture of pointing to his forehead, revealing an aura of weariness. His divine consciousness swept over the statue, and Wang Lin remained silent for a moment before turning his gaze to the puppet beside him. This puppet was a middle-aged man, standing motionless. Wang Lin stared at it, his divine consciousness surging out, directly enveloping the puppet's entire body, as if countless needles were piercing into its body in an instant. Wang Lin's consciousness slowly penetrated the puppet, carefully searching, wanting to uncover its secrets. As time passed, his expression gradually became serious. The puppet's body contained no flesh and blood, but rather strange crystals. These crystals seemed to form a single mass, incredibly soft, interconnected to create the puppet's body. The puppet's brain was also made of crystals, but it was extremely hard, vaguely radiating boundless primal energy. Within the puppet's body was a layer of soft light. This light was incredibly resilient. Wang Lin's consciousness was immediately blocked from probing. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he unleashed his full consciousness, transforming it into a raging whirlwind that struck the puppet's body. His entire consciousness could completely destroy the puppet, but it couldn't penetrate that protective layer. Even just now, if he hadn't immediately withdrawn his divine consciousness, that protective light barrier would have instantly exploded, scattering all the mysteries within into thin air, yet preventing outsiders' divine consciousness from entering. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his expression serious, revealing a pensive look. I'm also interested in this puppet. Wang Lin's right hand reached out into the void in front of him, and the puppet's body immediately flew over and landed 3 feet away from him, allowing his right hand to easily rest on the puppet's chest. His divine consciousness reappeared, following his right hand into the puppet's body. Just as he was about to continue his attack, his whole body suddenly trembled, and he let out a soft cry. This puppet's body unexpectedly has meridians. At such close range, Wang Lin's divine consciousness only now noticed something he hadn't noticed before. In this puppet's body, besides the flesh and blood substitute, he also saw meridians that were almost hidden and withered, very difficult to detect. This Wang Lin's eyes flickered repeatedly. He took a deep breath, carefully examined it, and then revealed a look of horror. This isn't a puppet, it's a cultivator. This is a cultivator who used some unknown method to refine and then conjure this puppet. Wang Lin fell silent, looking at the puppet. The puppet's appearance was expressionless, its eyes empty, devoid of any life or spirituality. The method of replacing flesh and blood with that crystal block also feels familiar, as if I've encountered it somewhere before. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, his eyes revealing a determined look. The mystery of this puppet lies entirely within that protective layer of light. Only by seeing clearly inside can I understand. Wang Lin's divine consciousness suddenly moved, lightning flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly burst out with a roar. In a short time, the entire cave was filled with lightning, emitting thunderous roars that spread in all directions. Flashes of lightning and earth-shattering thunder echoed through the ground, causing the faces of the Dark Scorpion clan members outside the cave to turn pale as they all looked towards the cave. After deploying the lightning diagram, Wang Lin's cultivation surged, and even his divine consciousness grew wildly stronger, transforming into an extremely powerful whirlwind that directly surged into the puppet's body, bombarding the protective layer. Under this impact, a sudden roar erupted. The light protective layer within the puppet's body, unable to withstand this immense divine consciousness, instantly collapsed. But in the instant it collapsed, it gave outsiders no chance to see what was inside. Everything within the light shattered in that instant. But in that very moment, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he softly shouted, "Freeze!" A single word uttered instantly halted all movement in heaven and earth, stopping all transformation, causing the puppet's entire body to tremble, everything within it coming to a standstill. Only the light screen slowed down slightly before instantly returning to normal, collapsing with a loud crash. Simultaneously with its collapse, the puppet's body, which had been frozen, exploded, creating a shockwave that penetrated deep into the mountain, striking the four walls with a deafening roar. The mountain shook, and a massive cloud of dust rose. If it weren't for the restrictions Wang Lin had placed on the mountain, it would have crumbled into rubble, and even the entire cultivation planet would have violently shaken, cracking. The Dark Scorpion tribe cultivators all around looked at the cave dwelling in fear, completely silent. The old man of the Dark Scorpion tribe smiled bitterly. From this shockwave, he could sense a familiar aura. He knew that the puppet of the Dark Seed tribe must have been destroyed. The dust-filled cave gradually dissipated. Wang Lin remained standing there, his eyes shining brightly. In the instant his body-fixing technique halted the protective light barrier, though brief, he discerned a trace within. He saw an ordinary object floating inside. The appearance of this primordial spirit was exactly like a puppet. Based solely on this, Wang Lin could confirm that this puppet was a cultivator. At the same moment the puppet collapsed, the crystal replacing the flesh and blood in its body shattered, but a flash of lightning struck Wang Lin's mind, and he completely remembered. He had once encountered an ancient god skull in the demon spirit land of the Star Alliance, and a trace of crystal remained on the wound. This crystal was extremely similar to the flesh and blood replacing the puppets. Even in Wang Lin's storage space, there was still a small bottle containing the crystal left on the wound of that ancient god skull. A vague thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind, but it remained jumbled and unconnected. The Mad Emperor, who exactly is this person? Wang Lin remained silent, his body moving forward, step by step. The gate of the cave dwelling rumbled open. He emerged from within. "Elder Ya, lead the way to the nearest cultivation planet where the elder of the Luo Sheng Society resides." Wang Lin stepped into the void, and the moment his words were spoken, the old man of the Dark Scorpion clan hastily bowed respectfully and flew up to lead the way. At this very moment, outside the Mad Emperor's domain, a ripple appeared in the starry sky. From within emerged a middle-aged man. This man was none other than Si Mozi, the one who had been chasing Wang Lin. His eyes were gloomy, revealing a strange light, and his powerful cultivation surrounded him as he gazed at the starry sky controlled by the Changzun Society ahead. Grand Elder Yun Luo has figured he's hiding in this Mad Luo. This place is a chaotic mix of dragons and snakes, so we need to be careful. But luckily, I once lived here and know the ninth elder, the clan chief of the Dragon Armor Clan. Borrowing the identity of the Dragon Armor Clan won't be a problem. Si Mozi pondered, his body flashing as he lunged forward, heading straight towards Mad Luo. We must find him quickly, whether alive or dead, and extract his soul, gathering the secret that fuels his ancestral worship. Master, the cultivation planet where the elders of the Luo Sheng Society reside is closest to us, the main planet of the ninth elder, the Dragon Armor Clan. This place is densely populated with cultivators and relatively chaotic, the old man from the Dark Scorpion clan whispered as he led the way. Wang Lin rarely spoke along the way. The two transformed into a rainbow and left the Dark Scorpion clan's cultivation planet, flying rapidly through the starry sky. Wang Lin's mind remained immersed in the scene within the puppet, his thoughts vague, yet still veiled by a layer of mist, making it difficult to fully comprehend. The old man from the Dark Scorpion clan whispered all the information he knew about the Dragon Armor Clan to Wang Lin. "So, does the Dragon Armor Clan trade in that Flamefire exotic crystal?" Wang Lin asked after a long pause. "Yes, but the Fire Sparrow clan collects a lot of it. As soon as it appears, they'll buy it at any price. Outsiders can hardly compete with them." And if you want to buy it or the puppets, you have to go to the Dragon Armor Clan's market, the old man from the Dark Scorpion clan quickly replied. Both of them possessed considerable cultivation, and their speed allowed them to traverse the starry sky and leave the Dark Scorpion clan's cultivation planet in just a few hours. Finally, a green cultivation planet appeared in Wang Lin's sight. This planet was overflowing with green, radiating a strong life force and abundant spiritual power, far surpassing that of the Dark Scorpion clan. As the two approached, 3 streaks of sword light, like rainbows, flew out from the blue cultivation planet, heading straight towards them. Among the 3 streaks of sword light, the one leading was an old man. He wore a blue robe and, smiling from afar, bowed and said, "Elder, you anticipated the arrival of the Dark Scorpion tribe, so you allowed us 3 to wait here. Please, clan chief of the Dark Scorpion tribe, come with us." The 2 behind the old man also bowed, speaking with extreme politeness. The Dark Scorpion tribe was, after all, one of the 372 tribes. Although not an elder of the Luosheng society, ordinary tribesmen absolutely dared not underestimate them. The Dark Scorpion tribe old man smiled and nodded, returning the bow before inviting Wang Lin to go first. He followed behind, guided by the 3 members of the Dragon Armor tribe, towards the cultivation planet. The 3 members of the Dragon Armor clan were extremely surprised by the Dark Scorpion clan chief's actions, especially the old man leading the group. His eyes flashed, carefully assessing Wang Lin several times. Although he couldn't see anything wrong, he had already taken note. To be able to make the Dark Scorpion clan chief so polite, this person absolutely cannot be underestimated. They transformed into several streaks of rainbow light, gradually approaching the cultivation planet. Just as they were about to enter the atmosphere, Wang Lin's mind stirred slightly, and he casually glanced at the starry sky behind him. A ripple appeared in the starry sky, and a middle-aged man had emerged from nowhere. The middle-aged man's eyes met Wang Lin's, revealing a sinister smile. Wang Lin remained calm, seemingly unfazed, and turned to follow the group into the atmosphere, disappearing completely. The wind howled fiercely around him, creating a whirlwind. Wang Lin's heart was heavy at this moment. The middle-aged man's gaze made Wang Lin wary, so he turned his head to look. A single glance instantly darkened Wang Lin's mind. The man's appearance was identical to that of one of the 3 third-stage cultivators who had pursued Thaxam when Wang Lin first entered the primordial star realm. Now, encountering him again in the Land of Madness, Wang Lin immediately realized that this person was not from the Land of Madness, but from the primordial star realm. Since the man was a 3rd-stage cultivator who had come here, Wang Lin's purpose was obvious. He must have come here to kill me, but he's not his true form. Otherwise, he wouldn't have displayed the aura of a 5th-stage heavenly human, of course. It's also possible he's concealing his cultivation, and this person is extremely wary of this Land of Madness. Otherwise, he would have attacked just now. The Changsun sect is pursuing so quickly a 5th-stage heavenly human. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a fighting spirit, and he coldly smiled as he followed everyone through the swirling wind, entering the cultivation planet. Outside the cultivation planet of the Longap clan, in the middle of the starry sky, Mosey withdrew his gaze, a faint smile still lingering on his lips. He hadn't expected to encounter the person he wanted to capture so soon after arriving in the Land of Madness. The opponent's appearance and aura had already been calculated by the Cloudfall Earth sect and transmitted to him, allowing him to recognize the opponent's identity at a glance. Unfortunately, this place is a bit difficult to act in. If the Mad Emperor were to appear, it wouldn't be good, but if this person is in this cultivation world, he won't be able to escape. We just need to find a suitable reason to capture him. Mosey smiled, his eyes flashing as he looked into the distance. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward from behind, roaring and transforming into a weathered old man with silver hair amidst a low laugh. This old man, clad in a blue robe, had flown out from the cultivation planet of the Dragon Armor clan. Senior Mosey, it's been many years. Your demeanor remains unchanged. The old man's hearty laughter caused the surrounding heaven and earth's elemental forces to stir as he moved, revealing the aura of the 4 declines of heaven and man. Taoist friend, you're joking. After hundreds of years of separation, I've come to bother you again today. Mosey chuckled, cupping his hands in greeting. Senior, you're joking. There's no bothering at all. We've known each other for a long time. If it weren't for Senior Mosey's guidance back then, I fear I would have perished in the 3 declines. "Senior Tu Mozi, please come to my cave dwelling," the old man said, cupping his hands in greeting. He was the chief elder of the Luosheng society, normally not involved in worldly affairs, usually cultivating in his cave. But upon receiving a telepathic message from Si Mozi, he immediately came here. The two laughed and talked as they walked towards the cultivation planet, their figures gradually disappearing. After Wang Lin and the Dark Scorpion clan chief entered the cultivation planet, the three Dragon Armor clan members who were leading the way bowed respectfully and took their leave. After they left, the old man of the Dark Scorpion clan hurriedly led Wang Lin to a city in the east of this cultivation planet. "Master, if you want to buy puppets or flame fire exotic flame, you can only go to this eastern market. There is a shop of the Dragon Armor clan there. Every time I come here, unless there is a huge auction, I always come to this place," the old man of the Dark Scorpion clan said in a low voice as he walked ahead. Wang Lin nodded slightly, but his heart gradually filled with killing intent. He had originally come here intending to buy some high-level puppets for research, and if he could find any flame fire exotic crystals, he would buy some as well. Those crystals would greatly enhance his fourth transformation of the vermilion bird, and absorbing a large amount would bring him many benefits. Furthermore, the flame fire exotic crystals were also related to his acquisition of the Fire Sparrow clan's origin. But after seeing Si Mozi, Wang Lin changed his mind. Since the other party had chased him all the way here, it was obviously difficult to escape. And Wang Lin didn't intend to run away. He wanted to fight the other party here. This person was chasing after me, but because of some jealousy, he didn't strike just now. He came here obviously prepared for a reason to kill me. It's best if he had some reservations. His cultivation of the 5 declines of heaven and man clearly doesn't want to show the power of the third stage. Or this is just his clone. If it really is a clone and dares to chase after me, I will definitely make him perish. Using that as a warning, however, I must prepare a little before the battle. After all, the cultivation of the 5 declines of heaven and man is very powerful. Absolutely not simple. Although I have achieved great perfection of the thunder origin, I still have to be careful. Wang Lin's expression was cold. After learning the next direction, he immediately took the old man from the Dark Scorpion clan. His speed suddenly increased, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived above the eastern city, transforming into 2 streaks of rainbow light and soaring downwards. "Quick, lead the way. Release the old man," Wang Lin said in a low voice. At this moment, the old man of the Dark Scorpion clan, seeing the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Wang Lin, was deeply shaken. He immediately led Wang Lin into the city, rushing forward. Before long, they arrived in front of a towering pavilion. This pavilion looked very ancient. As soon as the two entered, a person emerged from within. This person was a woman, seemingly around 30 years old, and very alluring. As soon as she stepped out, a fragrant breeze wafted towards them. "Oh, isn't that the Dark Scorpion clan chief?" Her gaze swept over Wang Lin for a moment, a subtle hint of surprise appearing in her eyes. The old man of the Dark Scorpion clan chuckled, clasped his hands, and said, "Today, I am merely guiding you, bringing this fellow Taoist here." The woman covered her mouth and giggled, carefully observing Wang Lin several times, then bowed and said, "Please come upstairs to talk. If you need anything, please feel free to ask." Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He slightly clasped his hands and followed the woman to the second floor. The second floor was not large. Only a few beautiful antique chairs were placed. Wang Lin sat down, his gaze fixed on the woman. The old man from the Dark Scorpion clan stood behind Wang Lin, not daring to sit down. Seeing this, the woman's eyes showed surprise, and she bowed her head slightly, saying softly, "May I ask what you wish to purchase?" "Flame Fire Exotic Crystal." Wang Lin slowly opened his mouth, his gaze shifting from the woman to the entrance of the second floor, a glint of light appearing in his eyes. "I also wish to purchase Flame Fire Exotic Crystal." The moment Wang Lin spoke, a cold voice came from the entrance of the second floor. Immediately afterward, a person ascended. This person wore a bright red robe, their silver hair fluttering, but their body seemed to contain a sea of fire, instantly causing the temperature of the building to rise. What was particularly striking was that the footprints left by this person on the stairs were streaks of fire. The flames didn't reach the stairs, they seemed to burn in the air before gradually dissipating. Surprisingly, there was a flame mark on this person's forehead. This flame was incredibly vivid, seemingly still blazing. He walked to the second floor, his gaze meeting Wang Lin's. Fellow Taoist, perhaps you could give this flamefire exotic crystal to me. Wang Lin smiled. The third stage of heavenly human cultivation. Whether in the inner or outer realms, within this clan or sect, the third stage of heavenly human cultivation is enough to make one a powerful expert. Few dare to provoke them. Their status is usually extremely noble, and they reap immense benefits. In the inner realm, a level 8 sect in the Cloud Sea Star domain, if it has someone who has reached the third stage of heavenly human cultivation, is enough to become the leader. Even in level 9 sects, there aren't many who have reached the third stage of heavenly human cultivation. Overall, the strength of the inner realm is far inferior to that of the outer realm. The old man who appeared before Wang Lin at this moment was a third stage heavenly human cultivator, a member of the Fire Sparrow clan of the ancient star gods, and the leader of a branch clan in this desolate land. Even before entering the pavilion, Wang Lin had sensed the aura of the Fire Sparrow clan within. He wasn't surprised by the appearance of this old man. Encountering someone from the Fire Sparrow clan in this desolate land brought a smile to Wang Lin's face. The Fire Sparrow clan old man entered the second floor, casually sat down, and his eyes, like torches, assessed Wang Lin. His demeanor appeared calm, but in reality, he was extremely vigilant. He naturally recognized a dark scorpion clan chief behind Wang Lin and knew his cultivation level. Such a figure didn't have the right to sit in front of this young man, instead standing like a servant behind him. Unconsciously, Wang Lin had become an enigmatic figure in the old man's eyes. On the other hand, he couldn't see through Wang Lin's cultivation level. Even if his divine sense spread out, he couldn't sense even a trace of cultivation aura on Wang Lin, let alone recognize which clan he belonged to. Not everyone from the ancient star clan had a clan mark on their forehead. Some even possessed great divine abilities and could conceal their clan mark, making it impossible for outsiders to recognize them. You're saying you want me to give you the Flamefire exotic crystal? Wang Lin smiled faintly, his eyes unexpectedly vague yet not daring to lie. He remained silent for a moment, then clasped his hands and said, "The Flamefire exotic crystal is of great use to our Mayor Dwen." He stopped mid-sentence, and Wang Lin let out a cold snort. This snort was like a million thunderclaps exploding on the second floor of the pavilion, creating a whirlwind that swept through. The alluring woman's face instantly changed. Her body instinctively recoiled, and her complexion turned pale. As for the old man of the Fire Sparrow clan, his body trembled even more violently, a fierce tremor echoing. It was as if a 1,000,000-pound vehicle had crashed into him. His primordial spirit trembled, his pupils contracted, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The flames surrounding him seemed uncontrollable, instantly erupting from within. The chair he was sitting on was instantly reduced to ashes. Seeing the flames spreading, Wang Lin swung his right hand. In an instant, a ruthless gust of wind roared, rushing towards the old man of the Fire Sparrow clan. The flames that had just dispersed from his body were immediately suppressed by this ruthless wind, extinguishing them completely, and some were even pushed back towards him. The old man's face instantly turned pale, and he recoiled violently, taking 3 consecutive steps, each step leaving a deep footprint on the floor. These footprints seemed to have been scorched by fire, pitch black with white smoke rising from them. After 3 steps, the old man let out a low growl, channeling the power of flames throughout his body, trying to stop himself from retreating. Wang Lin's cold gaze met the old man's. In an instant, the old man's mind was violently shaken. Wang Lin's gaze, like an invisible sharp sword, pierced through the old man's eyes, directly striking his primordial spirit, transforming into a force capable of destroying heaven and earth. Even the primordial energy within the old man's body was like a silken veil, unable to stop this sharp sword from penetrating. The old man's body retreated again, his eyes revealing overwhelming terror. The primordial spirit within his body was instantly struck by Wang Lin's gaze, which had transformed into a sharp sword, not being pierced, but instead circling around his primordial spirit, gradually disappearing. Everything happened in an instant, but for this old man of the Fire Sparrow clan, it was like a nightmare. Life and death separated by a thin thread. "You dare call yourself old man in front of me?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and slowly spoke. Complete silence fell. The alluring woman took a deep breath, her eyes filled with immense respect for Wang Lin, mixed with deep fear. Oh, I was reckless. Please, Senior, don't mind. I know I was wrong. The old man of the Fire Sparrow clan was drenched in sweat. In that brief moment, a single breath had stirred up a storm in his mind. He knew that if the other party had wanted to kill him, it would have been incredibly easy. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance he had displayed when ascending the stairs. Instead, he stood respectfully, not daring to sit down, as if no one else had the right to sit before this young man. Bring out all the flame exotic crystals that you obtained from elsewhere, Wang Lin said casually, ignoring the old man. The alluring woman respectfully bowed low, took out a jade slip, and stroked it. The jade slip immediately flashed with a green light. She then waved it, and the green light swirled around the slip, causing it to fly up and land on the wall in front of Wang Lin, merging into it. The wall immediately began to move, ripples appearing inside. Before long, the entire wall became transparent, revealing the interior. Inside, various colors could be seen, and 3 large, fist-sized white stones floated in the air, slowly rotating. Senior, our Dragon Armor clan doesn't allow the sale of many flame fire exotic crystals. We only have 3 at this time. Fellow Taoist, he originally came here to exchange for these 3 flame fire exotic crystals. If you value them now, it would be a bit difficult for me, the alluring woman said softly, bowing her head. The old man of the Fire Sparrow clan raised his head and looked at the 3 white stones inside the transparent wall, sighing inwardly. He clasped his hands and said, since Senior has taken notice, how dare I compete? Wang Lin's gaze swept across the wall. There were no longer any flame fire exotic crystals inside. It was merely a diversion technique used to prevent observation. With a flick of his right hand, 3 pills appeared in Wang Lin's hand. As soon as these pills appeared, a fiery force swirled around them, looking like 3 fireballs. Wang Lin swung his hand, and they flew straight towards the alluring woman. The woman's eyes lit up at the sight of the 3 pills. She immediately reached out to receive them, carefully examining them, and exclaimed, heavens! These are soul pills made from top-grade fire beasts. Is that enough for the flame fire exotic crystals? Wang Lin slowly asked. The alluring woman took a deep breath, carefully examined the pill, and nodded, saying, that's enough. Just then, the old man of the Fire Sparrow clan suddenly spoke. Taoist Zhao, could you let me take a look at this? The old man spoke normally, but his heart was pounding. Just seeing these pills, he vaguely felt a trace of energy within them that intensely stirred his mind. The alluring woman glanced at the old man of the Fire Sparrow clan, hesitated slightly, but seeing that Wang Lin didn't speak, closed his eyes, seemingly unconcerned about anything else, and handed a pill to the old man. The old man took a deep breath, took the pill, and his consciousness stirred. The moment it merged into the pill, his body trembled violently, his eyes revealed a strange light, and he carefully observed it again. He closed his eyes, and after a long while, opened them again, returning the pill to the woman. His expression appeared normal at first glance, but his mind was surging like a raging sea. Origin, this is fire origin. This pill unexpectedly contains a trace of fire origin. While this pill might not be very effective for outsiders, its effect on our Fire Sparrow clan is unimaginable. But where did this origin come from? Wang Lin opened his eyes, casually glancing at the Fire Sparrow clan elder, a barely perceptible cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He slowly said, give me 3 pieces of flame fire exotic crystal. The alluring woman hastily nodded, took the 3 pills, and hurried downstairs. The pavilion fell silent. The Fire Sparrow clan elder remained silent, his eyes vaguely gleaming, lost in thought. Wang Lin was not impatient. A moment later, footsteps echoed from downstairs. The alluring woman hurried upstairs, accompanied by a middle-aged man. This man wore a Taoist robe, his hair was purple, and his expression was not angry but imposing. A woman followed behind him, her demeanor showing respect. As soon as this man went upstairs, the Dark Scorpion clan chief behind Wang Lin's expression changed slightly. He bowed and whispered to Wang Lin, it's the young clan chief of the Dragon Armor clan. How strange, this person has such a noble status and rarely comes here. The man went to the 2nd floor, laughing heartily. Without even glancing at the Fire Sparrow clan elder, he bowed to Wang Lin and said with a smile, the elixirs that Senior of our Dragon Armor clan needs. These are 3 pieces of flame fire exotic crystal. As he spoke, he flipped his right hand. Immediately, 3 white stones appeared in his hand and floated gently towards Wang Lin. Seeing that Wang Lin had received them, the man's eyes flashed and he smiled, saying, I wonder how many more of these elixirs Senior has. Would you like to exchange for something else? There are plenty of elixirs, but I wonder what you can offer in exchange. Wang Lin smiled, looking at the middle-aged man. The man, taken aback by the question, paused for a moment before speaking. Puppets and flame fire exotic crystals can be exchanged at any Elder's main star. But our Dragon Armor Clan has 3 treasures. These 3 treasures are unique to the Dragon Armor Clan. The first treasure is the Dragon Armor Clan scales. These are dragon scales, numbering 3,982. In addition, there is the blood of our Dragon Armor Clan members. When combined with divine abilities, it can greatly increase defense, making ordinary magic weapons indestructible. Even divine abilities can offer some resistance. After saying this, the man glanced at Wang Lin and continued, the second treasure is the Bone Dragon. These are forged from the remains of our ancient Dragon Armor Clan members. There are countless of them, but each bone dragon possesses earth-shattering power. Most importantly, they are already dead, so they are immortal. So what's the third treasure? Wang Lin asked with a smile. The young clan leader of the Dragon Armor Clan smiled and slowly said, the third treasure is an extremely powerful item of our Dragon Armor Clan. It's called the Ice Dragon Pill. This pill isn't meant to be swallowed, but to explode and injure the enemy. One Ice Dragon Pill might not have much power, but 100, 1,000, or 10,000 of them can be said to have immeasurable power. Of the 3 treasures of our Dragon Armor Clan, except for the first, the other 2 weren't created by our clan but were bestowed by the Mad Emperor, belonging only to our Dragon Armor Clan. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, I don't need the dragon scales or the white bones. But I'm somewhat interested in the Ice Dragon Pill. Bring it here so I can take a look. The young clan leader of the Dragon Armor Clan raised his hand and grasped the void. Using some unknown method, a flash of light appeared in his hand. In a short time, a white pill appeared in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, it flew straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin received it and glanced at it. The pill contained 4 kinds of energy. These 4 kinds of energy alternated, forming a balance. But once this balance was broken, it would explode instantly, its power equivalent to a strike from a Nirvana cultivator. 1 soul pill for 100 of these. Wang Lin's words were decisive. The young clan leader of the Dragon Armor Clan pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing, and nodded. Okay, how many Ice Dragon Pills does Senior want in exchange? 10,000. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, the young clan leader of the Dragon Armor Clan narrowed his eyes and nodded, saying, 10,000 Ice Dragon Pills. If they all explode, they could threaten a first-rank heavenly human cultivator. He waved his right hand. Immediately, light burst forth from all sides of the pavilion. A pile of Ice Dragon Pills instantly appeared, gradually piling up like a small mountain. Wang Lin waved his sleeve, collecting all the Ice Dragon Pills, then left behind 100 soul pills, and stood up to leave. The clan leader of the Dark Scorpion clan hurriedly followed behind. Leaving the pavilion, Wang Lin gave a cold smile and said, You return to the Dark Scorpion clan first. I have some personal matters to attend to. The clan leader of the Dark Scorpion clan respectfully bowed, not daring to reveal the reason, and quickly flew away. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he leisurely strolled through the city on the Dragon Armor Clan's cultivation planet. He had cast his bait. Now he was just waiting for the fish to bite. I'll directly infiltrate the Lightning Clan. As for the Fire Sparrow Clan, let them invite me in. Wang Lin was walking when, after a short while, his body froze, and he turned to look behind him. You followed me all this way. Do you want to die? Wang Lin's words were icy cold, and after they were uttered, ripples spread around him. The elder of the Fire Sparrow clan stepped forward, his expression extremely respectful, bowing and saying, Senior, please don't be angry. I only followed you to make a deal. Wang Lin said nothing, only coldly staring at the old man of the Fire Sparrow clan. The old man's forehead was covered in sweat, and he hurriedly said, I have many flame fire exotic crystals. If you want, you can exchange them all. I only need that soul pill. How many flame fire exotic crystals do you have? Wang Lin asked casually. I have 100 of the same size as the 3 you just exchanged. The old man, under Wang Lin's intense gaze, was shaken, his back drenched in sweat after uttering those words. Bring it here, Wang Lin said softly. The old man hesitated slightly, then gritted his teeth and, without further thought, immediately patted his forehead. Instantly, a cluster of pale blue flames appeared in his hand, which he threw forward. The flames flew straight towards Wang Lin. Upon receiving them, Wang Lin realized that these small flames were actually like storage bags containing 100 flame fire exotic crystals, varying in size but roughly the same overall. After giving the 100 soul pills to the other party, Wang Lin turned and walked away, his figure disappearing into the city. When he reappeared, Wang Lin was standing on the summit of a mountain on this cultivation planet. He waved his right hand, and immediately 10,000 ice dragon pills were released, densely covering all sides. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and he sneered, muttering, although soul pills are precious, 1 pill can't possibly be exchanged for 100 ice dragon pills. That's no match for a single strike from a Nirvana cultivator. Dragon Armor Clan, since you've gotten involved in this, don't blame Wang Lin for causing you trouble. With a cold laugh, Wang Lin raised his right hand. Immediately, his entire cultivation surged, and the flame in his left eye blazed, directly shooting out and transforming into a sea of fire surrounding the 10,000 ice dragon pills. Refine them for me. As soon as Wang Lin's words left his mouth, the flames transformed into blue blades sweeping across the 10,000 ice dragon pills. Immediately, banging sounds rang out, but under this high temperature, the pills were instantly melted. Dao technique, fusion, all things in heaven and earth, divine abilities, magical artifacts, power, rules fusion for me. The divine abilities of the Azure Dream Taoist were extremely powerful and had many uses. This fusion technique alone had already greatly assisted Wang Lin. At this moment, with the assistance of the flames, the fusion technique caused the 10,000 ice dragon pills to begin merging. Gradually, the temperature of the flames rose higher and higher. A pill the size of a fingernail flashed with a golden light and appeared in the sea of fire. Finally, Wang Lin grabbed it with his right hand, and the flames contracted violently, completely entering the pill and disappearing from the world. This small pill now contained a force capable of destroying heaven and earth. It no longer contained 4 streams of energy, but 5. The addition of 1 stream was the power of the flames. Therefore, the power of this pill increased wildly. 10,000 pills merged into one, their energy undiminished, as if it could already create power comparable to the first-ranked heavenly human. Especially under the fusion technique, the inner power can transform and constantly compress, almost reaching the limit of the 2nd stage of heavenly human decline. And I've added more flame power, so when this ice dragon pill explodes, it can reach the power of the 3rd stage of heavenly human decline. Wang Lin's right eye flashed, thunder roared out, transforming into a thunder diagram that directly merged into the golden pill. The pill then emitted a banging sound and was compressed once again. With this compression, the heavens and earth changed color, thunder surged, and simultaneously entered the pill. 6 streams of energy, plus the lightning condensation divine ability of the lightning clan. The power contained in this pill can now injure a cultivator of the 4th stage of heavenly human decline. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with killing intent, and he bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. This blood was the blood of the ancient god, and also contained Wang Lin's essence and primordial spirit. With a rumbling sound, the blood fell into the pill. This golden elixir was enveloped in blood-red light. The golden radiance immediately dimmed, revealing a blood-red hue. This blood-red color was terrifying, containing murderous intent. With the blood of an ancient god and my essence, this elixir is enough to threaten a cultivator at the 5th stage of heavenly human realm. Wang Lin's right hand swung again, and immediately all the flame fire exotic crystals he had obtained appeared, hovering before him, then were merged with by the flames emanating from his left eye. These flame fire exotic crystals cannot awaken my vermilion bird for the 4th time, so swallowing them is useless. But with my ability to control flames, I can turn them into a world-destroying magical artifact, no less powerful than the Ice Dragon Elixir I just refined. Without hesitation, Wang Lin immediately activated the fusion technique, and the image of the vermilion bird vaguely appeared in his left eye, causing the flames to intensify. So what if it's your clone who's reached the 5th stage of cultivation? If it's truly your clone who's come here, then I, Wang Lin, will make sure you're annihilated right here. If you're not a clone and you unleash the power of the third stage, I don't believe you can survive in this land of madness. After all, the divine abilities of a third stage cultivator will cause this land of madness to collapse in an instant. Even if no one stops me, at most I'll just escape. By then, the Fire Sparrow clan will surely be waiting to find me. Wang Lin snorted coldly, the flames before him contracting, refining all the flame fire exotic flames, forming a dark blue crystal. Inside, it not only contained the primordial power of fire but also the image of a vermilion bird. The killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. He raised his right hand, his index finger pointing to the sky. Immediately, two deer-like creatures materialized. As soon as they appeared, Wang Lin immediately shouted softly, "This bone-shaped sword still has one last seal left unopened. Now I'll use my perfected thunder essence to see if I can open it." As Wang Lin spoke, the thunder throughout his body roared, transforming into countless lightning bolts that formed a thunder net around his index finger, enveloping the heavens and earth. A frenzied rumbling sound erupted. 1 to 100, 10,000, 100,000, a million, 10,000 swordcha burst forth from within this thunder net, finally shattering the limit of 10,000, escaping the net and soaring into the heavens. In an instant, the entire sky was completely replaced by swordcha, filled with killing intent. 10 million, 20 million. Finally, this swordcha reached 39,999,000 before stopping. The seal is still partially broken, but even a part of it can cause the power of the sword energy to skyrocket. Now, if you want to fight, let's fight. Wang Lin stood up, looked up at the sky, and let out a long roar. "I'll wait for you here. Do you dare to fight?" The earth-shattering roar, carrying a challenge, spread wildly in all directions. On this cultivation planet, all cultivators heard it in an instant. In the eastern city of this cultivation planet, the old man of the Fire Sparrow clan had a solemn expression. Beside him were 7 other members of the Fire Sparrow clan, their expressions showing uncontrollable fear. Before the old man were 100 soul pills being consumed by flames, gradually dissolving. Finally, the soul pills were gone. Even the souls within them vanished into thin air, leaving only a drop of fresh blood emitting a deep red color, incredibly beautiful within the flames. As expected, it was just as I predicted. The reason this elixir possesses the aura of the primordial essence is precisely because of this blood. What kind of blood is this? The old man of the Fire Sparrow clan took a deep breath. Suddenly, a thunderous, challenging shout echoed through the heavens. The old man of the Fire Sparrow clan's expression changed, and he raised his head. At the same time, in the sacred land of the Dragon Armor clan, in a pavilion, the Dragon Armor clan chief and C. Mosey were seated, with a person standing respectfully to one side before them. This person was the young chief of the Dragon Armor clan. "Father, I have delivered 10,000 ice dragon pills as you instructed." The Dragon Armor clan chief pondered, looking at C. Mosey, and slowly said, "This person stole 10,000 ice dragon pills from our Dragon Armor clan. Therefore, I request Senior C. Mosey's assistance in capturing and killing him. Our Dragon Armor clan will certainly reward you handsomely." C. Mosey smiled, about to speak, when suddenly a thunderous shout resounded throughout the heavens and earth. The shout revealed a challenging intent. T.U. Mosey's face was as cold as ice, and he exuded an intense killing intent. "I'll wait here. Do you dare to fight me?" C. Mosey's expression changed, and he leapt to his feet, his gaze like lightning, surging into the distance. His eyes seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, shattering the void, directly revealing Wang Lin standing tall on the peak of this cultivation planet, his eyes arrogant. I underestimated this man's mind, but under absolute cultivation, everything is useless. C. Mosey sneered, taking a step forward and disappearing into the void. Only the 2 father and son of the Dragon Armor clan chief remained in the Great Hall, their expressions grim. "Father, that cultivator has profound cultivation. He's not some nobody." At this time, hiding in the land of madness, aren't we being a little too cautious? The young clan chief of the Dragon Armor clan hesitated, his voice low. "He's certainly not some nobody from the streets. If I'm not mistaken, this person is the one who destroyed the Thunderclap clan, killed the Thunderclap clan's great elder, and freed tens of thousands of cultivators. He's being pursued by the Ancient Star Spirit Order issued by the Longshu Society. The Dragon Armor Clan's patriarch, the ninth elder of the Wosheng Society, sat gloomily. The young patriarch of the Dragon Armor Clan was stunned, his expression instantly changing drastically. If that weren't the case, how could Mosey, with his third stage cultivation, suddenly appear here? Humph, if his cultivation wasn't so profound, I absolutely wouldn't have supported him like this. But compared to that, the one who destroyed the Thunderclap clan wasn't a third stage cultivator anyway, so I can only help Mosey. The young clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan remained silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, "This is practically impossible. Even if he were to die, he would be severely injured and flee for treatment. He wouldn't come to the Dragon Armor clan to cause trouble again. Besides, if he dared to come, I would make sure he never returned. I am, after all, the ninth elder of the Luosheng Society, representing the Luosheng Society. How could he dare?" The clan leader of the Dragon Armor clan, with a proud expression, waved his sleeve and left. Before a major event, things are usually very quiet. Wang Lin's expression was calm, his mind neither joyful nor sorrowful, as he looked up at the sky. His hands were clasped behind his back, his white robe fluttering in the wind. A few strands of hair were blown by the wind, making him look like an immortal. He stood there, merging with heaven and earth. He was heaven, he was earth. The tiny pupil, who had cultivated for 2,000 years, now stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, capable of challenging a third-stage cultivator. Even if this was a clone of a third-stage cultivator with only the cultivation of the fifth stage of heavenly human. But looking across the heavens and earth, besides Wang Lin, who else would have the courage to challenge a third-stage cultivator? Up to this moment, Wang Lin already possessed the demeanor of a grand master. His expression was calm, concealing a heaven-defying whirlwind, an endless killing intent. Daring to fight against heaven, daring to contend with fate, daring to defy the Tao. That was Wang Lin. He seized Li Miyuan's life from the heavenly Tao, found a path to survival amidst peril, could have gathered incense but chose to forego it. Relying on his own 5 fundamental origins to step through the great gate of the great Tao, walking a path rarely trodden from ancient times to the present. Leading the people across 700 miles, shattering the heavens and returning to the starry sky. Killing the great elder of the Thunder clan, defying the heavens with weak cultivation. And relying solely on his own strength to reach the primordial star realm just to see Li Qianmai off. Roaming the primordial star realm, being chased by the entire primordial star realm. Even Qing Lin back then felt he couldn't compare to all of this. That is Wang Lin. Traveling the heavens and earth, he doesn't need to leave a lasting legacy, only for Wang Lin to appear throughout his life. My divine ability, the art of escape, is the most powerful. In this world, when it comes to escaping, few can compare to me. If it weren't for that, the magical treasures on my person would have been stolen countless times already. Them Lang snorted coldly, his body flashed, and he immediately began to flee at high speed. But suddenly, at this moment, a terrifying blood-red light appeared in the starry sky. The blood-red light, seemingly appearing from an infinite distance, instantly enveloped the entire starry sky. A series of sharp, earth-shattering roars echoed. Tham Lang's face changed drastically. He couldn't dodge in time. The blood-red light, like a tidal wave, immediately surged forward, a terrifying sight from afar. The blood-red light filled the sky, like a giant mouth, directly devouring Tham Lang at unimaginable speed. As the blood-red light pierced through Tham Lang's body, loud begging sounds echoed throughout him, along with metallic clanging noises. A blood-curdling scream rang out. As the blood-red light passed, Tham Lang's body was flung away. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face pale, and a dark patch appeared on his chest. It turned out he had hidden a suit of armor. Countless cracks appeared on his chest, spreading in all directions. Outside his body, the blood sword was flung more than 10 meters away. Tham Lang raised his right hand, and the 2 demonic figures at his feet instantly transformed into 2 streams of black energy swirling around his body, forming a black whirlwind that spun violently, sweeping Tham Lang away. Everything happened in an instant. Just as Tham Lang was fleeing in the black whirlwind, Wang Lin emerged from the sealed leaf. Upon appearing, Wang Lin didn't hesitate. His right hand reached forward, instantly grasping the leaf. Tham Lang, severely injured and fleeing, naturally couldn't control the leaf anymore. After the attack, it created an earth-shattering sound wave. Mountains swirled around him, Wang Lin's expression calm, his eyes revealing killing intent and coldness. See, Mosey's expression was solemn. He dared not underestimate someone who relied on the power of the primordial essence, who could activate the power of the third step without needing incense offerings. At this moment, he formed a hand seal and swung it forward. Instantly, the whirlwind outside his body, amidst the shock and roar, surged through him, violently crashing towards Wang Lin. At the same time, Wang Lin raised his hand and pointed to the sky, suddenly slashing down fiercely. Mountain, first ice. As Wang Lin's voice rang out, countless illusory volcanoes rumbled and shook, spewing out billowing black smoke that enveloped the sky, spreading in all directions, directly colliding with the whirlwind. Earth-shattering roars erupted, transforming into a sweeping impact force. The sky trembled, the ground shook. In a short time, the entire cultivation planet was shaken. Mountain, second ice, third ice. The volcanoes roared. A wave of heat surged out, transforming into a stream of blazing red molten rock, swirling towards the whirlwind. The collision was deafening, as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart, a massive spatial rift appearing. A deep trench appeared on the ground of this cultivation planet. Mountain, fourth ice, fifth ice. Wang Lin calmly spoke. Immediately, the flames seemed to intensify several times, transforming into a real volcano, erupting with destructive power. However, this volcano was not yet true, for it lacked a soul, merely a manifestation of divine power. In that instant, Wang Lin's body shot up, his right hand fiercely grabbing the ground, and he softly shouted, "If the mountain ice technique lacks a soul, then I will bestow a soul upon this technique. I will take all the mountain souls on this cultivation planet." As Wang Lin's words echoed, the entire cultivation planet trembled, the ground shaking as if an earth dragon were coiled. Every mountain on the planet shook, collapsing with a thunderous roar, turning into countless fragments of rock that fell to the ground, as if they had no support left. Because their backbone was the mountain spirit, which Wang Lin absorbed completely in that instant. Each mountain collapsed, and a wisp of mountain spirit was drawn out, flying from the mountain peaks of the cultivation planet, condensing simultaneously, and in a flash, swirling around Wang Lin's hand. At this moment, there were no mountains left on the cultivation planet, only piles of rocks. Wang Lin took the mountain spirit of the entire cultivation planet, grasping it in his hand. The moment Mosey's whirlwind approached, this mountain spirit merged with the mountain collapse technique. In that instant, the illusory volcano condensed by the mountain collapse technique now possessed a soul. Its spirit was incredibly powerful, formed from the condensation of countless mountain spirits. This volcano was now a true volcano. The mountain collapse technique could now be considered completely perfected. Ice, the ninth ice. Skipping several stages, directly to the final collapse of the mountain collapse. The volcano rumbled violently, as if a whirlwind erupted inside, shattering into pieces, forming a world-shattering vortex of molten rock, black smoke, and mountain spirits. This vortex violently collided with the vortex unleashed by Mosey. A destructive impact force instantly erupted, like a raging storm, falling upon Wang Lin. His clothes were blown wildly, his hair flew, his face turned pale, but his body did not retreat. Instead, he took another step forward, heading straight towards Mosey. Mosey's face also turned pale. As the whirlwind dissipated, the shockwave instantly transformed his body into a rainbow, soaring outwards. Mountain collapse technique, this is by Fan's divine ability. Mosey's speed was like lightning. The moment the whirlwind struck, he formed hand seals, swung them outwards, and coldly shouted, "The sky is a painting." As soon as these words were spoken, the sky instantly transformed, countless ripples and large distortions appearing. In an instant, all colors vanished, becoming a pure white. This white was like the color of a painting, containing endless illusory images, mountains and rivers winding. "The earth is ink," Mosey's voice boomed. At this moment, the ground also twisted, becoming pitch black, with ripples swirling everywhere, seemingly transformed into ink. "I am the brush, one brush to shatter the heavens, therefore I will shatter the heavenly Tao." Mosey took a step, raising his right hand, which seemed to become a pen, waving it across the heavens and earth, causing the heavens and earth to change, seemingly transforming into a realm. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. He had once discussed the Tao with Li Qianmai and had also talked about divine abilities and techniques and had even obtained Sima Mozi's jade slip. He had also visited Sima Mozi's cave in the seven-colored realm, learning many things. Therefore, he knew that the Heaven-Shattering sect also possessed a divine ability called the Heaven-Shattering Tao. This technique was only cultivated by successive sect masters and senior disciples, and its power was extremely terrifying. Sima Mozi. Sima Mozi. Could he be